Good afternoon. I would like to welcome all members and guests to the April 8th, 2025 Council and Committee meeting. I will remind everyone that our meetings are web streamed and televised. Please ensure that your phones are on silent mode. For those attending virtually, please mute yourself when not speaking. When called upon to speak, please turn on your camera and unmute yourself. For staff in attendance, please use Microsoft Teams raise your hand feature to be called upon and remove it after speaking. With that, I will call the April 8th, 2025 Council and Committee meeting to order. And it would appear that all members of Council are present. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. Okay. Committee has the agenda before them. We have two additions to the agenda today. Please add a deputations from Doug Johnson and Rosemary Jameson, if you haven't got them on your agenda. And I would like 2/3 majority vote to add them to the agenda. Can I have a mover? Moved by Mayor Martin, seconded by Councillor Columbus. All those in favor? That is carried. May I have a motion now to approve the agenda as amended? Moved by Councillor Vanarici, seconded by Councillor Michele. All those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, we have no early closed session. We have 4 consent items today, 4.1 through 4.4. And I don't believe, Councillor Vanarici, you just wanted to ask questions on those? If you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. Nothing that I want to change or anything, but just a curiosity question is, the committee, it comes together and reviews things, and I've seen here, and I think a question is for staff, the Waterford Arena viewing area was removed from the budget for an elevator. Am I correct in saying that? So the accessibility wasn't a question there? You remember we had budget, and Councillor Hoffman, excuse me, had indicated that you were able to get up to there.
What building are you referring to?
It's the Waterford Arena, it says here, viewing area. It was removed from budget for an elevator.
Okay.
Okay, so I just wondered what the discussion was when you reviewed the Waterford Arena viewing area.
Is there staff here that can answer that?
Yep, I can go ahead.
Sam?
Yeah,
Okay.
through the chair to Councillor Vanandrucci. So the Waterford viewing area was a project that went to the Accessibility Advisory Committee and was funded through the Barrier Free Access Program. So it wasn't connected to a removal of the elevator. It's on the main floor for viewing the ice.
Thank you very much. So what you're telling me is the viewing area that's down below, you did some access work there.
Yeah.
Okay, so if an arena is requiring elevator for access to a viewing area, will that come to the Accessibility Committee? Because it's in the budget to be done at some point in time, but I'm just wondering, does it give it more merit to go through the committee, maybe for seeking some funds?
Through the chair, back to Councillor Vanandrucci. Typically, with an elevator, we wouldn't bring something like that to the committee because it is very prescriptive in the legislation. There's not a lot of opportunity for consultation and input because, essentially an elevator is an elevator. So that typically isn't something that would come to the committee.
But for funding, like to get extra accessibility funding, it doesn't go through the committee just through staffing for the possibility of getting funding?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Vanandrucci, that's correct. Typically, we wouldn't bring funding applications forward to the committee. Okay. Typically, we discuss those at SLT and sort of prioritize what we apply for.
Perfect, thank you.
Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Brenton. I just wanted to make a kind of a note in regards to accessibility. And I spent most of my day yesterday dealing with the walkability of our sidewalks in our community. And they certainly are not safe, active living, and they're certainly not accessible for individuals who would have mobility issues. So I just want to bring that to the forefront for staff to realize that not only is this infrastructure that needs to be maintained, it is it's a detriment to our community for active living and accessibility.
Thank you. Are there any other questions regarding the consent items? Seeing none. Okay, may I have a motion to receive consent items 4.1 through 4.4 as information? I need a motion. Mover? Councillor Columbus, seconded by Councillor Very. All those in favor? That's carried. Deputations. We have 5 scheduled deputations today. I believe we're down to 4. Committee may accept the deputation for information after the speaker concludes. Committee may also direct staff by resolution to bring back a report on any matter for further discussion. So our first deputation is from Krista Timmermans. Krista, you have the floor. And I'll remind you, you have 5 minutes, and I'll try to remind you when you have 1 minute remaining.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. So we are Mike and Krista Timmermans, and we are here to discuss the Norfolk Rodeo continuing to operate on our farm 1 weekend each summer. Since 2016, we've worked along with the county to run the event and see it very successful. This event not only celebrates our local agricultural heritage, but also attracts visitors, contributing to the county's tourism and economic growth. We've worked hard to create an event that benefits the community and also keep improving the event while keeping it affordable for families in Norfolk to enjoy. Today, we're asking for understanding and support from the council on this matter. For almost a decade, county staff has approved the event as a permitted use. We have talked to staff and had the event permit circulated through all departments every year. We've done walkthroughs of the site with fire, police, building departments, etc., with no concerns in the past. To our knowledge, there have been no issues with the event or no complaints from neighbors due to the event. Now we're being told that to continue, we must complete a zoning bylaw amendment, which includes a lengthy list of in-depth studies. We're wondering, what is the outcome you're looking for here? What changed to warrant this? It's an event that happens 1 weekend of the year. Can we justify that the cost of these studies is warranted? We've asked several times for clarification from the planning department for this justification and the reasoning behind it, but it's very difficult to get straight answers. If there's issues, we'd like to just work together on solving the problems. Because of the current demands that we're being put on by the county planning staff, we're forced to either stop running the event or majorly increase the ticket prices to cover the costs. Are either of these good options for the people of Norfolk County?
Hello, I'm Mike Timmermans, Krista's husband, and I'd just like to add a couple things because it seems like Norfolk County promotes entrepreneurialism and tourism, and it's kind of what we represent. So and it feels like we're being penalized for doing something good for the community, and it seems like from out of nowhere, we just have to do all these extra studies that are just an extra burden and a cost, and it's just like we volunteer our time and we work hard to keep our ticket price like really low and accessible for everybody in the area. And it seems like when we ask why, it's like, well, because the event is growing. But according to OMAFRA's guide, it defines growth as spatial and temporal. So like we still have the same weekend, it's still in the same footprint, and we operate on our pasture grounds and hay grounds that we continue to operate. So we ask that we can just identify the rodeo as a use on our ag land because we're a horse farm doing a horse event, right? And we open it up to the public, and we get a site plan approval through our special events permit. So it's not like we're trying to avoid anything or do anything. Like our priorities are to keep people safe, to limit if we have to, we can limit the capacity if that's the issue. But we just don't even know what the issue is. We can't get answers, and it's just like, hey, you've gotten too big, so you have to do all these studies. And some of these don't even make sense, like environmental impact studies on a forest that we're not even doing the event on. Like,
our property's 60 acres, and why would we have to study the 30 acres that we're not even touching, right? Archaeological study, we've told we have to do test pits every 5 meters. Like, I think that's a danger to our horses and our pastures, and just, quite frankly, I don't even know what's going to come up of it. Like traffic impact studies, like it's busy, right? I don't need to pay someone $5,000 to tell me it's busy on 3 days a week. I'd rather spend $5,000 on mitigating the issue, like hiring off-duty police officers, getting more lighting. We have ideas to fix the issues, but spending money on studies doesn't seem like the best use of resources, money, or county staff resources either. It just seems like at one point we were good to go by planning, and then all of a sudden a week later we were just not good without reasoning. So other studies like drainage and stormwater studies, planning justification reports, topographical studies. I mean, there's a laundry list. They cost us around $80,000 is the budget, is what we're expected to spend on this stuff. So it's kind of crazy. And, it's a temporary event. There's no permanent buildings, no permanent structures. They happen on ground that we farm. And the event hasn't grown in space it's the same weekend every year. So we just ask that if for some reason it can't be seen as a use, maybe we can add the use. Like in other counties like Oro-Medonte, they've added the use as rodeos as permitted on ag land. That's a possibility. Or even just define agritourism in the bylaw.
Just want to remind you, you have 1 minute remaining.
Okay, thank you. So an idea would be to add agritourism, as Norfolk County doesn't really define it, yet it's defined in the OMAFRA guidelines. And we fall right into agritourism. So if that was defined as something that can be done, if it falls along the lines of a farm use, that would be very, I think that would help guide staff in identifying where we fall. Because I think the issue is that we just aren't clearly laid out in the bylaw. So it's hard for staff, especially with the high turnover. So I can appreciate the position here. If there is a bylaw amendment, I suppose we talked about doing a temporary bylaw amendment to give us 3 years and then just renew it every 3 years. And then if that's the case, we ask that we just mitigate all studies down to briefs or just eliminate them entirely. Because I'm curious, like what do people do with these studies, right? Like, do we just put them in a file and just never look at them? Or anyways, basically, if the goal of county is to reduce the tourism and economic impact, increase prices of our local event, and eliminate jobs, then I think making us get all these studies is the right direction.
Can you summarize that, please?
Sure, yes. So if we want to support tourism, support economic development, and improve the quality of life of all the residents in the area, I think it's important that we can reduce the cost wherever possible. And if we can interpret the bylaw the same way we have for the past 9 years, which gave us the ability to run this event, right? That's what I ask. So, anyway.
Okay. Questions from committee. Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not a question, actually. I was remiss at the beginning. I should have declared a pecuniary interest related to this item. I did the last time, but they didn't make a deputation on the last schedule. So I will do it again as the deputation has been a business partner of my employer. So I will declare a conflict on this and prepare the paperwork.
Thank you.
Mayor Martin.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mike and Krista, thanks for joining us today. Can I just get some clarity here? Because I think there were 2 issues initially that I was aware of, so it would be helpful for me. A potential rezoning because of former uses on the site that are no longer happening, and the event, permitting for the event. And so is it your understanding you've been told you need to rezone to be able to host the event?
That is our understanding, yes. And we met last week with Al and Bowden from the planning department, and they did agree that the 2 uses had been very confused, and this caused a lot of confusion in this planning, I guess. And they agreed that the uses are separate, and that we need to look at the rodeo just on its own and separate. And we are still being told that we need to do a zoning bylaw amendment for only the rodeo.
Okay, and then to clarify, environmental impact, archaeological studies, traffic impact studies, drainage, stormwater, and there was another one that you mentioned.
Topographical
Survey.
I think there's a justification report.
And a justification report.
That seem to be lengthy, $15,000 reports when we hire our own planners.
And all of that is, your understanding, a requirement to go ahead and receive permitting for your event?
Correct.
Okay. I think that clarifies it for me, and the rest of my questions I would put to staff, so no further questions for the deputation. Thanks. Thank you.
Any
And great
other-
event. Thanks for hosting it.
Councillor Van den Riche.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, thank you for coming. A little more explanation. You host this every year, okay? And this is this a fundraiser for groups, or what? I'm not, no, I don't know if I'm correct in saying this, but somebody keeps phoning me, asking me to buy tickets for your rodeo. Does that make sense, or am I going
I
with
don't
another
think
rodeo?
anybody would phone you to buy tickets, but
Okay.
it's not technically a not-for-profit. We do run it through our business.
To the farm.
Through the
Yeah.
farm, exactly. But all the proceeds from the event are given back to the community. So we do support many groups such as the Simcoe Lions, the Knights of Columbus, the 4-H clubs, various different groups like that, the Snowmobile Club. Every year we donate to them as they get involved. Then all the remaining profits we use to improve the
operation
event year
fund.
after year. Exactly. And
Right.
that's how we've been able to improve the event.
And you've been operating how many years?
Since 2016.
2016.
So this will be our 8th year,
Yeah, 8th year.
not counting those COVID years.
Okay.
And if I could add something, the whole purpose of the event we started was to get to know people in the community and unite our community through a horse event, through outdoor festivals and celebration. So, and I think we've done a really good job at that. So the main benefit isn't to raise money for something, but rather for the event itself, to
Right.
add value to it.
Okay, so let's bring it back to the farm now. We're on the farm, we have horses, we operate a horse ranch, and you have stables, and you have kids come out to learn to ride, or you board horses, and this is not untypical to have people come down with trailers and ride on the trails, or do this or do that, right? For a day or two, or whatever. Most horse ranches do that, am I correct in saying that?
Right, many do, yes.
Yeah, so it's not, and so you've just moved it on to a rodeo, and, okay, I think I understand it. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll just wait, will staff be making a statement on this or not?
It's not on my agenda, but,
Thank you.
Yes, it will. Okay, thank you.
okay, any further questions from committee? Okay, does council wish to question staff then? Mayor Martin?
Move to receive the deputation as information, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Seconder, Councillor Van den Riche. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much. Yes, Mayor Martin?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'd like to, you guys are good, you can grab a seat, thank you. Turn it over to staff. I see Sam is here. Maybe we can get some comments for council. This is the second time council's discussed this issue, and I think I'm more confused now than when we started. So could you provide council with some comments on what's happening and where we're at?
Yep, absolutely. So through the chair to Mayor Martin, I think at this point it might be beneficial just to clarify, strictly from a special events perspective, we have a number of requirements outside of the lens of zoning that we anticipate fully being met and won't have an issue with issuing a permit well in advance of their event. So I think at this point, I think it's beneficial for Kendall to maybe provide some clarity on some of the requirements that the proponents had outlined. I know planning has been working on some potential solutions, so I think maybe that will provide some clarity to some of the requirements that the proponents were speaking of.
Through the chair, so planning has been working on this with the Timmermans. Just this morning, I actually provided them some updated pre-consultation notes based on the pre-consultation that we had back in October, in regards to just looking at the At the time of the original meeting, we had discussed both the bleacher assembly and, or the other use that they had on the property, as well as the rodeo. As I mentioned, everything did get rather confused with both of those items being connected. So after our meeting last week, we did agree to separate them, and I agreed to recirculate and ask everybody for additional comments and to clarify these comments. Under the lens of it being going forward with a temporary use zoning bylaw, rather than a full zoning bylaw amendment, in order to be able to work with the Timmermans as much as we possibly can. That being said, we have been able to remove the majority of the studies based on just the scope of what the temporary use would be, which is focusing on adding the rodeo as a use on the property. So I've been able to confirm that an archaeological study would not be required at this point. There would be no requirements from development engineering, so there'd be no stormwater needs, no stormwater management, no traffic brief, no traffic studies of any kind. At this point, the only thing that would be required would be an environmental impact study, because there are significant woodlands on the property. But that we have mentioned that could just be scoped to the period of time in which the event is held, rather than a year-long study, which was previously mentioned. And from building, there would be only the need for building permit for tents, stages, bleachers, everything that has been done in the past would still require a building permit. So we've done our best from a planning perspective to reduce what would be required from the applicants, while still maintaining the need for the zoning bylaw amendment, the temporary use zoning bylaw. We don't actually have a set time period. The set time period is in regards to garden suites. There's nothing actually within our official plan that sets out the exact amount of time for a temporary zoning bylaw, so that could be also discussed, the length of time in which that could be possible. So if you have any additional questions, I'm happy to answer.
Okay, thanks for that information, Kendall. That's helpful. One thing you didn't mention was the topographical and the justification report.
Through the chair, the topographical. Let me just see here. I'm sure it was removed. Topographical. That has also been removed as well. So
Both?
The topographical has been removed, so what was the other one?
Justification report?
We would still require a justification report, but again, that could be scoped to just the event itself rather than both uses previously mentioned.
Okay, so this next question might be a difficult one for you to answer because I'm not sure how far back your history with this event goes, but previously these were not required. So what is our answer as to why they're required now?
Through the chair, like in regards to like the event itself, or?
Sure. Yes, not the bleachers.
Okay, so I don't have a extensive history with this file. I was kind of handed it last year. It was commented on by Hannah-Laura Yeager, who previously worked here. She was the one who flagged the issues, which were, to my understanding, initially the issues were with the other use that has since ceased on the property. But because of that, it has flagged the rodeo not being an permitted use on the property based on the agricultural zoning.
If they were to not go ahead with a temporary use bylaw and continue to try and apply for the event as a one-off, as previously done, what is the difference? Like, where's the incentive for folks to invest in the requirement to get their zoning up to snuff for a one-weekend event when it comes with a significant cost to them?
Through the chair, I really can't speak on that. That would be more of a, probably more of a bylaw issue because it wouldn't be meeting the zoning bylaw that's in place. But I would have to speak to my supervisor to get actual confirmation on what steps we would have to take as a county.
And then these studies, so specifically we're left with potentially a scoped version of an environmental impact and a scoped version of a justification report. Are those at the discretion of you, at the discretion of your supervisor? Are they legislatively required and there's no wiggle room?
Through the chair, they're required through the official plan. So we have, based on the fact that it is on lands that are significant woodlands, there is a requirement for an EIS.
So Norfolk County policy. Then.
Yes.
Okay, I think those are all my questions for now. I'll turn it over to council.
Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm hearing that staff is working with the Timmermans now to come to a resolution so this event can go on. And how long do you figure it will take to get that temporary use bylaw in place? And will it be a three-year permit?
Through the chair, as I mentioned before, there's no actual set time frame for just a regular temporary use zoning bylaw. There's only set time frames for garden suites in particular. So it could be potentially longer than 3 years. That would be at the discretion of the Director of Planning, to my knowledge, or council, depending on whether it's taken through delegated authority or not.
But this event is scheduled for July, right? So how fast will we have to work to make this happen so it could happen in July?
Through the chair, it would be we would have to work fairly quickly. We have spoken with the applicant about letters of undertaking in regards to previous options that were provided to them. Just for the regular zoning bylaw amendment, we had mentioned doing a letter of undertaking in regards to the EIS because the scope of it would have been a full year, which is obviously not conducive, but to allow the event to move forward this year. So we could potentially look at that and revisit this once the rodeo has gone. If we cannot get it done this year, having a letter of undertaking stating that they intend to move forward with these requirements.
And lastly, Mr. Chair, this event's been going on for several years. So how did it come to this stage? Was there a complaint as to the rodeo event?
Through the chair, there was a complaint regarding the other use on the property, which flagged the rodeo event at the same time. That's my understanding of the situation. Again, it was flagged by a former planner. So I can look into more of the history on the property and pull up previous emails if I still have access to them. Mm-hmm. But that was my understanding of the issue from last year.
Thank you.
Councillor Van den Riesche.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. If I can ask that, significant woodlands, what are we talking about there? Because I've got a horse, I ride through the bush, what are you going to do to me? I just don't get that one.
Through the chair, so with significant woodlands, under the official plan, any development or site alteration requires EIS if there's significant woodlands involved. When it comes to the definition of development, that includes zoning bylaw amendments. So because this would be a temporary use zoning bylaw amendment, there would be an EIS requirement for that. Just regular use of the property as it is not development. So if you ride your horse, as you mentioned, through the bush, that's fine, because that is an existing use on the property. But because this would be a temporary use zoning bylaw, it would require the EIS.
Do they ride through the bush? Will they ride? Yeah, no. Okay, so if the rodeo is the issue we're concerned about, and they don't go near the woodlands or the bush, why are we getting so into the weeds over that?
Through the chair, we are, as you say, getting into the woods in regards to it, because it's not just where the use is located, it's whether there needs to be a buffer zone to protect the woodlands on the property, especially if the event were to expand in the future. And the woodlands do, based on our mapping, do cover more of the property than just the southern portion of the property. They do kind of include portions of the land, whether there's trees there or not at the time. I can't speak to that, but based on our mapping, we do need to protect what's there. And we also need to provide, buffer zones and any mitigation efforts that might be needed. And we can only determine those through an EIS.
Mm. I find it a lot of red tape, to be honest with you. But anyway, thank you.
Oh. Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm still confused as to what changed, why they can't continue just under the special event permit. And that property is zoned as agriculture. One of the allowed uses in an agricultural zone is and I did pull this up because I haven't got it memorized, but a farm experience activity, by definition, shall mean an accessory activity that is directly associated with agriculture and an existing farm operation, which consists of adding a component of information, education, temporary accommodation, or entertainment to an existing farm operation. I don't know of a better description of what the Norfolk Rodeo is than adding an allowed use. So why can't it just exist? What's the need to make any changes when it's already an allowed use? Is somebody defining it as something different than a temporary component of information, education, entertainment of an existing farm operation? Where is the change here?
So through the chair, so that was looked at through planning. There are provisions for farm experience activities, and one of those mentions that it's all farm experience activities shall be clearly farm related through ongoing interaction with agricultural activities. The unfortunate thing is we don't have a definition for the term ongoing, and how it has been interpreted by staff is that ongoing would be throughout the year rather than a one-time event. So that's why it's being seen as an event rather than a farm experience activity.
This is the wrong place to get into a debate, but I think the farm operation is an ongoing operation, and the temporary part of it, by definition, would be the rodeo. That's one weekend of the year. So, maybe we need to discuss this at a different time and place, but what do we need to do immediately today to that they can function this August like they always have for the last 8 years? What do we have to do today so that they get the okay to bring in an international event into Norfolk County to help with our tourism, bring people in from all across Canada, come to that event, and how do we keep it going so that they're not stuck in limbo, not knowing what's going to happen? Because I'm pretty sure to organize an event like this, you can't start the day before. So what do we got to do today to give them the go-ahead to get it done?
Through the chair, at this point, the recommendation is a temporary use zoning bylaw. With the provision...
How long does that take?
Right, so again, we have also spoken to the applicant about doing a letter of undertaking to allow the event to go on this year and deal with the zoning issue once the event has happened and once all the studies have been completed. So that has already been something that we have discussed with the applicant. We have since moved forward with a different option, but we can still discuss that as a possibility to allow the event to run this year.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Martin.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I was going to go a different direction here and say that they need to fulfill the requirements associated with an event permit, the special event permit, as they've done for 8 years prior. But I heard you say that you're not anticipating that to be a problem and that you anticipate giving them their permit with lots of time before their event. So it sounds like 2025 is taken care of. I would go an additional step further and meet in the middle with the Timmermans and staff, because I have attended this event and it is phenomenal, but it is very busy and it's not a normal everyday traffic flow you'd see on a farm. But I would like this event to continue for as many years as they want to host it. So by compromising, I would support staff going with the temporary zoning bylaw to solidify this event, including using language in the definition that suggests the ongoing is once a year in the month of their choosing. But I'm also open to setting that for 3 years, 5 years. I don't care, potato. It's a great event, and as long as they're going to do it, I want to support them. But I can't justify an environmental impact study. It does not make sense to me for one day. We are in the way of people doing things that we would kill for our economic development department to do. I recognize that that's your job. So good job, Kendall. You're doing a great job at following the legislation and the policies that have been set out by council. But I also think it's time for council to jump in and meet in the middle and use some common sense. So maybe this is for our CAO, but I do not believe an environmental impact assessment is required for this event. So what direction can council give you to support that today moving forward?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't think staff needs any direction. We've heard loud and clear from council and your feedback. The only thing I'm going to say is that it's unfortunate that this has come to where it is. The reason why it became a bit convoluted was that there were some activities happening on the farm that weren't zoned appropriately, and that's what opened up the complaints that we had from some individuals, and we had to respond, and that's where we're at now. And so we have been doing everything we can. We've assured the deputations that our intent as staff is to get the permit issued. We have no desire whatsoever to stop this event from happening this year or in future years. And I was glad to hear from the deputation that we have the shared common goal, which is public safety, and that's what we're looking for. And so I don't see any reason why it can't move forward. I will certainly speak to staff and we'll do what we can, but our top goal is to ensure that the event goes forward in a way that protects public safety, and that's what we're trying to do here.
Okay. Mayor Martin, are you finished with that?
Yep, no, that's great. Those comments from the CAO are sufficient, and I trust that he will pick it back up with our staff.
Okay, Councillor Berry.
Thanks, Chair. Excuse me, through you to the CAO. So we've heard that there's activity that was not zoned appropriately. Fine. And we've heard that that's no longer happening. And I guess I'm just trying to clarify, how do we know that? Has staff been out again to inspect that to make sure that this is no longer happening? Like, how do we know that we're not going to run into this problem again next year?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, in ongoing dialogue with the deputation, staff have gone out and confirmed that what was previously alleged to be happening is no longer happening. And so that case has been closed. And if we do get any additional complaints or indication that improper illegal use is happening again, we will open up another investigation.
Sorry, through the chair again, you just threw a new word in there. Was it improper use or illegal use? Because that's the first time I've heard that word.
It wasn't, the alleged activity that was happening was not zoned appropriately to allow that activity to happen. So it was contrary to our zoning bylaws.
Okay.
Okay, are there any further questions from committee? Seeing none, and I think we're happy that staff have direction, so we'll move on. Okay, our next speaker. I have next John Benson regarding an archaeological project. John, you have 5 minutes, and I will try and remind you when you have a minute left.
Okay. My name is John Benson. I am the Ontario rep for the Haldeman-Norfolk Regional Archaeological Project. The project is an investigation by the University of British Columbia. The lead investigator is Lawrence Bruchert of Vancouver, British Columbia. It is supported by the University of Vienna in Austria and the federal government out of Ottawa. And the question now is, why are all these external organizations so interested in Norfolk County? And the reason is that few people realize that the origins of civilization here in Ontario began in Haldeman, Norfolk. Why is that? For 3 reasons. First of all, As the glaciers receded, southern Ontario was the first area that was free of ice. Therefore, you had animals, and you were able to grow some crops so you could feed yourself. So weather was the first thing. The second thing was, for Haldimand Norfolk specifically, was the proximity to Lake Erie, which supplied an abundance of food, particularly in the spring and summer. And the third, and maybe the most unique thing about Haldimand Norfolk, is the stone outcroppings of chert in Haldimand. Chert was used. Chert is very unique, and Haldimand is unique in having these outcrops. Chert could be thought of as like a flint, and what is unique about chert is that it will, when broken, it will form a sharp edge, and you'll be able to maintain that edge. So it's a very hard rock. It's not common, but Haldimand fortunately does have, and they do have outcrops there. And so prehistoric man in this area, and that's what we're talking about here, were able to come to this area and make stone tools out of this chert that they mined in Haldimand County. Now, the people I'm talking about is the Archaic period. The Archaic period was the first group of people that came here who actually settled. So we call these the first settlers of Norfolk County. There was Paleo-Indians before them who passed through as nomadics, but these people actually stayed here and lived in Norfolk County. It was also followed by the Woodland period, which we know lots about because when Europeans first arrived here, that is the culture they've seen. So we knew lots about that. But the Archaic period was a particularly long period of time in Norfolk that we know little about. What we do know about these people comes from the stone tools that they made. So these people, there's almost no evidence of these people, of who they were, how they lived, except for the stone tools they left behind. And when I say stone tools, the first thing you'd think of is arrowheads would be the most common one you'd think of. So these people would be in Haldimand, Norfolk, in Haldimand. And we can see these, we've been to these sites, we can see where they've been mining chert to be turned into stone tools. But the project itself is interested in tracking the movement of this stone out of Haldimand to places like Norfolk to understand the migration routes and what these people were doing. And the one thing, we know a few things about them already, but one is that they had an intense, wide-ranging bartering system, because now we find stone, chert, from Haldimand ending up in places like the Saginaw Basin in Michigan, Sault Ste. Marie. The furthest south we go is down to Chesapeake Bay. We find shark tooth, which sharks are not native to this area. We find shark teeth in Haldimand, Norfolk. And so we know that was part of a trading. So this chert that was mined in Haldimand was very valuable, and it was bartered with all sorts of archaic people around us for food primarily. But the project that I'm representing here in front of council today is specifically looking at the chemical signature of these rocks. The chemical signature is like a DNA, but for rocks. So by doing the chemistry on these rocks, we know where they came from. We certainly know where they ended up. So specifically, what the project is doing, and this is unique, and it's a big deal in the archaeological world, not so much in the general public, where they go to
John,
these,
I just want to remind you, I have 1 minute remaining.
Okay, where we go to the sites in Haldimand, collect samples, and then compare them to samples we see in other areas of Ontario. Just in closing, I'm not here to ask for money. We are well financed, but just to touch on the financing, we've raised about $120,000 out of that. $60,000 of that was provided by the federal government through the MyTax program. Council here provided $1,000, which was trivial in the overall, but significant for us that it acknowledged the work that we're doing here. And also Haldimand Council did a similar thing for us, so we appreciate that. Part of that contribution by Norfolk was an update, which is what brings me here today.
Thank you. Any questions from committee? Mayor Martin.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just one. A couple of times you mentioned Haldeman only. Is that just a slip of the tongue and you mean the region of Haldeman, Norfolk, or specifically was the rock only mined in Haldeman?
All the mining sites are located in Haldeman. What we see in Norfolk is we see people transporting it from Haldeman over to Norfolk. So this is part of the trading route that they had. That's how Norfolk is tied into this. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, that's great, thanks. And then when the study's complete, can we be sent the document?
The preliminary and first final report will be in the fall of next year. Should also mention that there is interest in turning this project into a documentary.
Thank you for coming.
Any other questions? Just to let you know, one of the biggest things we had a problem with here was chert in our asphalt mix. Came in with the limestone, caused all kinds of problems. So anyways, I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much for your deputation. Anyways, may I have a mover to receive the deputation? Moved by Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Michele. All those in favor? That is carried. Next, I have Doug Johnson regarding pickleball courts. Doug, are you okay? You have 5 minutes. I will remind you when you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to council today. My name is Doug Johnson. I'm 67 years old. I'm retired, and I'm a 26-year resident of Turkey Point. Joining me today, I have Steve Daw from our committee, as well as Bruce Schaaf. He's from the Norfolk Community Foundation, and Josh Spiegel, who's from 214 Carson Construction Company. I understand that there are two options presented today for pickleball in Turkey Point. It is difficult to paint all the Norfolk community parks with the same brush. Every community within Norfolk County is unique in their own way, and Turkey Point certainly is a unique community. Firstly, Turkey Point is a retirement community, as the majority of our residents are over the age of 55. Pickleball is the fastest growing sport for seniors in Ontario and is played by many of our Turkey Point residents. Option 2 before you today includes basketball. Currently, our park has a full basketball court. The court is used sparingly in the summer when grandchildren visit. I have never seen a Turkey Point resident actually using the basketball court. I do not see the need for 2 basketball courts in our park. Understand that tennis courts would be more than double the construction footprint and further reduce the green space in the park. Option 2 does not align with our community needs. Tennis courts and basketball hoops would get very limited use in our park. In surveying our community, the majority have supported the construction of regulation pickleball courts. Tennis and pickleball are 2 very different games. For those of you on council that are not familiar with pickleball, an analogy would be asking badminton players to play on a volleyball court. Tennis court conversions in Norfolk County are not well utilized by pickleball players. Tennis nets are higher, they're longer, tennis courts are much larger, and the conversions result in busy lines and no painted kitchen area. Option 1 before you involves the construction of 2 courts, which is a decrease from the 3 courts that we originally requested. Our committee feels 2 courts is a good compromise for the concerned neighbors. The sound issue has been addressed, as we guarantee you that acoustical sound screens will make pickleball the quietest activity at our park. Our financial support is $43,000 in contractor contributions and another $57,000 in fundraising for a total of $100,000. As a dedicated group of residents that know our community well, we have received overwhelming support from our Turkey Point community for the construction of pickleball courts at our park. We fully support and endorse option 1. Finally, on behalf of our committee, I wanted to thank Stephanie Potter and the many Norfolk County employees that have devoted so much of their time and been so helpful in guiding us in this community-led initiative. It's been a year, and we believe we've delivered on all the requests from Norfolk County. New construction is an opportunity for Norfolk County to construct regulation outdoor pickleball courts that will be well used by our Turkey Point community. Option 1 is the only one we support, and we think is the best thing for our Turkey Point community.
Questions for Doug? Councillor Van Raache.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
I know that pickleball is a thing. Not my thing, but it's a thing. My question is, you keep referring to Turkey Point, Turkey Point, Turkey Point. What about if others come? If you're from Simcoe and want to play pickleball in Turkey Point, or if you're from downtown Cortland and you want to go to play pickleball where you're going down to the lake, will they have opportunities as well?
I see nothing wrong with that. We welcome them. It's a public park. The courts are used by anybody who would like to venture to Turkey Point to use them. We've had people from our nearby Normandale say they really hope this happens for us, have contacted me saying we would utilize the courts in Turkey Point. So yes, it's an open public park.
It's an open park. And 2 courts there. Does this have any effect then on the volleyball that's played down there?
No, none at all.
Okay.
Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is there like a club that schedules who plays when? Can you describe the process, or like
Sure,
what
absolutely.
Councilor Manager she requested? Carload comes down there and the court is booked. So how does all that work?
Well, currently we modeled our courts after Tilsonburg courts, where currently we do drive 45 minutes to play on because we do not like playing on the conversion tennis courts that Norfolk County has currently. It is open play. So it's understood in the pickleball community, any park you go to that has pickleball courts, you put your racket in a pile. And it's who's ever there, you take your turn. 1 game is played, the games are up to 11. Probably takes about 15 minutes to play a game. When that game is done, when you're done your 15 minutes, you exit the court and you can put your paddle in a pile once again to replay when it's your turn. This is done throughout Florida, it's done throughout Ontario. It's a common rule that you just wait your turn to play. You do not schedule. There's no scheduling involved here. It's a public facility. You arrive and you wait your turn. And after 15 minutes, you're off the court. And if you want to go back on, you wait your turn for your next turn. The great thing about it is when you arrive at a court, you don't have to arrive with 4 people. When I go to Tilsonburg, I arrive, I meet 3 new people. I put my paddle in their stack. We get to know each other. It's a great activity for seniors. Very social, very engaging, make lots of friends. So no, absolutely, there's no scheduling of the courts. It's first come, first serve, take your turn. When you're done, exit, next on.
First serve, very interesting. Thank you.
Any other questions from committee? Councillor Berry.
Excuse me. Thanks, Chair. I think you said earlier that you have something like to the effect of the majority of residents want this. What does that mean? Give me a number-ish.
Yes, when we started a year ago, we talked to Nikki Slope from the rec department. It was already $120,000 in the budget from Norfolk County.
Yeah.
We said, what do we need to do to make this happen? She said, well, get some community input and some financial support. So we went to work. So we went door to door, getting people to sign a support sheet. Now, we didn't go to everybody's door. We don't want to bother people. If they're sitting out in their deck, we'd approach them and say, what do you think of the idea of pickleball courts in Turkey Point? Or even at the beach, sometimes we'd ask people, what do you think of the idea? Only residents of Turkey Point. These were not renters. These are not people that don't pay taxes in Turkey Point. We received over 400 signatures of people saying it's a great idea. More importantly, were just the discussions that we had with residents of Turkey Point. They were so overwhelmingly excited about the idea of an activity at our park that we can use. Currently, the activities at the park are the kiddie land and things that we don't do. We don't play volleyball. Those courts are rarely used. And that huge green space, everyone in Turkey Point knows, is never used. It's a rare time someone goes there to throw a stick for a dog. So we thought this was a great idea. It's in the budget for Norfolk County. We can't wait for this to happen. And we went to work and we got that response from our community.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from committee? Seeing none. Okay, I need a motion to receive the deputation. Councillor Van Passen, seconded by Councillor Columbus. All those in favor? That is carried. Okay, moving on. I have Rosemary Jameson. And you're again on pickleball. And Rosemary, I'll give you 5 minutes and I'll try to advise you when you have 1 minute remaining.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Martin, councilors, and Recreation Committee. My name is Rosemary Jameson and I am a full-time resident of Turkey Point. I am speaking to the community-led initiative for the building of the pickleball courts in Turkey Point, adjacent to our playground. The group of residents whom I am representing have been steadfast in their opposition of this project, but it has come to our attention that the Master Recreation Draft Plan has been modified. Instead of the initial 3 pickleball courts proposed, there will only be 2 courts, but they will be multi-use, so 1 for tennis, 1 for pickleball, with the possibility of a basketball court between them. This would definitely be a more inclusive plan, which would appeal to a larger demographic, as well as foster sharing the new court space. It would also reduce the noise level substantially, and rather than cause divisiveness in our lakeside community, this would bring many more people together. If the purpose of the funds for recreation in Turkey Point is to promote physical exercise for as many as possible, we see that this plan with a modified multi-use feature would best serve our community by the lake. This concludes my comments.
Questions from committee? Seeing none. I have a motion to move the deputation. Moved by Councillor Duthie, seconded by Councillor Very. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you very much. That one's done here. Now we go back, if I'm correct here. Am I missing the one? Are we missing one? No. That's it?
That's all the deputations.
Okay.
Now we have presentations.
Okay. All right, the other ones were canceled, so. Okay, we're going on to presentations. Today we have 2. The first being the Cemetery Master Plan. Welcome Amanda Gephardt, Practice Lead for Lees and Associates. Are you here or online? Online?
I'm online. Hello.
Okay, you have the floor.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Chair. Just as by way of introduction, I'm Dave Drobich, Supervisor of Cemeteries. Just provide an introduction to the plan and the presenter. The cemetery world is changing with 123 known cemeteries in the county. Provincial legislation suggests that they're all going to fall to us eventually. As evidence, 12 cemeteries have been transferred to us since 2018. Delhi Cemetery came on strong this past year and is now our second busiest and second largest site. And 1 more rural cemetery is likely in 2025. To put it in context, starting in 2025, we project that we will be conducting, on average, an interment every business day of the year. As a result, planning for this legislated growth, including best practices to effectively and efficiently manage, operate, and finance our cemeteries, is increasingly important. There has never been a master plan for cemeteries in Norfolk County. It's due. And hopefully, without stealing too much thunder from our planning consultant, I'll underscore that the main focus of the plan has been long-term sustainability for our cemeteries. And strategically, Council will see aspects of the plan that look out to 100 years plus. With that in mind, the county awarded the cemetery master plan RFP to Lees and Associates Planning Consulting. What was unusual for this effort is the size and scope of Norfolk County Cemetery's portfolio. As a result, the plan used some key sites, including our busiest cemetery, Oakwood, here in Simcoe, as a foundation to develop a high-level plan that can be applied across the county to our cemeteries systemically versus dozens of one-off sites. So, for example, principles that apply to a busy site like Oakwood can equally be applied to Delhi, our newest cemetery. The benefit of using our consultant for this plan was to take advantage of the expertise and perspectives we don't have, including insights from planners who have cemetery experience across Canada, demographics, and projected growth. Their work was not done in a vacuum. The cemetery's team, including staff who are attending virtually today, including Lisa and Jess at the cemetery's office and Sean and the field team, contributed a lot of detail to ensure the planner had the best info possible to work with. As well, our excellent finance team provided a huge amount of data to help us paint an accurate picture of costs, trust details, and forecasts. From all of this, we have before you today both the planner's presentation followed by the companion staff report, and in the interest of time, I hope this serves as my introduction to both. At this time, I'll introduce Amanda Gebhardt from Lees & Associates. Over to you, Amanda. Thank you.
Thank you. The following presentation is a brief summary highlighting key components of the Cemetery Master Plan report, including purpose and objectives, an overview of Norfolk Cemetery's portfolio, projected demand and needs for services, overview of bylaw consolidation, and highlights from the financial review, concluding with an overview of actions that are recommended. The master plan aims to provide Norfolk County with clear and effective recommendations to take on managing new cemeteries, gain operational capacity, and steer its finances towards improved self-sustainability. This is not a master plan that focuses on generating future capital expenditures or a detailed assessment of individual cemetery sites, but a plan that looks to strengthen the county's cemetery business and operational model. The purpose of this plan is to create a guiding document that is long-term sustainability plan for the management of the cemetery system and ensure residents are served with compassionate care while balancing fiscal responsibility and delivering perpetual care of sites. Objectives were to identify operational approach reflective of need, create a plan to guide the county as it takes responsibility of more cemeteries, provide strategic direction and recommendations, determine the future demand for cemetery services, and identify opportunities for cost recovery and prioritization. Develop a high-level physical asset analysis to estimate and optimize the inventory and potential of the county's cemeteries. Norfolk County has been assuming responsibility of numerous rural cemeteries previously managed by volunteer community boards or private organizations. The most active cemetery is Oakwood Cemetery in Simcoe, and this is the county's main operational facility hub. The pre-amalgamation sense of community remains strong, and public expectation for interment services within their immediate settlement area is anticipated to continue for several generations. The vast geography of Norfolk County presents many challenges for cemetery operations, in particular with staff deployment and equipment mobilization. The number of cemetery site assets within Norfolk has proved to be an evolving number and confirms the importance and timeliness of this plan. There are 123 total known cemeteries in Norfolk County. With a goal of keeping those private cemeteries private, the county supports 4 cemeteries as their care and maintenance fund trustee and monitors 40 private inactive cemeteries to ensure regulatory compliance. Together with trust and monitoring support, this brings the total number of cemeteries under the county's purview to 108. From the 108, 59 cemeteries fall under the county's BAO license, of which 12 can be considered active, where interments and sales occur, and 30 are semi-active and inactive. some of those interments only, and others that are really just maintenance. The plan includes recommendations to evaluate and reclassify each site based on activity levels. Classification categories will inform the level of maintenance and service delivery, such as sales, monitoring, mowing, and frequencies of all of these activities, and will establish public expectations for the standard of care. This slide is an example of those categories and service levels. This report includes a detailed decision matrix to provide a consistent guidance for staff to evaluate each site. Through actioning preliminary recommendations, staff have already reduced the number of active cemeteries that require a higher level of maintenance from 21 to 12, thus reducing the county's overextended resource burden. There are over 30 semi-active or inactive cemeteries slated for reevaluation, many of which show opportunity to further reduce maintenance and service demands and allow a shift to resources to more active sites. Over the next 25 years, Norfolk County cemeteries are projected to provide interment services for an average of 50 casket burials per year, which is a decrease in 11% and on trend with the market in Ontario. An average of 165 cremation lot burials per year, which is an increase of 27%, and an average of 13 cremation niche interments per year, an increase of 31%. In terms of sales over the next 25 years, the cemeteries are projected to provide 75 casket lot sales per year, which is an increase of 6.5%. Cremation lot sales are currently not offered. However, based on the rates of interment and comparable markets, there will be a strong market for this product. Average of 24 cremation niches per year, which is an increase of 29%. Based on the existing land area and current availability of the various cemetery locations, there is enough land for the next 25 years or more. However, we recommend municipalities look to secure 100 years of land for inventory. The county will need to plan for depleting inventory, including additional casket lots to provide for the next 100 years, more columbaria within the next 5 years, and in-ground cremation lots and new products that may be of interest to the community. Oakwood Cemetery has close to 9 acres of existing cemetery land that could be developed to meet much of Norfolk's County's interment demands over the next 100 years. This land must be investigated, however, for suitability, and new lands should be acquired to ensure contingencies are in place and that all types of interment can be accommodated. New interment types such as green burial and Muslim full-body burial with special orientation are increasingly in demand throughout communities in Ontario. The county may also wish to preserve site features such as woodlots and not maximize the entire site. For every acre not developed at Oakwood, Norfolk needs to ensure another acre is available at another site within the system. Land availability at other cemeteries is unknown and needs to be investigated, which has been outlined in the plan. This slide showcases an example of infill opportunities at Oakwood to maximize interment capacity. These include removal of woodlots, utilizing buffer edges, and looking for compatible interment types that are suitable for problematic areas. While actioning these items will help, it will not be a long-term solution, noting that the plan recommends a detailed review, again, of those other sites for very similar options. The report also recommends that Norfolk monitor adjacent properties to the existing cemetery sites for future acquisition or land swap to facilitate expansion. This diagram depicts examples, just examples of opportunities of types of land and locations that may be suitable for expansion, and includes lands owned by the county that could be exchanged for other uses. An important step to streamlining the cemetery's operations and expenses and revenue is to create a consolidated bylaw. Consolidated Norfolk bylaw will set clear, unified standards for services, maintenance, and the types of products permitted in the cemetery, minimizing variation where possible. We'll recognize unique aspects of individual cemeteries through appendices and special provisions. Safeguard the county as a cemetery operator and support its ability to reasonably establish and implement and enforce rules, and ensure rules are aligned with the current legislation and regulations. The master plan completed a high-level review of revenue and expenses. Norfolk cemeteries reported an annual average revenue of $170,000. Revenue increased by 12% annually, likely due to a rise in population and death rates. While annual expenses average $400,000, the annual total levy impact was $230,000, with a net levy impact of $286,000 after contributions. Interest income from the care and maintenance fund was only 15% of costs. Best practices suggest future care costs will be at least 50% of current levels. Historically, most care and maintenance fund incomes has been withdrawn, a common but unsustainable practice. Norfolk County must reduce the income cost gap for long-term sustainability. The plan includes strategies and options to grow the care and maintenance fund. This may take time, and staff plan to start to increase the fund through increases to fees as a first step. Norfolk cemeteries operate similar to other municipal cemeteries in Ontario, who typically run at an operational loss. Most municipalities subsidize cemetery operations with tax dollars, as revenue rarely covers operating and capital costs. The goal is to improve financial performance, reduce reliance on tax funding, and work towards covering operational costs. Short-term actions aim to focus efforts to refine and implement a strong cemetery management strategy, including establishing internal cemetery working groups, categorizing cemeteries by activity level and adjust operations accordingly, identifying and prioritizing critical maintenance tasks, implementing financial recommendations on fees, care and maintenance, and efficiencies, developing a marketing plan to promote active cemeteries and host community events, strengthen stakeholder engagement with funeral homes, monument companies, cemetery boards, and residents. Medium-term actions recommended aim to streamline and optimize cemetery operational planning, including inventory active cemeteries and identify infill areas similar to Oakwood Cemetery. Develop maintenance and service level standards based on activity category. Align staffing and facilities with operational needs. Monitor community response to pricing, offerings, and changes. And continue digitizing records and upgrading the database system. Long-term actions aim to establish cemetery planning and management tools and initiatives, including inventorying semi-active and active cemeteries for potential infill and reactivation, reducing operations where interments decline, reactivating cemeteries if warranted by public interest, and acquiring and developing new cemetery lands as needed, as well as regularly reviewing fees based on demand and market rate inflation. Thank you.
Okay, David, I have your report next, but would you like, we're going to ask questions of this report first, okay? Okay, questions from committee? Seeing none. Sorry. Those questions or movers? Question, go ahead, Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to ask our consultant, one of the biggest things I was looking for in this report was sort of the addition of the Delhi Cemetery is going to add in, I think you do report that it's going to add 40% more work for their cemetery. But you didn't factor that into your projections over the next 25 years. And like, do we send this back to you to recalculate our projections over the next 25 years, since we already know that we have 40% more things to look after? And the other part was, we have a lot of private cemeteries that I think we're going to end up with in the next few years. And it doesn't really show anything in the report on how you recommend we deal with those. So could you give me some idea on, maybe I just didn't read the report finely enough, but those two things I think were stuck in the back of my head that they're missing.
Through the chair, the report aimed to take a high-level look. Certainly Delhi Cemetery wasn't yet on the books when we commenced this process. We did have a discussion point as to if we should increase the scope of services to look at that particular cemetery. As we looked at information, there were several gaps in information at the cemeteries, lots of new cemeteries coming online, and investigations needed. And we didn't feel that diving into the granular on that particular site was a priority for this plan. This plan looks high level overall. Even within the cemetery, when we looked at Oakwood, we determined that there was no immediate risk to not being able to fulfill your demands and needs over the next 25 years. So there's no priority, unlike other clients with limited land, where we might have then said, yes, we need to look into this because you're down to the wire. Because you have that buffer, we recommended that we continue forward and that staff have a process in terms of evaluating all of the cemetery assets as we go forward. And then in terms of the whole system and new cemeteries coming online, again, really the priority is to take the assets that you have and start to reconcile them, organize them, so that way you are ready to, as new assets come on, and you have a means to evaluate and prioritize. There's certainly a vast business, and again, a lot of new cemeteries that have come online recently, and very mismatched processes in terms of data and management. So really, it's getting everything streamlined as the next step before continuing forward to dive in. Thank you.
Are you done?
I will take that answer, but I'm, 110 pages to tell us what we've been doing in the past, and that's a report to plan for our future. I don't fit those two together in my head very well. So,
Councillor Van Rishi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. Okay. We've got lots of cemeteries, and looks like there's going to have more come on. For the future, what do we do with those that are being cared for by organizations or even, I suppose, churches to help them in the future so they don't come to us? Is there a plan there? Because, and how does it work? Because I've got my plots, I own my deeds, I've paid for that, and I've paid for perpetual care for the future. What's the legal ramification here to say that if the county takes it on, can you throw my bones somewhere else in 100 years? Or how does that work? I know in Europe you do, because I do have to pay for family in Europe for perpetual care. So I'm just curious.
Okay, let me know if I miss any. Yeah, through you, the chair, let me know if I miss any of this. But in Canada, no, a municipality, especially if a private entity abandons or walks away from the cemetery, as a municipality, you need to care for that site forever. Currently, there's nothing in place to allow for resale like they do in Europe, and so it can be a burden for municipalities to look after these sites. At a minimum level, we need to provide access to graves. It does not mean we need to mow and line trim all of these sites. So as a first step, the plan looks to determine where that increased maintenance needs to be and how to manage that care fund dollar to really generate and improve our ability to sell lots and the price that we can sell lots for, and then downgrade the less active sites where we can just keep it to facilitating access. It's really important that we start to look at that interest generated from the care fund, look at reinvestment and building that asset, increasing your fees to ensure that you have the ability to care for these going forward. You need to care for them to some level, and you certainly need to provide access. But if you do not care for your active cemetery sites, then you will also not be able to sell those plots for a dollar value that will help the overall system.
Okay, if I could go back to my question, though. The question was that we have churches and other sites that are there now. What are we doing to help them to keep them in their organization so we don't take them over. Is there, like I remember we had a situation with a cemetery and the fence went out, but we helped them a bit. And can you explain that system? Because I know under the system how it works, but at the end of the day, we really don't want them. We want the churches.
Exactly.
I was looking for our staff to answer that. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll jump in here. Thank you, Councillor, and through the chair. Yes, we have a cemetery subsidy program. It's a small amount. It's intended to provide some financial assistance to those small rural cemeteries to keep them private. After all, they're run by volunteers who, frankly, are going to be able to do things far cheaper than staff doing them, as well as represent the local communities that they're in. It's the roots of the community. It's the history of the community. It's an important thing. And a lot of those cemeteries, those cemetery board members take that role quite to heart. Mind you, they are aging, and there are not people stepping up into those roles, and that's how we're finding transfers happening to the county when there is the reduced interest. Those people are aging. That's how Delhi Cemetery came to us, as a matter of fact, through that exact same process. However, we do have this plan gives us a little bit of direction, or not a little bit, quite considerable direction and options to engage further with those cemeteries. We've already met with a number of those cemetery boards, especially those that are under our county license that are operated as a hybrid, which is permitted by the province, to engage with them to provide, sometimes it's an in-kind support. They need some expertise. There are some of those cemeteries who just don't want they don't want the red tape, so we carry their license, we do their annual reporting for them, we do a lot of that back-end administrative work that they are not interested in. They want to just be out there on the site looking after families in their local community. So those supports are there, and firming up those relationships and making those supports an in-kind, sometimes it's just a load of gravel, making those in-kind supports available to them will extend their ability to be self-sustaining and avoid coming to the county.
Okay, next I have Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Going forward, to reduce the requirement for extra lands, what is the plan to put a columbarium at the Delhi site? I've had those questions from people who would like to see that happen. Could the consultant answer that?
Through you, the chair, there are, and I might pass this over to David, but the cemetery, the master plan recommends the need and the volume of columbaria over the next 25 years. Location specific is something that needs to be determined by community need and additional consultation. And I know staff have already been looking at specific sites such as Delhi for that need. I will pass it over to David to speak more to timing on that particular item.
Thank you, Amanda. Through the chair, to Councillor Columbus, yes, that certainly would be something firmly on our radar looking ahead, and I believe Council will see that coming forward in a future report through a new business initiative.
Thank you. My second question, does any cemetery board or former board, is there any such thing as a Friends of the Cemetery? You know, like we have Friends of the Libraries that would act as volunteers to offset some of the cost. Any thoughts on that?
Through you, the chair, yes, and we certainly recommend that we carve out a new role for those boards and volunteers, recognizing that the county won't be able to do everything, and that volunteers are a really critical asset in service delivery and making these places amazing special spaces to honor our loved ones. So it certainly is included as a recommendation and something that we have discussed with staff throughout the process.
Okay, no further questions on the consultant's report. I'm going to get a motion, if I may, to move that as information. I need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Michelli, seconded by Councillor Van den Riesche. All those in favor? That is carried. Okay, we'll now move on to the Cemeteries Master Plan, OPS-25-008. And David, that's your report.
I'll just underscore my earlier introduction and note to council the recommendations that are in the report and pass it over for discussion.
Questions from committee? I have one, if there are no hands yet. David, years ago, Town of Simcoe tried to buy lands to the south of Oakwood Cemetery. We had planned to buy the entire farm and portion it off for development and cemetery. But I still see land available there on the, I'll use the southwest end, that has not been developed, I assume, by the developer yet. Was there any consideration given, or will there be, looking at that land as, I'll use the word cash in lieu of parkland? Can it be that type of negotiation? I mean, there is room down there, and that was always a fear we had, that the cemetery would become landlocked.
To the chair, I would maybe pass that over to somebody in the room who might be better positioned to just speak to the development that's planned for the property south of the cemetery.
Through the chair, I'll do my best. I do know the piece of land that you speak of, and we are presently, I'm on a parks perspective dealing with the developer there, so I will definitely look into that at our next meeting, but I don't think that piece of property that we're talking about is in the development land, but I'll get correction on that at our next meeting.
Yeah, I think it would be directly south of the building that's on the property, up in that area.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions? Sorry, Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. I think I heard in the presentation from the consultant that we don't currently sell cremation lots. Can you just help me understand why we wouldn't?
Through the chair, we technically do have some cremation lots surveyed at Oakwood Cemetery. There was never uptake on sales within the resident community. I would go back to, I believe, around 2016 when the Oakwood Cemetery bylaw was updated. At the time, staff recommended that the allowable number of cremations in full graves be increased from, I believe, 3 to 6 currently. I know I had comments from our consultant through the planning phase that they'd never seen a cemetery in all their work, in all their time, that allowed 6 cremations on a regular standard grave. What that effectively did was put our cremation lots out of business. They were no longer a viable sale point to the resident community based on, you know, the volume you could inter in a regular grave versus the 1 or 2 in a cremation lot per price. So people defaulted back to regular graves naturally. So there is, you know, discussion at the staff level that we review this, realign and resurvey to reoffer a new type of cremation lot that would be suitable for just one cremation at, you know, and to maintain an affordable price and create that niche market within our own cemetery.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. By the comments from the consultant, it sounds like we're anticipating in the next 25 years, obviously, growth in cremations. So this, to me, would seem like a timely thing that we should probably get on quickly. Thank you.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'm still not sure what we're supposed to do with this today, that receive it in principle, and we'll talk about things about drafting a bylaw and all that, but when will we discuss actually the nitty-gritty of the report? Like, do we want to look at green burials? Do we want to look at adding space that we can do the directional burials for different religious groups? Is that all coming later, like when you bring a draft bylaw, or do you want some direction today? Are we going to look into things more? Like, again, I'm still a little disappointed that I don't trust any of the projections, because we just added 40% more, but those numbers aren't built into our projections. maybe we should, get a follow-up report with the priority with which you will implement some of the recommendations that we are going to receive in principle today. And, where do we go from here on this? That I'm a little confused, but that's pretty common for me, so.
Through the chair of the councillor, I probably wear some of your confusion. When we got into the master plan, you are right, there are many, many, many elements that we could have went into. So what staff had did is we've highlighted a handful of ones we will move ahead with. Part of that is having regular meetings with our industry, funeral homes, grave markers, makers, that sort of thing. And out of these, we feel with this communication with the community that we will get feedback, and I think it's recommendation 3 that we wanted to let council know that you will have more reports coming in the cemetery world. I think it's just a lot coming at us at once, and we could have probably labeled this with 104 recommendations, but we didn't think that was fair. So what we'd like to do is maybe there's some low-hanging fruit we can get off the ground. We have council's nod to go ahead, continue with your public consulting, see what you've got, and if we've learned anything in the last 5 years of cemeteries or maybe 10 years of cemeteries, and the consultant can comment, as direct or full burials are becoming less, cremations are becoming more. You are right, there are different nationalities and stuff who have different beliefs, and that will hit Norfolk at some time. So I think this master plan opens the door to some of that, and then it'll be staff's job to bring more detailed reports to council in the cemetery world as things unfold, if that helps.
Well, like even the opening line that we, of the draft motion, that we approve this in principle. Like, I'm not ready to go there. Like, I'd be happy to receive the draft as information right now, but approving it in principle means I'm agreeing with every sort of conclusion and recommendation in there, and I'm not quite ready to do that. So, would that be fair game that we amend it at least right now? We're going to receive it as information at the moment, and expect future reports later on how to implement individual recommendations as staff sift through it more and get more detail and more facts for us?
Through the chair to the councillor, if council is more comfortable with that would be, staff would be agreeable to that. I think we just wanted to get this document in front of council, and then staff have a guiding principles as they move forward to refer back to the plan, and yes, it was mentioned in the plan, and bring reports here. So I think if you wanted to amend that, staff would be agreeable to that.
Then could I look to the clerk, and there is no motion on the floor, but I would put the one on the floor, the staff recommendation, but the second line that the recommendations and concept of the cemetery's master plan be approved in principle, take that and just say that the draft cemetery's master plan be received as information as well. So,
well, Councillor Van Passen, it's already in the first line. Why not just
no,
strike that?
That's the actual report.
You don't want to?
That stays there. The report OPS 25008 is one thing, and then there's the draft master plan that was the presentation, that is that 110-page document. I'm not ready to accept that as the final say. I'm going to sort of receive it. We've looked at it. We read it. Staff will bring back the bits and pieces when they look to implement it. So.
Any other, before I call, or you want that as an amendment?
No, there is no motion to amend, so I'm putting forth the motion that we received the report and we received the draft master plan as information.
Okay, you got that?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. We've made the change now on the screen. We've removed the comments, so the resolution for the most part stands, except for receiving it in principle, if that's satisfactory.
Yep. So I'd put forth the motion. If there's a seconder, then we could carry on. So.
Okay, that's a motion. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Duthie? Any further questions? All those in favor? That is carried. Okay. Just another comment on that, if I may. Question, you mentioned there's 9 acres left at Oakwood. Is that the area that's all treed? It's not really suitable for interments of any type unless you remove trees, I would think.
That would be the only way to do it. You're correct, Councillor.
Okay. That's why I thought the other area would be better. But anyways, okay, moving on. So we're done with that, folks, okay? Next, we have Enbridge Gas. Welcome, Julie Alexander from Enbridge Gas. Are you online? Is she online? Welcome. You have the floor. And if you may, I think we've all read the agreement, but if you would please go through it with us or highlight it, and we'll go from there. We can't hear you. Are you muted?
Can you hear me now?
Very faintly, yes. Can you speak up into the...
Yeah, let me just try and...
Yeah, bring the mic closer. Maybe that might help.
Can you hear me now?
A little better. Everybody happy with that? Just show of hands if you're happy with the voice.
I can try taking my headphones off
That's
and
better.
see if that's
better.
If that's better. That's better? Okay.
Yes. Go ahead.
Great.
You have the floor.
Thank you. Can everyone see my screen okay?
Yep.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor Martin and members of council. Thank you for allowing us to present today. The first slide we have is just an overview of Enbridge Gas in Ontario. We have been in business for over 175 years, providing safe and reliable service to 3.9 million customers in Ontario. We also own Canada's largest integrative underground storage facility, the Dawn Storage Hub, and this is one of the top gas trading hubs in North America. We manage $30 billion in assets in 313 municipalities and 20 Indigenous communities. Our current operations in Norfolk County, we have been providing natural gas services in Norfolk since 1904, and we currently service approximately 24,600 customers in the county. We obviously have employees who live and work in various communities. In 2024, we were pleased to provide the Norfolk County Fire and Rescue Services Department with Project Zero. This is a program that Enbridge has proudly supported for 16 years, where we donate carbonation, carbon monoxide, and smoke alarms to local fire departments to distribute within the community. We've also been involved in many community events, including donation of gas barbecues to various chambers events, more specifically in the community of Simcoe. And we also provided a grant last year to the Norfolk County Agricultural Society. We do have a group of gas technicians that provide volunteering at Campfire Circle every year. And in 2025, Campfire Circle will be receiving a $5,000 donation from Enbridge. So the topic today is the municipal franchise agreement. This is an agreement between Norfolk County and Enbridge Gas, but more broadly, it's an agreement between municipalities that want gas distribution services within their boundaries and a natural gas distributor that wants to provide that service. So the franchise agreement must be submitted to the Ontario Energy Board for approval under the Municipal Franchises Act. So all the terms and conditions for the franchise agreement are set by the OEB. There was a model franchise agreement that was adopted by the OEB back in 2000, and this is the framework that is used for all franchise agreements throughout the province. The franchise agreement details the terms and conditions of the agreement between Enbridge Gas and, in this case, Norfolk County. So specific to Norfolk County, the franchise agreement will expire on February 14th, 2026. The reason that we reach out so early to the municipality is because this process can take anywhere from 6 to 12 months. The current model franchise agreement has been in place since January of 2000. This was a negotiated collaboration between various municipalities. The Association of Municipalities of Ontario, better known as AMO, gas distribution utilities operating at the time, and obviously the Ontario Energy Board as the governing body. Excuse me. The model franchise agreement was designed to ensure a consistent regulatory framework was in place throughout the province. The OEB's Natural Gas Facilities Handbook directs that franchise agreements be based on this model franchise agreement unless there are compelling reasons to deviate from it. Just some important things to note. Any costs to our operations, such as permits and other fees charged by municipalities, these have been consistently deemed by the Ontario Energy Board to be recoverable in rates, and these would be passed on to consumers. Any changes made to the model franchise agreement by the Ontario Energy Board will automatically be incorporated into any franchise agreements that are active in the various municipalities across the province. So if any changes are made, these changes will be implemented in the 7th year or the 14th year anniversary. And just want to note that the current term of the franchise agreement that is up for discussion is 20 years. And the last point that I would like to make is I just want to make it really clear that when municipalities sign the franchise agreement, this does not force customers to continue using natural gas. Enbridge has many incentives and programs in place to actually help commercial, industrial, and residential customers reduce their natural gas consumption, provided they qualify. So I just wanted to make that point clear. If someone wanted to, say, remove their gas furnace and put in a heat pump, the franchise agreement does not preclude them or negate them from doing that.
Sorry,
I
Julie.
think I am
Is that
under
it?
my 5 minutes. Yeah, I tried to stay within my time frame, but Pat and I are happy to take any questions.
Questions from committee? Councillor Van Arishi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for natural gas. There are many people in our rural area that would love to have gas down their roadways. Is there a possibility, or how intense is it to be able to go to the ministry to try to provide that?
So there is a process. The person or people that want natural gas would have to submit an application through our Get Connected. Broadly, we have to have the loads and the pressure that those customers would want before we are able to conduct a feasibility to see if the project would be viable. And any calculations that we use for that are done on a prescriptive formula from the Ontario Energy Board.
And would this be a cost that's, excuse me, fully burdened by those who are looking to have natural gas being brought down the road?
If it's private, then yes, they would bear the cost of that to a certain degree. There's like a 40-year outlook that can be used. In some cases, if it's municipally driven and there are a bunch of residents or a bunch of businesses, then they can all go under one project and be considered that way.
So they can group together?
Yes, they can. If they're in one vicinity, like we wouldn't be able to group someone, say, on concession 2 with someone on concession 8 because the kilometers of pipe that would be required would just be too great. So they would have to be in the same vicinity to be considered as a same project. But Pat, is there anything you want to add to that?
Just a couple of things. When we're looking at extending service to new areas, it's all based, the contributions that customers had to make are based on the revenues that we would get from their load. So we would initially do a calculation of what it would cost to provide a main line and service to those customers, determine what the revenue would be from those customers based on their loads, if it was a residential load or commercial load. And then the difference would have to be made up as a contribution from the customers themselves. And as Julie said, there are longer-term surcharges to recover those costs, or the customer can pay the contribution up front. And in the past, there have been natural gas expansion program funding available through the provincial government. There was, I know there was a couple of projects the last go around in the Turkey Point area that the government did not choose for funding from their program, but there's a few hundred projects that are in the hopper that we've been asking the government to establish another natural gas expansion program, but we haven't heard one way or the other that way.
Sorry, Councilor Shelley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To Julie or Patrick, whoever can answer this, I guess, Patrick, you mentioned there are hundreds of projects in this hopper that are awaiting government approval. Can you provide us maybe with just a small sort of anecdotal estimate about how many of those are in Norfolk County?
I wouldn't say that they're awaiting government approval. The last go round of the last phase of the natural gas expansion program, we provided over 200 project proposals to the government for funding, and they chose a total of 27. And so we have nearly 200 of those projects that are left unfunded or uneconomic unless extra funding is found to support them. And in the meantime, we've had various communities approach us with projects that they would like considered for funding. They are not sustainable on their own, so we have added them to the list of projects that should the government establish a program, we would have, as I said, a couple hundred projects to put in front of them to see which ones they would sponsor. And the projects that didn't get funding last time in the Turkey Point area, they're still out there. They were feasible with a certain amount of funding through the natural gas expansion program, but did not make the cut in the last phase. So they're still on the list. If the government announced the program, we would obviously update the needs for these projects to see if there is more load that could be attracted for these projects. And again, we would have to put them through the government, and they would make the decision on which projects would be funded.
Thank you.
Any further questions from committee? Seeing none, may I have a motion to approve the presentation as information? Moved by Mayor Martin, seconded by Councilor Shelley. All those in favor? That is carried. Next, we have the CAO report -25-042, and the clerk will present that on the Enbridge gas franchise agreement.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Brunton. So the report is in front of council. I won't go into a lot of detail, but I'm pleased to answer any questions the committee might have at this point.
Councillor Van Enrichie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. So it's typical agreement. It runs through the through our attorneys to check it out. That's it, and then it's done. Pretty well.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. It is pretty highly regulated by the Ontario Energy Board, so municipalities don't have a lot of flexibility.
Exactly, exactly. Thank you very much.
Okay, you see the recommendations in front of you. You put them on the screen. Do you need a minute to read them over? I'll be looking for a mover and a seconder on that report. Moved by Councillor Duthie, seconded by Mayor Martin. All those in favor? That is carried. Okay, we're going to skip over communications for now. We're going to go to the 8.1 on your agenda, 8.11, the community-led initiatives regarding pickleball courts in Turkey Point. CAO report 25-039. And I guess Stephanie, you're presenting that report? Okay, you have the floor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through the Deputy Mayor to the Mayor and Council, before you is a community-led initiatives application from the Turkey Point Pickleball Committee proposing the construction of dedicated outdoor pickleball courts in Turkey Point Park. The attached quote for 3 courts is estimated at $224,500 with an alternative estimate of $173,200 for 2 courts. Under the terms of the proposal, the committee is requesting that Norfolk County contribute $120,000 for 2 dedicated pickleball courts as outlined in the approved capital budget. The committee would then raise the remaining capital funding to complete the project. To complete the 3-court scope, the committee would require an additional $50,000 commitment from Norfolk County for a total contribution of $170,000. Upon completion, the asset itself would be owned and operated by the county. Annual operating costs for 2 courts are estimated at $7,000 plus annual life cycle costs of $18,200. Because the Turkey Point Pickleball Committee is an unincorporated entity, they have partnered with Norfolk Community Foundation to manage the fundraising. Construction would commence only once all donations had been fully raised and transferred to the county. The county would need to hold the contract with the construction contractor to ensure legal and financial accountability for the project. The Pickleball Committee has negotiated in-kind contributions with a local contractor, 214 Carson Co., to reduce the construction costs and would like to single source the project. Council approval would be needed to single source this work. County staff would need to review and approve all project specifications, plans, and engineering drawings prior to construction to ensure compliance with county standards. If approved by council, the application proposes that construction begin in Q2 of 2025. Staff would like to note that we will work with the committee to attempt to meet this timeframe. However, Long Point Region Conservation Authority permit approval is still required, along with the completion of all project fundraising and the execution of legal agreements between the county and Norfolk Community Foundation and 214 Carson Co. We do anticipate that this could push the construction into the summer, and we would recommend delaying construction until the busy tourist season has passed in that case. The project itself has received significant community support and interest. However, as council is aware, there is a large divide in the community between those in support and those who object to the project. Many Turkey Point residents oppose the project and have raised concerns regarding noise, traffic, parking, and environmental impact due to the proximity to conservation land. The draft recreation master plan recommends constructing 2 courts instead of 3 to help mitigate these concerns, and will recommend 2 multi-purpose courts for Turkey Point Park to allow pickleball, tennis, and potentially basketball players of all ages to enjoy the space. The final report has not been considered by council. It is expected in Q2. The Pickleball Committee has stated that they would not support the multi-use courts, and they would only like to support dedicated pickleball courts. If council would like to proceed with the new courts in Turkey Point Park, staff have identified a path forward and present two options for council's consideration. Option 1 is to support the community-led initiatives application for dedicated pickleball courts in Turkey Point Park as outlined in the community-led initiatives proposal. Option 2 is to proceed with the multi-use courts in Turkey Point Park consistent with the forthcoming recommendations in the revised recreation master plan, and staff would include the proposed multi-use courts in our community sport and recreation infrastructure application. Thank you for your consideration. Staff are available to answer questions.
Thank you, Stephanie. Okay, we'll start with Councillor Berry.
Thanks, Chair. Stephanie, with the construction, I understand, so the contribution from Norfolk County, fine, the balance put together by the committee. In the event that there is an overage, which often happens, where would that fall? Does that become a county cost additionally, or does that become an additional cost for the committee?
My understanding, and maybe the CEO can clarify, is that if there were additional funds required to construct the courts, that it would be the responsibility of the Pickleball Committee, and we wouldn't commence construction until all the funds had been raised and that had been agreed to.
Correct? Okay, thank you.
Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, I wonder if I could ask Ms. Van Dyke to comment on the procurement aspect. I know it was detailed in the report. I must confess it did give me some cause for concern when I read those comments. And so I wonder if maybe you can just sort of share that. But then also if there is any other avenue where staff have talked with the group, perhaps to have a deeper engagement with the Community Foundation or something to somewhat negate this issue around procurement. I'm not sure what that may look like. The flag drawn by staff was a concern for me also.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Councillor Duthie. So because of the fact that the county would be required to pay the contractor, the county needs to hold the contract with the contractor. So that means that we need to follow our procurement process. From the perspective of the purchasing department, it is always preferable that we do an open, public, transparent procurement. And so that is why our procurement staff are making the comments that they are in the report. The procurement policy does allow for council to pass an exemption, and that is outlined in the report as well to single source. And I think procurement staff are indicating that in this case, the justification would be the availability or the offer of in-kind services. Otherwise, it would be the position of procurement staff that it is always better to undertake an open public procurement process, particularly when we are aware of or have reason to believe that there would be multiple companies who are capable of doing this work.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think the committee's obviously done a great job of trying to source funding and other options for them. So I didn't want to sort of sidestep that at all. We've done some great work, but I was very cautious of the position it put us in. So I appreciate your comments.
Other questions from committee? I have a question, and Stephanie, I'm not sure if you're the one that would answer this. When we did the master plan for recreation, were the new courts made available or known to the public at the auditorium at the Agricultural Society? I think there's 6 new courts there that are, to my knowledge, not being used other than on the odd weekend afternoon.
Sure. So to the Deputy Mayor, I might refer that question to our Director of Recreation, who's available online. I'm not sure if that was information made available to the public. I know the draft Recreation Master Plan did recommend 2 dedicated courts in Turkey Point, and that recommendation is being changed to multi-use courts for the final draft that will be considered by Council.
Nikki, are you there?
Through you,
Councillor Breton. Could you repeat your question? Which courts were you referring to?
The courts that the Agricultural Society have made available at the I call it the OD, the CIBC auditorium.
Gotcha. Okay, sorry. No, they were not included in any of our master plan proposal or anything. The courts are there and available, but they are only available during the day. And they're only available between, I want to say, November and May. After that, it's too warm in there and they won't rent them out through the summer because they do not have air conditioning. So they are just indoor courts that augment the ones that we do have here at the rec center.
Okay, and the weekend, you mentioned through the day, through the week, but also I understand they rent out on the weekends. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. They do rent them out as long as there's no larger events that are occurring.
Okay. So how many, if I may ask, how many pickleball courts now do we have, counting outdoor and indoor?
Oh, so in our presentation, there is 19 that we've identified that are good surfaced courts. That does include the 6 here at the rec center, even though they are on the polished concrete at the moment, but we are proposing for a different floor type in the rec center.
You see, it does include the 6 at the OD? Or it
No,
doesn't?
it includes the 6 that we have here at the Simcoe Recreation Center.
Okay. Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was going to be my comment. I think I read the report. We have 19 pickleball courts, but we have 0 actual dedicated pickleball courts. We've got masking tape on an old arena floor. We've got masking tape in our community centers. We've got some tennis courts with extra lines painted on them, basketball surfaces with extra lines painted on. But what we don't have is any dedicated pickleball court with the right dimensions, size, or line, surface, all of that. We have none of them. So I think that's what this proposal of the community-led initiative is putting forth, is that they will be dedicated pickleball courts. They're smaller in size than tennis courts. The nets are different. The surface is different. And that's what they're looking to bring to Norfolk County for all of the citizens to use. So.
Councillor Van Arishi.
Last time when we were discussing this, there was Victoria was an option as well. Is that off the table again, or?
I guess that'd be a question for Nikki.
Nikki, yes.
Again, Mr. Chairman, we're not discussing the overall rec plan right now. We have a proposal from this group, a community-led initiative. They've spent a lot of time, trouble on the paperwork, and that's what's being brought forth today. I'm sure the Victoria one will come up for discussion at 6:30 at the rec center tonight, right? So, and we won't be there because we'll be still sitting in here.
Still sitting here. I'll retract my question, therefore.
Okay, any further questions from committee? We have 2 options in front of us. What have we decided? Councillor Van Passen.
Well, I will take the blame for this because I have been all year already. So I will put forth the motion with option 1, and we accept the offer from the community to support the 2 dedicated pads with a single source supplier who's going to donate 50 grand of his time and money, and there's another supplier who's going to donate their time and money, and the community is going to donate their time and money. And I think it's a pretty good deal for Norfolk County, and I think that they've worked, you know, there is that little split, there was that little split, and we had members of the community today here again. But I think they've done a good job of sort of the balancing act between getting something new for some with the least amount of problems for others. So I'll support option 1 and the rest of the staff recommendation.
Do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Columbus. No further discussion. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3. Opposed? 2. I think that motion's carried. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I think we'll take a short break here, maybe come back at 3:15, if that's okay.
Soon after, members of council and I took our seats right here in council chambers last November, we began to plan the direction we'd like to see Norfolk County take over the next 4 years and beyond. A direction that builds on our strengths and sets a strong foundation in place for future generations. We looked outward to the people of Norfolk for input. We listened to you, the valued members of our community, from our sandy lake shores, our vibrant downtowns, our picturesque countryside, and our bountiful farmland. We engaged leaders from local businesses and community agencies. We gathered ideas from our team across the county. Based on what we've heard, we created Our Future Norfolk, a set of priorities that focuses on 5 key areas: empowering Norfolk, building Norfolk, connecting Norfolk, serving Norfolk, and sustaining Norfolk. These priorities, along with the initiatives and activities that drive them, will guide council and staff as we work together to serve you and all of the members of our community over the next 4 years. On behalf of Norfolk County Council and staff, we invite you to check out our website at norfolkcounty.ca/Our Future Norfolk and return frequently to learn more about our path to a vibrant and strong future for all of us, now and in the years to come.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. The first big question is, what is the official plan? Norfolk County's official plan describes Council's policy on how lands in our community should be used, managed, and developed. It is prepared with community input and helps to ensure the future planning and development will meet the specific needs of our community. An official plan includes issues such as where new housing, industry, offices, and shops will be located, and what services like roads, water mains, sewers, parks, and schools will be needed. It also defines when and in what order our community will grow and outlines community improvement initiatives. The official plan is approved by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing in Ontario. The current official plan was adopted in 2016 with a goal to manage the growth of this county for the next 20 years. Residents can see Norfolk County official plan on our website at norfolkcounty.ca/official plan. What is a secondary plan? A secondary plan is a more detailed policy document embedded within the official plan to address the growth and development issues unique to a specific area of the county. For example, the lakeshore area in Norfolk County or a particular urban area with defined characteristics can be a secondary plan. As I mentioned, it is a more detailed policy document. It provides directions on where future development will occur with a guideline on density, road access, infrastructure services, different building types, building heights, or even design guidelines that are compatible to that specific area. In Norfolk County, there is only one secondary plan at this moment, which is the Lakeshore Special Policy Area Secondary Plan. The Port Dover Secondary Plan would be the second plan the county is working on at this moment. What does the land use designation of a property mean? Norfolk County's official plan also identifies how individual land or a group of lands will be used, and this is done by the land use designation. In Norfolk County, a lot of lands have been designated as agricultural. Some areas have been designated as hazard lands because of their specific natural features. An example would be the natural creeks, streams, rivers, or shoreline areas. Some lands have been designated as residential, commercial, or industrial to efficiently manage the growth of specific land use. Each land designation has rules about the kind of development allowed. The official plan uses growth management data to identify where and how much growth will occur in the next 20 years. In accordance with the provincial requirement, Norfolk County reviews and updates these growth areas every 5 years. What is the process of changing an official plan designation? A landowner can request to change the designation of the land through an official plan amendment application. This change requires a public hearing meeting and council's decision. A landowner needs to consult with a planner to get more information about this process and to identify the required documents they must submit. Any official plan amendment needs to conform to the provincial policy statement, which is a planning policy document that affects all municipalities across Ontario. This provincial policy statement is currently under review and may change in the future. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I'm Jacob, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes on a capital project in Norfolk County. We begin planning capital projects by analyzing our infrastructure needs related to roads, water mains, storm and sanitary sewers, as well as bridges. We assess their overall condition, age, and servicing requirements. This provides a solid foundation to ensure Norfolk has the hard infrastructure for current and future needs. Once a project is determined and approved by Council, we retain an engineer to complete the design. During this stage, we engage the public through public information centers or postings on the county website to inform them of the upcoming project and provide an opportunity to share feedback. After the design is completed and all approvals are in place, we hire a contractor through a public bidding process. During the construction phase, we track progress, budget, and continue to engage with the public. We also work with other departments to ensure the overall success of the project. Once complete, we report and track any warranty issues for 2 years. We measure a project's success by its ability to enhance infrastructure and positively impact residents. As a Norfolk County employee, I enjoy building the community that has given me so much. Thank you for taking the time to join me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
We all have the right to feel safe at work, when spending time with friends and family, when participating in activities or attending a public meeting or event. Norfolk County is committed to ensuring our spaces and workplaces are safe. Our respect and responsibility policy outlines the code of conduct for employees, patrons, contractors, volunteers, coaches, and spectators. This code of conduct also applies to phone calls, emails, and virtual and social media platforms. We all play a part in fostering a respectful and safe environment. Inappropriate behaviors such as swearing, name-calling, verbal and physical threats, physical violence, harassment, and vandalism will not be tolerated. Staff have the right to take action when incidents occur. This may include denying service, asking individuals to leave, contacting the police, or, if necessary, suspending them from county programs and facilities. Those responsible for damaging county property will be required to cover the cost of repairs, fees, and lost revenues. We are committed to providing high-quality customer service and a safe and respectful environment for all. For more information about our respect and responsibility policy, visit norfolkcounty.ca/RNR.
Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those, like, what types of planning applications are there? There are 4 main types of planning applications for different needs. First, there are minor variances and different types of severances. These are reviewed by Norfolk County's Committee of Adjustment. An example of a minor variance is when a garage is being built closer to a property line or is taller than what is permitted in the zoning bylaw. An example of a consent to sever is creating a new lot to allow for a new house. Second, are zoning bylaw and official plan amendments that are considered at council. An example is changing the permission in an urban area to allow for a triplex where a single detached dwelling is permitted. Third, are applications that Ontario's Planning Act gives Norfolk County's Planning Department authority to approve. For example, a draft plan of condominium or subdivision, which are types of applications which enable the division of land for future housing. And fourth are applications which rely on approval from another regulator, such as telecommunications towers and hazard land boundary line adjustments. As a resident, when do I need to submit a planning application? For the average homeowner, a planning application may be required if your project does not meet the requirements of the zoning bylaw or official plan, or your property falls under site plan control. The building department will let you know that a planning application is required. If you want to change the boundaries of your lot, create an easement, or create a new lot from your property, you will need to apply for a consent to sever with the planning department. What is a pre-consultation meeting? A pre-consultation meeting is the first step of a planning application and allows staff to clarify the application process and provide a checklist of documents required. A complete application can reduce the time required for review and decision-making. Applications that must undergo a pre-consultation meeting before the application can be submitted include official plan amendments, zoning bylaw amendments, draft plans of subdivision, draft plans of condominium, and site plan applications. A meeting may also be required for certain Committee of Adjustment applications. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842. You can also email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. A common question is, what is zoning? Zoning is a way of categorizing how land can be used. Norfolk County has identified through its zoning bylaw different land use zones, for example, commercial, agricultural, or residential, what they can be used for, and any required standards, for example, building size and location. Zoning must be maintained by any development or activity that has started from the date the zoning bylaw has been passed by the county. What is the process of changing a zoning bylaw? A common reason that residents are referred to the planning department is because their proposal does not meet the current zoning bylaw provisions. If a landowner wants to change the land use from what is permitted in the existing zoning, a change in the zoning bylaw would be required. For example, changing the permission from only a single detached dwelling to expand the permission to build a triplex. This is called a zoning bylaw amendment and it requires council's approval. A planning application known as a minor variance can be submitted for a minor change in the zoning bylaw, such as the height or size of a structure. Minor variances are reviewed by the Committee of Adjustment that is made up of citizen members who are appointed by council. The committee is governed by the Planning Act and holds public meetings to approve applications for minor variances and consents. A minor variance must meet the 4 tests to be approved. 1, the change is minor. 2, the development is desirable for the appropriate use of the land, building, or structure. 3, the change maintains the general intent and purpose of the official plan. And 4, the change maintains the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. What happens after a decision is made by the Committee of Adjustment? If the committee approves an application, the applicant and anyone else involved is notified. Certain parties can appeal a decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal within a 20-day appeal period. If no appeals are filed, the county issues notice that the decision is final. For minor variances, an applicant can now proceed with the building permit process. For severances, specific conditions must be met within 2 years, or the application will expire and the process will need to restart from the beginning. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here and this video series will answer some of those. What is a severance? Severance is a planning process to separate a piece of land from an existing lot, generally for the purpose of a new development within a new lot. There are 3 different common types of severances to receive in Norfolk County. The first one is when a piece of land is separated to create a new parcel of vacant land. For example, a landowner may have a large lot and wish to separate a piece of land from the original lot with the intention to sell the lot to a new owner. In that case, both lots need to comply with existing zoning requirements such as setbacks of any existing or new buildings from the property lines. The second one is a surplus farm dwelling severance. It happens when a landowner purchases additional farmlands and a residence on one of the properties is no longer required for their farming operation. In this case, the owner can sever the piece of land that contains the redundant residential dwelling. And the third kind of severance can be a boundary adjustment between two adjacent properties, where one property owner agrees to transfer a piece of their land to the other owner. There are various reasons we received a boundary adjustment severance, such as to allow additional lands, to accommodate a building construction, or to construct an extended septic system, or to resolve the setback deficiency of an existing lot. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is a subdivision? If a landowner would like to divide their property into 3 pieces of land, they can submit a severance application.
Okay, we're ready?
Yep.
All right, we're ready to roll, everybody? I'm passing, and we'll be here shortly, I hope. I'm going back to item 7, communications. We have 3 communication items today. The LPRCA 2024 financial statement, the email from Penny Brown at Turkey Point Pickleball, and an email from Turkstra Lumber. I won't get into the details, but you've read them all. Any questions or concerns with those 3 communications? Seeing none, can I have a motion to receive them? Moved by Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Berry. All those in favor? That is carried. Okay, now we're back to a little agenda out here. I believe Environmental Infrastructure Services Division, 8.2.1. Award of single source supply, haulage and disposal of garbage, EIS 25-011. And Stephanie, you are going to introduce that report. You have the floor.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. So through the chair to council, the report that you have in front of you, EIS 25-011, is seeking council approval to award the contract for the processing of leaf and yard waste to Try Recycling and the contract for green bin processing of green bin material to Generate Resource Recovery LP. Staff would also like council to permit a single source supply with Walker Environmental Group Incorporated for the transfer, haulage, and disposal of garbage. Staff had brought a series of reports to council in 2024 to discuss the various waste management programs and obtain approval for the future programs, including a curbside green bin program and an expanded leaf and yard waste program, all of which will begin in September of 2026. Throughout 2025, staff have been preparing several procurement documents to acquire qualified contractors for the various waste management programs. To align the current and impending contracts and avoid renegotiations mid-contract, these need to expire at the same time in 2023. As noted in the report, Try Recycling, which is located outside of London, was the lowest compliant bidder for the processing of leaf and yard waste at $28.89 per ton. Generate Resource Recovery, who are located just outside of Drumbo, were the lowest bidder for the processing of the green bin material at $78 per ton. And just to note, this is only for the processing of portion of these contracts. Another tender will be issued for the collection, transfer, and haulage of these materials later this year. So Norfolk County currently has a contract with Walker's Environmental Group for the transfer, haulage, and disposal of garbage to their South Landfill. This expires in October of 2030. At that time, staff would be required to either renegotiate the terms mid-contract or attempt to obtain another contract for these services, which could lead to be difficult with the limited amount of landfill capacity available. As a result, staff are requesting council approval for a single source with Walker Environmental from October 2030 to September 2033 under the same terms and conditions as the existing contract. This will allow Norfolk County to leverage the existing contract with Walker Environmental Group and align with the expiry of the curbside collection and processing contracts. And with that, we're willing to accept questions.
Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Stephanie, I know this is, with respect to the bins themselves for green bins, where's that stage at? And where's the cost to those actual green bins that the material goes into?
Through the chair to Councillor Columbus. So the green bin procurement will be further on in 2025. We have to award the curbside collection contract first before we get to that point.
So there's the processing, there's the collection, and then there's the bin cost. So we don't have an accumulation of what all three of those cost per household, do we?
That's correct, not yet.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Brenton. Through you, can you, like I'm in kindergarten, can you describe, I put my garbage out at the curb. What then happens? Like, what's the, like, I understand the, I think to some degree, but I just want to be really sure that I'm understanding everything correctly.
Through the chair to Councillor Huffman. So when your garbage is placed out at the curb, so do you want me to go through all of the streams or just garbage in particular? No, all the streams. Okay, so for garbage, first of all, it's set out at the curb, it's picked up. Under our current contract, it's taken to Norfolk Disposal, and there it's put into what's called a walking floor trailer, so it's a 53-foot trailer, and then it's taken to the landfill for disposal, which is outside of Thorold at the South Landfill. For leaf and yard waste, currently it's picked up at the curb if you're eligible for curbside collection, and it's taken directly by the waste collection vehicles to our current vendor outside of Langton. However, under this award, it would likely be transferred into a larger capacity trailer and then taken to London. The curbside trucks likely wouldn't go to London. They're not intended for like a long haul distance. And then the same would be for organics. So it would be picked up at the curb, again, transferred at a facility, put into a larger container, depending on the volume of material, which we're unsure at this point because it's a new program, and then taken to the facility outside of Drumbo for processing.
So our current contracts that we have right now for our waste management, we would not be using that provider anymore. Am I correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Huffman, our understanding is that they're looking at retiring, so they did not submit a bid.
Okay, perfect. Just want to make sure I wasn't missing a step there somewhere. Okay.
Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm just going to follow up with Councillor Huffman and Marissa. I'll be in senior kindergarten. Okay. I just want to make sure for members of the public who are watching, what we are discussing here today is not connected in any real way to the producer responsibility recycling program that will be running in future, correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Michelli, that is correct. The producer responsibility program is just for recycling. Green bin material, leaf and yard waste are not part of the producer responsibility framework.
Any other questions? Councillor Vanden Riche.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. So I have a question of the process. The leaf and yard waste material, we have a designated areas where that's picked up. That's not general across the board, and yet the green bin will be general across the board, correct? Okay, why is it that if you're going to come around for the green bin, why is it, and I take it's the same contract for the leaf and yard waste, why is it that other people on their yards can't get picked up? You're not you're not in a community, you're not in town, but you're wherever, you're just outside of some places. And that's where I get most of my complaints is, I'm just outside there, why can't they pick it up? And why can't they?
Through the chair to Councillor Vandendriessche. So those were discussions that we had last September regarding collection zones and areas. So council had decided that green bin would be collected county-wide, and leaf and yard waste was decided that we would expand it to 20 residential hamlets.
Didn't we have discussion to say that we were going to expand that on the hamlets?
Through the chair to Councillor Vandendriessche. So we did expand that leaf and yard waste collection program. Currently, there's 11 urban areas and hamlets, and starting in September of 2026, there'll be 20 urban areas and hamlets included in that program.
But my question still exists. I mean, if you're driving the road anyway, I'm still not understanding why. I think we should be revisiting the sense of some bit of equity out there for that process.
Sorry, you're done. Okay, Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say, I think that in the future, when we do actually start with the green bins, that would allow us at budget time to possibly revisit it and expand it. But as of now, we have expanded it, but there's light at the end of the tunnel if we decide to take that on.
Okay, I have a couple of questions, if I may. Will you have, did I hear you say the green bin is going to be collected by the same person that's doing the leaf and yard waste? You shook your head at that. I didn't think you'd called that yet.
So, through the chair, the curbside collection contract has not been put out for bid yet. However, the same company will be responsible, or the successful vendor of that contract will be responsible for picking up curbside garbage, curbside leaf and yard waste, and curbside green bin material.
Okay, will you have, will we be able to see the weights for the regular garbage? Because the green bin should be in there now, I would assume, in with the regular garbage, if in the urban area perhaps anyways. So will you have a way of showing us how effective the green bin program is going to be?
Through the chair, yes. So we will be receiving separate tonnage information for each waste stream, just like we do now. So currently we receive the garbage tonnage as a separate amount, and it's invoiced separately. The recycling, when we were responsible for it, was weighed separately and invoiced separately. Leaf and yard waste is collected and weighed separately. So it'll be the same process for the new curbside collection contract.
Okay, so it could, you're saying it will the green bin be a separate item, like per ton?
Yes.
So, and it will, but it has to be the same contractor, you're saying?
That's correct.
Okay, interesting. And who's weighing? Is the contractor weighing it, or are we weighing it?
Through the chair, it would be the contractor weighing it. We request that they weigh it and provide the scale tickets.
Does that really make sense?
That's how most contracts have worked. I sourced other examples of collection contracts, and unless they have their own transfer facility, they do have third parties providing that, or their contractor are providing those weigh scale tickets. Those scales have to be certified through a Weights and Measures Act and through a certified scale program, so to avoid any issues, because there is currency involved over those weights, so it's all through a certified process.
Okay, I have a couple other questions here, so I'm clear, and you have 3 items collected at the curbside, correct?
That's correct.
Now, will you be able to, okay, you said you could measure by tonnage each one separately, okay? But can you separate, like, is the green bin going to be called as a separate item? What I'm getting at is, what if there's very little participation in the rural? What happens? What's the backup to that?
Through the chair, we would still be collecting that material. So we've made the decision to go down the road of collecting it curbside. So once we start that program, the expectation is that those trucks will be out collecting on a weekly basis.
Okay, I'm not disputing that you're going to do it, but I'm just saying, if there's not the participation, is it unit price separately in a contract?
Through the chair, it will be asked separately. Each material stream will be asked for pricing separately. In addition, we're looking at an extensive marketing campaign to assist with education and outreach in regards to the Green Bin program to assist with participation rates and education for residents.
Okay, so when you call this contract with 3 participants or 3 waste sources in it, we'll be able to see what the green bin costs separately, correct?
That's correct. So
to initiate, we won't see the tonnage yet, but we'll see the initial cost.
That's correct. So even our current contract now for waste collection services, there is a certain cost per ton for garbage collection, there's a certain cost per ton, or there was for recycling collection, and there was a certain cost per ton for leaf and yard waste collection.
Okay, and my last question, if I may, and it's regarding the blue box. Could that be the same contractor?
Through the chair, we have no responsibility for the Blue Box program anymore, so whomever Circular Materials decides to contract with, that's up to them. There is the potential that it could be the same contractor providing services, but it's a separate contract outside of Norfolk County.
Okay, and am I correct to assume that a lot of the commercial or downtown areas are no longer, how do I say it? We don't look after them. They have to look after themselves, correct?
Through the chair, come January 1st of 2026, the IC&I sector will be responsible for procuring their own services for recycling collection.
Okay, will we be advertising to those people to let them know ahead of time that we are no longer responsible?
Through the chair, that's correct. We, I believe when we discussed this in 2023, we had indicated that we would be sending out communication to those businesses that would be impacted.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Very.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks again there for this, Arissa there. It's, normally I have to listen to Al talk about the Leaf game to hear someone speak so passionately about garbage, but yeah, my question here is, why is the green bin processing per ton so much higher than the leaf waste processing per ton?
Through the chair to Councillor Very, it's based on the technology that would be used for the green bin material. In addition, there's stronger regulations around odor and things like that. So for leaf and yard waste, basically the process, it goes through a shredder and then it's placed in a windrow to further decompose and to go into, to create compost. For the organics, there's more of a process that has to go into place. There's more equipment that's used. So in the case for where our material is going, it's going to an anaerobic digester. So you're dealing with methane emissions. It's going into a large digester where it has to sit for a couple days, I believe, to create like a sludge of that material. And then there's stricter regulations for managing the material at the end of as compost as well. So typically you're seeing a much higher price because of the amount of equipment and technology that is used for processing that material.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Okay, the recommendations are there in front of you. I'm not going to read through them all. They're on the screen. Do you need a minute to read it, or you're satisfied? I need a mover for the report. Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Duthie. All those in favor? That is carried. Page here. Security updates, Talbot Gardens, OPS-25-012. Mr. Cridlin, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through County Council, staff report OPS 25-012 security updates at Talbot Gardens. I will start with, there is an error on page 1 of 5 of the report. The last recommendation we have that staff will will report back to council in the fall of 2025. That should be 2026. So with that, as council will recall, in October, November of 2024, council received various calls from users at Talbot Gardens expressing concerns with inappropriate behaviors happening within the grounds in the arena. As a result, staff report OPS 23-034 was presented on December 17th, 2024, and as a result, council approved the hiring of a security guard for Talbot Gardens until March 31st, 2025. A subsequent staff report was to be brought back, and that is the report I'm talking about today. Staff within the report offer 4 options for council to consider, but recommend option 4, and that is continuing with the guard until the fall, or continuing with the guard for another year, the spring of 2026, to gain more information. The review of 2025 shows there were 5 recorded incidents by the guard on inappropriate behavior. Most were minor in nature, I will say, and in most cases the individuals were... Sorry, Kim?
Sorry, no, I just was putting my hand up so I could ask.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yep, okay. Okay, back to where I was. And so five minor incidents, and in most cases, the individuals were asked to leave. We've got some feedback from the staff and some from the users that they felt the presence of the guard within Talbot was enough to probably eliminate a lot of the incidents of seeing somebody in there. Staff have also, even though it was only 3 months long, had learned that the reduction in the hours, if council does choose to go ahead with another season of the guard, that we will reduce that for the 2025 and 26 season from 49 hours a week down to 36. Staff also recommend that we go for the 2025-2026 season, and a further report comes back updating on the success of the pilot after a season and a half. We feel we'll be able to collect more data and get a better representation of what's going on. Finance staff have calculated it is about almost $19,000 for the guard for the fall of 2025, and then another $16,000 for the spring hockey season in 2026. Staff have had conversations with other municipalities which show there are many approaches to security guards in arenas. I think a lot of it comes down to the location of the arena. If you're in a downtown busy area where people tend to congregate, you may have more problems. And it also, some of these arenas have a lot more programming. They have a facility attached to them, so maybe it is an arena and a pool and it just keeps the flow of people going. They don't tend to have the problems that we were having at Talbot. Again, staff feel another season would give more data to decide if the guard should be permanent or not. And with that, I will turn it over to Norfolk County Council for any questions and debate they may have.
Questions from committee? Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Brunton. I guess my question is, this initiative came forward from one of my colleagues in respect to some issues that the hockey groups were having, and there were some safety concerns, et cetera, et cetera. I guess my question is, why would our allegiance just lie with the hockey community and we rent out Talbot to Norfolk lacrosse, minor lacrosse, through the summer months? There will be teams from out of town coming in. There will be practices held. The floor is very busy. So there will be, my anticipation is that the overnight shelter will be closed at that time, so I anticipate that we will have more members of the community gathering in that area, going to possibly access the bathrooms, etc. So I would see that we would have the same issues during the summer months with our lacrosse community that we did with the hockey community. So I would like to make sure that we treat all of our vulnerable population, that being the children, the same. So I would encourage Norfolk County to include the Norfolk minor lacrosse in that, and then we extend the hours of the guard.
Okay, I have Councillor Berry.
Thank you, Chair. Question through you to Bill. You know, when this came forward before, my understanding was that it was an emergency measure, so to speak, and that we were going to not be necessarily asked to make this an ongoing permanent cost. I asked questions then about, you know, are the user groups going to help pay for this? And sort of the information was that, well, we'll see and we'll come back with it in the report. And I don't see anything about that in here. So I guess my question is, have you asked the user groups if they are willing to pay this?
Through the chair to the councillor, that question had not been asked. Your question, I do remember you asked it on the floor. However, I think we found with the 3 months, we did look into that, but then it becomes the question, it's almost another report on, is it minor sports, minor hockey, for instance, because that is the hour in figure skating that it covers. Do we go into do they pay for the whole, for the hours they're there, and then do we charge the users after 9 o'clock, which would be the adult leagues? And then it becomes like, do we then just concentrate on the Talbot folks paying it, or do we go to all arenas to add on to the ice time or the ice, the cost for ice per hour to cover it? And I think we do need really, as soon as we start adjusting user fees, I think we need a lot of public consultation and have a plan together and get that. We were just a little afraid to come out and say add $4, $5, $6 an hour without talking to these folks. And the way this would work, Councillor, is in October, November, the user fees are set for ice arenas, and they don't start until the following May. So minor hockey, minor sports right now would be they know their cost for this fall already because it's been approved. And when you change those in November, their spring costs are the same. It's after May that they start. So we have some time in that. We just felt we needed to get out to these groups with a lot of detail before we did that. I think we'd be chastised if we didn't have a lot of public consultation on raising the fees.
Well, okay, so fair enough. So I guess my question is then, why does the hourly cost of the guard not just go to the hourly cost of the group using the arena at the time? It seems very simple to do that. If it's how much ever per hour, that's the rate if you want this service. Like, this is not a service that we provide in every arena. This is not a service we provide at any of our other facilities at all, actually. And so I don't understand why this would be a cost shared by taxpayers in general when it's one user group or 2 user groups, or how many ever there are, doesn't matter, requesting a second service beyond the arena rental. I don't understand why that becomes a cost for everybody. So, and I think back to when COVID was an issue when we were using arenas, it was very quickly done that the $25 an hour cleaning cost that it took for groups to be able to go in there, we had to have the extra cleaning, that $25 was just tacked on to whatever group was using the fee or the arena at the time. So I don't see how this is any different. There was an extra service that was required because of an emergency quote unquote situation. And here we are with this situation, and we're saying, well, how are we going to do it? It's not that difficult. This is the hourly cost of the security. Here's your bill. No?
Through the chair. No, I do see your point. I guess maybe staff would look for some direction to reach out to the user groups that the guard covers, and I still think we need to have a little of their input before we go ahead and establish an increase in fees.
So my question is, fair enough, Bill. I understand what you're saying. I'm just kind of trying to get the information here. So what is the input issue? Because the input issue that we've got so far from them is we need security guards. That's the input. So we'll happily do that. Here's the cost. What further input is there required? That they don't want the security guards enough to pay the fee? Then how serious are the security guards if they're not willing to pay for them? That's kind of my question here, is that if it's an emergency that's absolutely necessary, pay the bill. And if it's not absolutely necessary, why on earth would the rest of the taxpayers pay this?
Through the chair, I think those are exact points we'd want to discuss with the groups, because in limiting the hours, it was through staff and a few users that said you don't need a guard there at 4 o'clock and you don't need them there until 9 o'clock at night. So that's why some adjustments were made. So I think those questions would go back to the user groups. And you are right, and to put a dollar value to it as well, because of right now, depending on the amount of hours and then the hours of ice they rent, that is how much it goes up per hour for them. And I think they would need to have that information to verify, is it worth it for their group to pay? But I understand where you're coming from, Councillor.
Okay, so if there's, I guess I'll leave it at, if there's questions about whether or not it's worth paying for, that to me tells me this is not a necessary service then, or not an essential service. It might be helpful, but it's not something that is required, lest they'd be willing to pay. It's very simple. Either it's worth paying for or not. And that's where I'm going to leave it.
Next, I have Mayor Martin.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. So my first question is, what was the total dollar value spent on this? I know we put away 31,000.
Through the chair, good question from the mayor. I don't have the exact number, and I'm looking at finance stuff. I don't know. The guard worked up until March 30th, I believe, so I don't know if we would have a final number. However, I can tell you, I think I know what we did budgeted should be very close within hundreds, a couple $100 either way. The guard worked each shift.
Okay, so, on a high level, $30,000 with 5 incidents is $6,300 per incident. So a couple things. I heard you say we could go down in cost to about 19,000, change our hours from 49 to 36. All of that's great, more manageable. I can see how staff are being reactive to a situation in a particular part of the community that begs that we provide some more attention to it. However, you said that this first step was taken to gain and gather more information, but then all we seemed to gather was that there were 5 incidents and they were minor in nature, and that having someone present deterred the incidents, which is all reasonably expected, I would say. I'm surprised that the number is as low as 5. So my question for staff is there a go-between? Is there a compromise to be made here? It's not a security firm with a $6,000 price tag associated to each incident. Is there an opportunity here for us to partner with our community, with the parents who are on hockey groups, ball groups, lacrosse groups, whatever it may be, looking for a fundraiser? Is it our Lions? Is it the Kinsmen? To have someone present in our facilities to deter the incidents, having someone present deterred incidents, and we're able to make we're able to make a contribution, a financial contribution to those not-for-profit groups, but it's certainly less than $30,000 or $19,000. Having someone present is going to help, no doubt. It's also going to provide security to the parents. But I'm not convinced, I'm with Councillor Berry, I'm not convinced that this is something the taxpayers should be paying for a very small group in one community across the county. That was a question. Is there an opportunity to not hire a security team, to spend less money, partner with our community, partner with nonprofit groups that are fundraising, that are in these environments and arenas anyways?
Through the chair, there is the opportunity to go out and see if anybody is available. The arenas are pretty well, hockey season coming to an end. Starts up in end of August, first part of September. So that would give staff the summer with some guidance from council on who we might reach out to. I do know in the original report, and this one it mentions chatting with other municipalities, can your minor sports parents do this? And the word we got then, it didn't really work because everybody's busy. So if it was my night and I didn't show up, then there's nobody on duty for that. And it was a tough thing to ensure that you had 100% compliance. But we did not think of a social or a service club, and I'm not sure if they would be willing to do that. I guess the other thing is there's a bit of a stigma or some risk concerns that if some of this activity is really inappropriate, do they have the training for that, or is the protocol then you just go grab the staff member who goes? That's one thing with the guard. They had escalation, crisis training and things like that, so we went with the level 3, and they're trained to deal with these situations, because some are pretty scary stuff that were going on there.
Yeah, I think my comments on that front would be, you'd have to get a commitment. I understand that. And that's fine, but I look at Port Dover Lions bartending every single weekend in the community center. Without fail, we know that there is a Smart Serve bartender in that facility, and they show up and it's done, and it's not an issue, that we think twice on. The service clubs are reliable, they're hardworking. At 36 hours a week across 7 days a week, what are we looking at? 5 hours in an arena. And furthermore, I'm not convinced that we need all of this de-escalating training and so on and so forth. If there's a problem, we call the police. Period. End of story. Having someone there deters the behavior. I could see how that would happen. Someone able to walk into the change rooms and the washrooms, provide a presence, and we can give back to our community if we're going to be spending public tax dollars.
Okay, Al, go ahead, Al.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think Bill hit on it. My initial reaction when the mayor made the recommendation, it's certainly something we can explore. We just need to be careful that we don't have volunteers representing the county and you have an escalation of issues and things. So just from a liability perspective, we just need to be careful with that. But it's certainly something we can explore with the volunteer groups and the parents and things of that sort. We just need to be careful in the event that the issue gets to a point where you need some more support.
Okay, next I have Councillor Duffy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, some interesting comments here from my colleagues, and I appreciate the sentiments. I do have a question which I'll get to, but I want to just tell you a brief story, which is probably from about a month ago. My kid had hockey practice at, I think it was 6:30 in the morning at Talbot. This is very early. Sitting upstairs in what I call the warm area, so the window section, watching. There's 5 of us there watching our kids, and there's an individual who I'm assuming likely came from the warming center, who was clearly under the influence at the time. And an escalation did occur with a parent to my left, where there was some things going back and forth, and well, let's take this outside, and it got very quickly very uncomfortable. I'm fortunate I have a significant other that works somewhat in the space, and so I was sort of able to like, hey bud, we're just here to watch our kids, like all is good, don't worry, maybe you should move on, kind of thing. And the individual did leave, but that was before a guard would start, right? Because they started at 9 a.m. And it's 7:30 in the morning. It was a very uncomfortable situation, certainly for me, and certainly for the other parents that were beside me. That, you know, I didn't feel good about as someone that represents Norfolk County in that in the way that we do. And just as well, I would also tell you a comment that I had from staff. Obviously, you know, I spent a lot of time in the arenas. One of the staff members did say to me at some point through this, we were chatting through this pilot project, and said, you know, I really appreciated it in that I went to Tim Hortons with my 7-year-old the other day, and I saw one of the individuals who I've kicked out before who started mouthing me in the Tim Hortons parking lot, saying, oh yeah, what are you going to do to me today? You're going to call the cops on me today? And his comment was, my 7-year-old doesn't need to see this, and I don't have to explain to my 7-year-old why this person is saying this to me at Tim Hortons. So from that perspective, I go, you know, it's more than just protecting a minor hockey group. I think it's actually protecting our staff. I think it's protecting citizens. And I think while the hockey group is the ones that reached out, we need to forget that it's a hockey group and think more about it's protecting families and protecting people, because we don't know what the situation might be, and I'm not trying to paint everybody with the same brush, because it could be different. It is different by individual, but we have an issue. We are aware of it. I would think it's a bit difficult in downtown Simcoe. It's perhaps more prevalent than it is in other areas that we need to address. So I guess my question, though, to Mr. Cridland, so in looking at changing the hours, what was because I think you said it was staff that were recommending some changes to that, and I don't necessarily have a problem. There were certainly some times where there was nobody around. What specific things were they looking at changing to eliminate in terms of what hours we were taking out? Was that because there's no kids in the facility, or what was the reason behind that?
Through the chair, great question to the councillor. The pilot was 4 o'clock till 9, Monday till Friday, and they just saw the 4 o'clock time. I think there were some adult users in there, which there wasn't the concern, so they said, I think the 4 to 5 you could give up. And then we looked on the weekends, which were 9 to 9, and they didn't see any activity or the folks coming in till closer till noon. So we cut back a few hours in the morning, and then at night, God, I should read the report. I believe we went till 9 at night, and we were going to stop that 2 hours early to be at, 1 hour early at night to be done at 8 o'clock, not 9 o'clock. So an hour at night we were cutting off, and we were cutting 3 hours off in the morning on Saturday and Sunday, if I haven't confused the group.
Thank you for that. If I could maybe ask, and I'm maybe putting them on the spot, but Mr. Nolan or Ms. Van Dyke, if you happen to know the hours of the warming shelter.
Mr. Chair, through you to Councillor Duthie, my understanding and recollection is that it was 7 p.m. to 7 a.m.
And so thank you for that. I guess the reason I asked the question, just to for my colleagues, is I think what we have seen in Talbot is as it's nearing time for the shelter to open, there's more individuals that are making their way towards the shelter, and as it closes, there are individuals that are exiting before they move on to wherever it is that they go during the course of the day. They're looking for bathrooms or warm spaces to sort of wait out some time. That's my questions. Thank you.
Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think actually Councillor Very and Mayor Martin, went over most of the points that I was going to make and questions I was going to ask. And I concur with their suggestions, frankly. But I guess one of the other things I think about when it comes to this whole security guard thing, it sounds like, as Bill mentioned in his report, and we've already talked about, is that there were 5 minor incidents. And I recognize the fact that a lot of times it's the presence of a security guard that forms the deterrence that creates the number of incidents being low. I accept that, but I'm just wondering, and this is just an observation from my time in the Talbot Gardens Arena, I think it might be just helpful, and this is just a small side thing, but I think it might be effective. It's difficult to identify who the staff are in the arena, and I think if they were better identified, and I'm not suggesting they wear uniforms, but if they were better identified, they'd be another level of deterrence for people who may be not acting appropriately. I just think if someone comes up to you and they're wearing, a Norfolk County jacket or whatever it is that we decide on, that they also can ask people to behave properly, because that's what they really should do. And I don't want to put them in harm's way, but if we've had 5 minor incidents, I think maybe just an additional emphasis on asking staff to be maybe, and I know they're vigilant, obviously, as Councillor Duthie mentioned, that one of them did ask somebody to leave and receive some social grief outside of the arena. But sometimes that's also just it's part of that job too. So that's just a suggestion. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Councillor Michelli just touched on one item, that it's not the number of incidents, it's the number that didn't happen that makes the difference. That's the important number, but you'll never know what that is. But and the other comment I had, or question, this, again, when we first discussed this, there was a source of a problem. And we're now talking about addressing that symptom again. Now, we just had a report last month about the $3.6 million that were allocated to deal with a homelessness and housing problem. That's the problem. The symptom is we now have to keep our kids safe in the arena because of that. So, you're going to argue about whether it should be a user pay system. Well, it should be, but it should come out of the other budget from Health and Social Services. That's where the problem is, not the security of it. So, this is a pilot, and I guess the basic request of this is that we continue it as a pilot for one more season. But I hope that staff have taken Councillor Huffman's comments in there and see if there is a need for it during the summer when the lacrosse teams use it. And if there is, I'm sure that you can come back to council and we'll deal with that. And the other question I have is on the hours. We're going to cut back the hours. That's probably a good idea, but it might be a good thing to randomize those hours a little bit. Don't always show up at 5. Maybe sometimes you come in, the staff or the security guard shows up at 4, sometimes he shows up at 6 and stays a little bit later, but you randomize it so they never know when there's somebody there or not, I guess, is the concept I would have. But would throw that out that, again, try to juggle things a little bit and try some new things and see what works and see if there's a need for it. So.
Through the chair to the councillor's last things on staggering the hours. Yeah, I guess one of the benefits of having the blanket PO with these folks is shift changes can happen very quickly. It's not as if if hiring, we say this is for the month of September. I think it's a weekly thing, and we could switch things up that way depending on the arena use as well, because I think were certain times too where there just weren't groups in there, but it was trying to get that together with the guards. So I hear you on that and made some notes.
I have a question, if I may. We have all these students that have to do community service. Can they, and I'm not talking the younger ones, but the older students, if they're still doing community service, like at times I see 3 people in the office at the Talbot Gardens there. I assume 2 of them are there working. I don't know who the third one is. Or do you have a change of staff where you have 3 in there at some point?
Through the chair, it would depend on the time. Generally, it's 1 full-time with what we call facilities, which are the students, facility students, which would clean the rooms and things. But there are a few double-up days where you have 2 staff in, so that could be. And it depends on the day. Generally, it's 1 full-time with a student, but there are a few days with the double-up days. You could see 2 in there, depending on what time you're at the arena.
Well, I'm just wondering if there's ways we could use students, and they're not going to be told to go in and wrestle somebody out of a washroom or whatever. They're just there to observe, and if need be, as Mayor Martin said, call the police if we see something that's being abused. I use the arena quite a bit, and I'm not being critical. I agree with Councillor Duthie in some respects, but I watched the security guard, and I got to know the one pretty good there on a Friday, but they wander around. There's times they have virtually nothing to do. And I wonder if we had just a student coming in, and heck, there's all kinds of them got to do that community service, if they could sit there and observe, and if they see something, call the police or get the head first person that's in there and get things taken care of. I guess there's different ways to do that too. So anyways, any further questions by committee? What do you want to do? We have a lot of recommendations here. How do you want to deal with them? Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, I would move the staff recommendation that I believe includes option 4, but the proposed recommendation in the report.
Sorry, I don't have that on here. Oh, sorry. Could you repeat that again, Councillor Duthie?
Just the recommendation that's in the staff report. I think that's the same as what's option 4 within the body of the report. The reduced hours, correct.
Is that the one we have on our screens right now? In total. Everybody read that? I have a mover and Councillor Duthie. Do I have a seconder on that? Sorry, Councillor Van den Riesche, are you seconding that? Yes. Oh, I realize that. Councillor Van Passen.
I just wonder if the mover might want to amend that somewhere we put in something to the fact that staff monitor the situation and come back with a follow-up report if any changes are needed. I think we got some good input from council today that staff has made notes of. And
yep, thank you, Councillor Van Passen, for that. Yes, to include the staff report back, but also I think with that in mind, it would be mindful to include Councillor Very's comments about consultation with the user groups also. as part of that report.
That's in addition to what's in front of us on the screen. Did you get that, Mr. Clerk? Can you add that on
I think
there?
we could ask the clerk for some proper wording
We're gonna
to
get that.
add an extra line in there to
We're going to
that
get that
effect.
for you. Just give us a second here.
Yeah, you'll be amazed when you see the minutes on the proper wording of that.
Okay, we're not putting it on the screen right now. Okay. Does everybody?
We captured everything.
Okay, so we have the motion on the screen and Councillor Duffy's further addition to the recommendation, correct?
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, can we just be clear, is the desire to consult with the groups for the following season or for this season?
So for the following, because it looks to me like the staff report is coming back in the fall of 2026. So
as part of that
consultation
report.
would come back with that report.
Okay.
Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Brenton. I'm struggling with the council initiative reserve. When the first go around, I got it because it was short term. It needed to be enacted immediately. We were short on time and we needed to get this off the ground. I struggle with having it come out of the council initiative reserve again. Are there any other options for funding?
I can certainly defer to the treasurer. The thought behind this is really council moving this recommendation and approving this recommendation is you're really having a full year of a pilot project now. Part of the concerns was we've only had 3 months, and with this recommendation, you will now have a full season to monitor the incidents, really identify potential alternative actions that we can take, and then come back in the fall with a more fulsome report on if this is something that's going to be an ongoing service, then we will have to add that to the budget starting in 2027, I guess. So that was part of the idea behind it, but I'll defer to the treasurer. Maybe she's got some different alternative funding sources.
Thanks, and through the chair, I do not have an alternative funding source, but I would say that the recommendation for the Council Initiative Reserve, or CAO is correct, would just be for the September to December portion, and then what we would do is include the January to March 2026 portion in the 2026 levy, and then staff would come back in the fall of 2026 with options. So there would be a portion that would be levied, and it would only be the September to December 2025 portion that we would look to fund from the Council Initiative Reserve, because we're past budget approval standpoint right now, so I don't have another option for the 2025 calendar year.
Okay, can I backtrack here for a minute before we go any further? I had Councillor Duthie's motion as shown on the screen with addition to consultation with the user groups, correct? Did I get a seconder from Councillor Van Enrichie? Okay, so now we're debating the motion, correct? Okay, and I have Mayor Martin on next.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Through you, my comments for debate are as follows. I won't be supporting this. I am in support of providing a service. I think there are better ways for us to do it, and I'm not convinced that we did the work to spend the dollars the best possible way since the start of the program to now. I'm also not convinced with the metrics and the data that this is something that should go forward. I agree with Councillor Huffman. It should not come out of council reserve. It should be added onto the levy because it is a service level increase. And that additionally, I won't be supporting this because it actually provides that direction to add it to the levy. And I think that that should be something that we have a comprehensive discussion on their service levels, and it should be had at budget time, not ad hoc. So this recommendation as written, not only does it continue with the service, it takes the additional dollars to complete the pilot out of council initiative. It also gives the direction to staff to add it into the levy or to the operating budget. And unless a council member pulls it from budget, this will be funded and will continue in the future.
Debating the motion, Councillor Berry.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm not supporting it either for the reasons I illustrated earlier, which I will once again summarize very briefly. If it's not worth it to the user groups to pay for it, why is it worth it for the taxpayers in general to pay for it? It's either worth it or not.
Did I see your hand, Councillor Clemens?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I have to question, how urgent is this? I heard some talk earlier that it would kick in September, and there's just way too many loose ends that we've heard around the table. So should this item not be deferred for a month, perhaps, to get more concrete information?
Well, we have a motion on the floor, and if it's defeated, maybe it could go back to staff for some further input. Is that what we are looking at? Okay.
Can I make a motion to defer this item to the next council and committee meeting?
Well, does that override the motion that's on the floor? Is that?
If you get a seconder, then you
Okay.
have to vote on that.
That's moved by Councillor Columbus, seconded by anybody? To deferral? Nobody? I guess that's defeated. Okay, Councillor Duthie, your comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I obviously am going to support the motion. Again, like I said earlier, I think we're in a bit of a different situation in this facility in Simcoe, given the challenge that we already have in our downtown core and its proximity to the warming shelter. And I think the warming shelter serves a very important purpose, but I think we also have an obligation to our residents to ensure that we are doing everything that we can to maintain their safety. We talked, this group talked at length, I wasn't part of it earlier, about the public safety related to an event. And I would say this is just as important. One incident of a child coming in contact with an illicit substance could produce a very awful result. And that's not something that we should take lightly. And I would just say, I don't know that it is the user group's responsibility. Their terms of reference say that they have to provide, their programming. And I don't know that it's about maintaining safety in an arena. That is our job, not theirs. So I'm going to support it.
Okay. If there's no further debate on the motion, you've heard it with the addition, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? That motion is defeated. Okay. What next? Is there any other motions? Sorry, Mayor Martin.
I would look to put a motion on the floor that would engage or direct our staff to engage for the members of the public service clubs for alternative ways to support this initiative, because there is merit in it, and to report back to council with alternative solutions if there's any interest at all.
And you're asking staff to do that?
And that could include user fees. That could include a variety of things you've heard today.
That were discussed, okay. Mr. Clerk, are you, just read that motion off if you could.
I will, Mr. Chair, through you. So the motion I have is moved by Mayor Martin. We don't have a seconder yet, that staff engage with public and service clubs to support the initiative and report back to council, including all the items that have been discussed today for consideration, including user fees.
Everybody clear on that?
Does that count good?
We need a seconder on that. Councillor Michele.
Through you, Mr. Chair, can we get a date on when you want that back? Would it be in time for budget for 2026 as an NBI possibly, or do you want it before that?
I think the sooner the better, if you could get staff. If that's, I think it's sooner the better, would it not be appropriate?
Sure, I think if it's less than the 19,000, then I'm not sure that it needs to be sent directly to budget as an NBI. If that's something we're able to pull off, you've given us a benchmark for a dollar value. If you have a report ready before then bring it forward. If not, if it's ready a month prior to budget, then sure, hold off, bring it in at budget and have a comprehensive discussion. But the intent clearly is that this would be added onto the budget to the taxpayer. So I don't know, as I say that, maybe I walk it back, it should be budget. Can't have it both ways, so.
Okay, so that's timing of the existing motion, is that?
So just for clarity, what was that again? Yeah.
I'll turn that over to my colleagues. Councillor Duthie originally had the intent, so I'm open to. When would you like the staff report to return? Do you want it to come as a new business initiative if there's a cost associated with it and discuss it at budget? Or if the report is done and there's been comprehensive public input, would you like it to come forward before budget? I guess the question to staff is how much time do you need to do a comprehensive outreach to user groups, those who pay the user fees and so on?
Well, this being April, I guess, is council thinking of foregoing any security guard in September of 2025? Or are you hoping to have an answer before September so we move through? Because I think we'll start obviously as soon as possible on these meetings. It just takes some time to get these user groups down. I'm just confused on,
yes.
Then we will bring this for the 2026 budget, so we'll have no guard at Talbot September to December as it stands now.
Council just defeated the motion that
Okay.
includes security guard for September unless something happens by next week. So how many months do you need? I think it's probably best to do it at budget. It's a service level increase.
We can certainly, through you, Mr. Chair, we can certainly start the dialogue, put options together, including a review of user fees. That might take some time. We'll bring it as soon as possible, but if it gets close to the fall period and we're approaching budget, we'll just wait until budget, if that's okay.
Councillor Barry.
Thanks, Chair. Can't this just be as simple as asking the user groups if they're willing to pay for security? Like, why does it have to be more complicated than that? I asked you earlier if you've asked them. You said no, right? So is it worth just, hey, will you guys cover this? And then it's done. Like, why does it have to be harder than that?
Through the chair, I think part of my hesitation is if council, through this debate, is giving staff the go, I would just not like to go out to a user group and throw that at them and have the alarm that it would cause. I think I'd like to have some data on how much you're talking about, because obviously most parents would say if that's 50 cents an hour in ice, we're for it. But if it works out to $16, $20 an hour, that's where I'm thinking. So if we have clarity that from council that they want us to do that, then I think staff are in a better position, and we'll definitely start those meetings, and it comes out of this meeting, and they know where we're coming from.
Sure, and I hear you, Bill, what you're saying, but I'm asking or suggesting that you talk to the parents. It's the group, right? So it's the board of the minor hockey. Who would you be asking? And they would be able to tell you whether or not that's something that they would absorb, right?
Okay, hold on here a minute. We have a motion on the floor, and we're debating a whole different issue again here now. And I think what you're trying to do is give advice on how you think it should be done, but that's what Mr. Kidlins has to do.
Okay, fair enough, yep. Sure.
I'm not criticizing, I'm just saying we're trying to get...
I agree, you're right, I'm done.
So can we have a motion on the floor that Mayor Martin made, and did I get a seconder on that?
Councilor Michele.
Michele? Okay, and I'm going to call that question first. Okay? Everybody understand that? Okay, all those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I'll vote on that. 6. Let's go. That's carried. Okay. We're done with that for now. We're going on to pilot project security guards, county administration building and grounds, OPS-25-014. And Bill, you have the floor on that one to start too.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I guess we're past one, but this report is a very similar request as the Talbot one. So, yes, OPS 25-014 pilot project for security guard at county admin in buildings and grounds. Staff are recommending that a security guard is hired at the cab building, this building here, and to patrol the cab as well as the building as well as the grounds as a pilot project from roughly May 1st of this year to December 24th of this year. Staff report that in Q1, and that staff bring back another report in Q1 of 2026 on the success of the pilot. Many municipalities are facing increased challenges with public safety, social issues, homelessness, and heightened political tensions in and around their municipal buildings. Senior staff said at the table, we recognize that CAB is one of those, is a building that is identified as a facility of concern, and that I think is with its location and all the previous talk about being in the downtown. And that this concern has been expressed by both public and staff. We hear from public when they're trying to enter the building and leave the building, and we hear that from staff who work here daily. The report explains the pros and cons of having a security guard at CAB, and the hiring of a security guard at CAB is reviewed as a proactive measure to ensure a safe, functional environment for staff and the public using the building. Finance staff have calculated that the pilot project would cost roughly $57,000 for the 8-month pilot. And with that, I will turn it over to County Council and for any questions and debate they may have.
Okay, questions from committee. Councillor Van Passen.
I'm not so sure. The $57,000, is that like 8:30 to 4:30? What is the time on this one? From 7 in the morning till 4:30 in the afternoon? 7 to 5? Okay.
Yeah, through the chair, that is a 50-hour week, I believe, 10 hours a day here, 7 till 5.
Okay, thank you.
And again, we have the ability to adjust those hours for long council meetings, public meetings, and things like that.
Is there not a concern, like again, we're shutting down at 5 o'clock, but meetings that run, and in the wintertime after dark and 5, there's no security then at nights, but during the sunshiny day, light hours, we're going to have security. Is that the plan?
Through the chair, I think I know where the councillor is going. I believe we use the 50 hours of 10 hours a day to get a base budget, and we agree with you. If there is nothing going on in this building, the guard could leave at 4:30 when staff did, 5 o'clock, and if we have extended council meetings, committee of adjustments, I'm not sure of everything else that could go on in this building. We would then adjust. We have the ability to adjust very, very quickly with these guards under the agreement we have.
Again, it'd be more that randomizing of the times rather than a consistent one. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A while back, we heard that the library next door here had more serious issues than what we had here. Just wonder how, I didn't read anything in this report, even though the building's connected to this building. Can you comment on that as to where they are with, or could we share a service?
Through the chair to the councillor, that's a good question, and obviously the grounds here are not that large, and the library is here, so I think the guard would serve both purposes, to have a presence both on this side as well as the library.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, I would say that would be a decision of the board, the library board. We can certainly look at a shared expense if the library board wants to entertain that discussion.
Okay, next I have, hang on, Councillor Michele.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My comment or question is along the lines of Councillor Van Passen. I don't really have any trouble with the total hours, but my question is, I'm just not sure how much need is there actually for security at 7 o'clock in the morning here. I would think that, something like 11 o'clock till 8 o'clock might be a better time frame. I mean, I just don't know where the problem is at 7:30 in the morning, as an example. I don't understand that. Maybe that's my question.
Through the chair, I should have added, I am the author of the report from the facility side, but I believe there's staff that work in this building that can definitely answer that question. So I'll turn it over.
Al would like to speak on that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can certainly speak to that. What we're finding is that early morning, there is quite a few activities happening that are interfering with the safe arrival of staff. And so by starting at an hour or so before the majority of staff start arriving, some of that activity could be dispersed and gone, so that allows our staff and members of the public to arrive in a safe environment for them to not only work in the building, but also provide that transactional activities that members of the public are attending this building to attend to.
Thank you very much, Alan. Mr. Chair, just to add, well, then I guess my sort of further kind of practical question to this is, and I totally understand that, not being here at 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning, I appreciate that information. I did not know that. I should have kind of thought about it because that's probably the hangout spot for overnight, and they're still there in the morning. I get that. So now, what is the security guard doing from like 9 o'clock till 4 o'clock, honestly? Like, I'm just thinking, I don't know if that time is going to be used that effectively.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can certainly start, and staff can chime in. What we're noticing is that there is quite a bit of illegal activity happening in and around the building. Our building is now open, and so we do have some individuals trying to access the building to do certain things that staff are currently escorting people out of the building for, but it is not uncommon for staff to be looking out the window and observing some illegal activities happening in and around the building, and specifically around this campus of buildings. And so it's happening on a regular basis. And the idea is that if we start with a bit of a deterrent, some of those activities will hopefully stop to happen in and around the campus.
Okay, next I have Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to reiterate for the millionth time, the library board is not moving towards security guards in their building. That has been decided by the board, and that's where we're at. It's not happening. So in terms of working with sending the guard over there or whatever, that was not the vibe that we wanted for our library.
Okay, next I have Councillor Van Den Riche.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. Here's the word, deterrent. We have police, and they could do a walkabout. Why they keep telling me they want to do foot patrol. Why can they not do a morning foot patrol or an evening foot patrol as a deterrent, and then wean that off to maybe a couple of days a week or whatever? Because I don't know how many incidences we have reported. Because I, this winter, have to actually physically, when I come here, walk over people to get in the building, and I live with that. But how many incidences have we had that put people in fear of what's going on? Because we all know that people are living rough, they're having tough times, but we do have, at the end of the day, dial a phone and get a policeman to do a walkabout or become a deterrent. I'm feeling this is a little ironic that we're discussing this for us as adults, and yet when it came for the children, we just said, out of here. So I have a bit of a problem with this.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I can certainly start the response. So we have, if you recall, our hope was when we assigned an OPP touchdown station at Cab 2, and OPP vehicles and officers are frequently stopping to do their paperwork and attend to the business that they're attending. The hope was that they would do a patrol around the campus. What we're finding is that it has not been effective. They are not here all the time. What we find is that certain, and I don't want to stereotype because this isn't necessarily only about homelessness, it's about crime overall, and I don't want to stereotype that, but what we're finding is that people start to realize that as soon as the OPP vehicle and officer are gone, they know that they've got a certain amount of time to come back and do the activities that they were doing, and so that hasn't been successful. What we are hoping is that if there is a consistent presence of a uniformed guard or a uniformed officer, that will serve as the deterrent. And what we're hoping is that over time we could reduce that level of service because people will know that that type of activity isn't welcome or accepted around the campus.
No,
Okay.
that's...
Sorry. Who was my last speaker there? I got next, Van Passen, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to put the motion on the floor that staff report OPS 25013 pilot project for security guards, county administration building be received as information. There's no way I am going to support spending $57,000 for adults to have protection when the little kids down the street, if you see something bad, just phone the police. But the adults up here, we need to hire a security guard to protect us because we don't know how to dial 911. We have the police, an office right there at the corner, but the police can't really do their job of walking around the block because that'd be too much trouble. But we'll spend money to protect our adults and ourselves. But the kids in the arena, they can just phone the police yourself and look after that. That's ridiculous. So receive it as information, nothing more. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You made that a motion? Sorry? Are you, sorry? Okay, Councillor Hubbardston, but I do have some more speakers here, so I would like to, before we call that question, I would like to hear from Councillor Very. I have you. Sorry? Okay, I have you down here. Okay. I got you. Sorry? I have you down here. If you don't want to speak, so be it.
I'm
Sorry, Councillor. I have Mayor Martin next here. All right, Councillor Duthie.
What is going on? I'm making a disaster. Sorry, guys. I appreciate Councillor Van Passen's motion. You can understand my frustration, which is very similar. I guess my question partially was asked by Councillor Van Adrishi about the number of incidences. I am curious, though. Earlier last year, we hired security for this building for a period of time. Where was that funded through?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't recall we hired security for a period of time. I think we hired when there was some specific meetings that we were expecting some high number of political tension and things of that sort, but I don't think it was for a prolonged period of time. Yeah. Unless someone can correct me, I don't think we did. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I have Mayor Martin next.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So I can support the motion. Although I was prepared to allow it to go a step farther, I do recognize the conflict that council members are sharing with the former motion passing. So I would provide my 2 cents and we'll let it be what it'll be. First and foremost, we have a large contingency of staff showing up here every single day. And I have shown up in the mornings, albeit not frequently, and literally walked over a mattress with a lamp plugged in the stairwell of our building to get into the building. And regularly, Nancy from Mayor and Council Services offices goes downstairs, provides health unit information, and asks people to move along. And, you know, I'm not convinced that that's necessarily her responsibility either. But the difference between this building and the arena is that this is a building that people are required to attend. People need to come here for public council meetings. They need to come here for bylaw appeals. They need to come here in some cases to pay their property taxes, as that's the only way that they can do it. And while our arenas are equally as important, the happenings in this building and the accompaniment of the services in the library are for all residents of all ages, of all income levels, and regularly we see young kids and seniors coming in and out of the library or the council building and having these interactions that our staff are also present for. And I can attest that many times I see OPP walk around the building, break up a group, have them get into their car and leave, and then the group immediately comes back. So it's not to say that OPP isn't out doing a bit of foot patrol, it's just that it doesn't last long because they come back shortly. So I recognize there's conflict with one group over another. For me, I'm able to separate those because those are kids who are able to participate in something that not everybody can, and it's not a requirement to be in an arena. While we should be encouraging it and supporting it, and I do support it, it's very different than the county administration building, of which handfuls of staff and members of the public are required to access.
Okay. Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say that I'm obviously seconded Councillor Van Passen's motion. I am no way, shape, or form supporting a pilot project for security guards at the county admin building. After voting in favor to not continue with the security guards at the arena without further information. So I can't believe we actually are discussing it.
Okay, Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too want to support Councillor Van Passen's motion, primarily, frankly, because of the contradiction it offers with the previous motion that we have defeated. But I do take Mayor Martin's point that one of the things I feel is kind of an important consideration is that this building is the seat of government of Norfolk County. And I think there is a little bit more of an emphasis, or should be an emphasis, on its image, and the public perception of what happens around it is very important. So I certainly take those points there, even though I'm at this point, and perhaps things will change, but I do have to say that I am a little bit perplexed by the fact that these individuals who are, frankly, I'm guessing, are probably kind of what I might call the usual suspects. There's probably about 14 or 15 of them that are kind of around here all the time, that they blatantly ignore police requests to not do that and conduct that kind of activity and behavior around this building. But maybe that's something that we can resolve over time. But for the time being, at least, I am certainly in support of Councillor Van Passen's motion.
Any further questions? I have a motion by Councillor Van Passen, seconded by Councillor Huffman, to accept the receive it for information. That's a long one. Okay. Any questions on that? Any further questions? All those in favor? That is carried. Sorry. Okay. We are racking up the questions tonight. There's another one there. Moving on. Summary of bids, Corporate Services Division. And Jacqueline Hudson, sorry. It's nice to see a new face in here.
No problem. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Council. So Report CS 25-42 is the monthly summary of bids. There are two bids being presented today for Council's consideration and approval. One is for the 13th Street Arch Culvert Rehabilitation, and the second for catch basin cleaning for 2025 and 2026. I should also note that an emergency purchase for environmental services has been included in the report for transparency purposes. If there are any questions about the procurement process, I would be happy to answer them. And if there are any questions about the projects, I will refer them to my colleagues in Environmental and Infrastructure Services and Operations.
Okay, questions from committee. Councillor Van den Riesche.
With your indulgence, Mr. Chair, can I ask a general question over procurement? Or are we to say specific?
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. When we put bid out there for a project or to procure a bid, and we take the lowest bid, apparently, however that works, do we have in our contracts and agreements, when we do those contracts with the individual contractor, if the bid is this, and then they can come up, is there something that says in there, this is all you get? I'm being very, very general, okay, because I don't know the specifics. And is there a portion where, oh, this cost a little bit more money, I got to add it up. Or this costs a little bit more money, I've got to add it up. Does that occur? Yeah. Is there guidelines, rules, and boundaries in the agreement, the procurement agreement, or the contract agreement, when you're procuring something to be done? Because sometimes I ask myself, yeah, he was the lowest bidder, but, oh, he needed this, 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 and this, and then he exceeded whatever the price tag was. Does that occur? Or do we have those guidelines in the agreement?
Through the chair to Councillor Van Andrieschie, we absolutely do have those guidelines in the agreements. On occasion, there would be a provisional item or whatnot that may get added, but the independent contractor agreement or the agreement, for example, would stipulate what the awarded bid price was.
So there's no room for them to extend that?
Through the chair to Councillor Van Andrieschie, there would be through perhaps a change order, if there were a change order situation.
Oh, if we created a change order.
Correct.
Right, that's
Correct, not on their
fair.
part. Yeah.
No, that's fair. Okay.
I have a couple of questions, if I may, and I did ask, mine will go to Andrew, because I think, Andrew, I did ask you about the confusion I had with the water treatment plant, but the 37,000, the way I read that, do you think that's the end of it, or do you think we're in for possible more work on that? What's your...
Through the chair, no, I think that should solve our issue. So there was some confusion over, it's noted at the Port Dover water treatment plant, but there's also a sanitary pumping station on that property. During capital upgrades, we noticed a deficiency in the pumping station, and that has been corrected. I mean, like all assets, it will deteriorate and require replacement at some point, but that structural lining should last us for quite some time.
Okay, my next question, if I may, and I'm not sure who answers this. The cleaning of catch basins, I see that's a 2-year contract. Do you clean them by the basin? Is that per basin, or is that a lump sum? And, sorry, go ahead.
Through the chair to the chair. That is I believe it is a price per basin. There's a number of basins, and,
Gotcha.
and they clean per basin.
And do you provide somebody like to check and see if there's damage or anything like while you're doing them?
Yeah, we have a staff member with them, and that is their job to, first of all, make sure that they do clean the basin, and also we look around for the surface that we can see for damages and get a list of repairs.
Good, thank you. Okay, I guess we need a motion. Is that from you, Mayor Martin?
Oh,
Question?
Just a quick question, if you'd let me. At first, I was sitting here scratching my head, why are we talking about operational matters? But then I just realized that Bill said that we pay a staff member to oversee a contractor to ensure that they've done the job properly while they're doing the job.
I was chatting with Andrew there, but through the chair, I think I got your question. Yes, generally we have somebody there to make sure they're on the right street, the basins are done, and then the inspection part is as well. So it's kind of 2 to 3 folds is what they're doing there.
Really not talk about operational, but that's concerning.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I need a motion to receive the recommendations in the report. A mover? Councillor Van Passen, seconder. Councillor Michelli, all those in favor? That is carried. Next, the 8.4.2 usage of OCIF and CCBF funding programs. And Jacob, I guess you got the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the purpose of this report today is to notify Council of staff's recommended approach for the use of OCIF and CCBF, the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund and the Canada Community Building Fund. We're at a pretty point in developing some long-term financial strategies at the asset management plan, and it's important that we have these decisions made ahead of that stage. And it's not just for that reason why we're here today. Consistent with the messaging of a handful of reports over the last couple of years, the county is approaching a tipping point when it comes to the amount of rate-supported debt the county is facing. with the 2024 municipal study affirming that the county is on pace to be the highest rate debt outstanding per capita municipality across all of Ontario. So since 2017, OSIF and CCBF funding has been received by the county and directed entirely towards road-related assets. This was the recommendation of finance team of the time, who faced a daunting challenge dealing with the projected roadway construction reserve falling $47 million into the red by 2026. So there's been a lot of positive changes made in this time that have significantly improved that. And now we're looking at an uncommitted balance of $8 million in the green for 2025. So we are now here asking council for some leeway in the use of these two sources to try to dig ourselves out of a greater hole, being water and wastewater. Now, it's important that over the last 2 years, there's also been some very considerable changes made to these last two programs that also support our recommendation here. So first, on the OSIF side, in 2023, OSIF began requiring municipalities to submit annual requests for information, which provide the value of our core assets: water, wastewater, stormwater, and roads. So the province then utilizes the value of these four asset types and allocates funding province-wide with the intent to reduce the burden on residents based on the value of the assets they are responsible for. So Norfolk County's annual allocation has grown by 15% each of the last 2 years, largely due to the value of our water wastewater assets. So in practice, Norfolk County has been using the entirety of the allocation, which is $6.35 million in 2025, towards road assets, taking money that the province is divvying out for water wastewater assets, but directing it entirely towards roads. So the recommendation in this report today is to just allocate funding towards the services based on the same basis the funding formula is provided. So that works out to be about 33%. So 33% of our OSIF allocation is currently due to the value of our water wastewater assets. We want to make sure that we keep putting that 33% into water wastewater assets. So on the CCBF side, we have a bit larger of a concern. One of the stipulations within the new CCBF agreement requires that the municipality utilizes the CCBF funding for projects that enable new housing units. I'm not an expert on the funding of other provincial municipalities, but in Ontario, that kind of overlaps what municipalities would typically leverage development charges for. So looking back at the primary use of Norfolk County's allocation, which is 4.26 in 2025, we've also primarily used this for road-related assets, which is a very tough sell to be enabling housing units. So we've used CCBF funding to replace bridges, complete surface treatment programs, resurface rural roadways. Even on an urban reconstruction program where you're doing your water, wastewater, stormwater, roads, we've only been able to use CCBF funds to do the road component. So the new mandate for the program puts the county at risk if we can't begin to replace infrastructure with CCBF funding, that we can at least say we are enabling or supporting housing units. An example is just on Wellington Street in Waterford that was completed recently. There was a water, wastewater, and a road component, but we only used the CCBF funding for the road component. We can't claim that we've supported or enabled housing for the underground services in that circumstance. So our recommendation is to start using the CCBF funds just to cover all the program. So when we do an urban reconstruction program, we're covering all components. So at least for reporting purposes, we can say that we are enabling or supporting housing units. It is not in full alignment with the program, but it's a step in the right direction. That works out to be around 35% of the total project costs. So very similar to the methodology behind OSIF, it's moving a portion over to the water wastewater side. So all in all, that will be about $3.5 million a year under the assumption that our 2025 funding remains static. That will be redirected towards rate-related projects. Because of the current insufficiency with rate capital reserves in comparison to the capital outlook, this will result in debt avoidance to the tune of $35 million over 10 years. Obviously, if we consider these funding sources sustainable and into the long term and have an allocation moving over to the rate budget, this will have an indirect impact on the rate mitigation side as well, because ratepayers will have to be paying for less debt servicing costs over the long term. And also indirectly, by improving our rate debt trajectory, we may also get to a point where we have the ability to, for debt capacity to support levy and tax-related service improvements. All of our debt capacity is currently being eaten up by our water wastewater capital. So overall, this is a shift that we're making as a recommendation. It's a step in the right direction. It's the first step of hopefully many to kind of improve the financial position on the rate side. It's not going to entirely move the needle, but it's a good first step. And with that, Amy and I are here to answer any questions you may have.
Questions from committee. Mayor Martin.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Through you, I see Mr. Grice is not here, so I'll send this question over to our CAO. Have we done taken a comprehensive look at what we call taking a vacation from road work? What that could cost us in the long run? So knowing that, you know, we're going to sit with around 8 million? 8 million unaccounted for in the roads reserve. We'll continue to make our contributions, but simultaneously doing less road work. We know that the majority of them are in a good condition, but it begs the question of what that will cost us in the future. If we don't need to address the underground infrastructure for water and wastewater, can we leave that road a little bit longer? And if so, what should we anticipate the increase price and cost to be? And all of that to say, my question I'm wanting the answer to is, can we quantify if it's even worth it to take the vacation from the road work, given that that is the transfer of where funding was coming from? I'm in full support of this report. I just can't quantify the value of changing the funding over, and if it would turn out to bite the taxpayers down the road, if the difference we have to make up is the CCBF funding and then the additional work we needed to do because we weren't able to make contributions in the road reserve to fix the roads.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. I don't have the answer to that. Andrew just stepped out for a second. I will say the following. I'm not aware of any analysis that's been done, but I will say that in conjunction with this and a review of our asset management service levels for roads, we are likely able to, I'm going to say, cushion any potential impact that you're seeing down the road, but I'll certainly let finance staff speak to it as well.
Thanks, Alan. Yeah, that's essentially what we're getting to here with the asset management plan. So something that is the next step of your asset management plan. As soon as you have great infrastructure condition ratings and age and everything you need for your roads, your water, wastewater, your stormwater, what we'll be able to leverage working with asset management is properly timing everything together. So instead of just looking at one component for when you're timing a road project, if you're looking at the underground for water, wastewater, you're looking at the road. I think the next step will be making sure that everything comes due for replacement at the same time, so that you have that perfect timing for capital upgrades. And then just on the cost of essentially deferring capital, if the capital costs were growing at like 2.5%, 2% like we've seen prior to COVID, that would be something we could look into. We've seen the non-residential building construction price climb to like, it's a crazy number over the last several years, 5-10% per year. So when it happens like that, it's not worth the capital deferral side of things, just because costs are just increasing so much. So,
Councilor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The mayor's worried about a hit to the taxpayers down the road. This proposal, it's an immediate hit of $4 million to the taxpayers, and it gets shifted to the benefit of the ratepayers. Which, you know, I'm normally the one who complains about that, but when I read through the whole report, I think the bigger part of it is the logic that the way the government programs are worded and the eligibility to funding and things like that.
Point of order. Question period, Mr. Chair.
Ask your question, Councilor Van Passen.
The
question
bigger,
to the report.
The bigger question is the eligibility that the province and the feds are changing, putting more emphasis on so this money be used in support of infrastructure for housing. And I'd like to know from staff, is that correct? Have they changed the criteria for to apply for this funding, is it more emphasis now on the infrastructure? Because everything I hear on election campaign is pushing infrastructure for housing that we need in this country. So am I on the right path here?
Through the chair to Councillor Van Passen. So on the OSIF side, really all that's changed on the OSIF side is the funding formula. They tell us exactly how they're divvying out the funds based on the value of our assets. 33% of that's related to water, wastewater. Our recommendation would just be to keep that within water, wastewater. On the CCBF side, it's something that, so this was our first year of reporting that we've had to do on CCBF, and on page 4 of a report, there's a couple questions that were kind of drop-down prompts in our reporting requirements, and the one that they asked was, have you been using CCBF funding for enabling housing units as required as per your agreement, in simple terms? Because council endorsed the decision to fund part of the Port Dover wastewater treatment plant through the CCBF, we could say yes. If that wasn't the call, we would have to say no. So it's not moved yet to a more housing, more money, less housing position, but that's kind of where we see it going at some point in the future. A lot of it does play, the next government obviously might have a different mandate for how that fund is used. This is just what the agreement currently states right now. And so we're seeing the shift that they want us to push more towards the housing side, which Norfolk County being a rural municipality, we don't have as many like road widenings and those projects that enable housing. For us, it's really water, wastewater is the only enabling asset type that we can really sell for that purpose.
Thank you.
Councillor Van Riesche.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. I have a curiosity question over the idea of this road vacation sort of deal, or not maintaining or not addressing. Because we do a lot of, and I see Andrew's back, because of the drainage along the roadways and things like that, what we're having is a lot of situations where roads are being cut up. How do we address that? And I know you want to do everything at the same time, and I fully understand that. But there's emergencies on roadways through drainage versus infrastructure, because they're all infrastructure at the end of the day. How do you account for that? Like, where would we get the money for the repairs that's going to occur there if we take road vacation?
Through the chair, I'll start that and maybe pass it off to Andrew. So in our capital plan, we kind of have like 3 types of programs. We have our infrastructure reconstruction program, which is looking at primarily urban roads that have municipal services underneath. That's the big dollar value for road spending. Then we also have resurfacing programs. That's like a resurfacing on the rural roads. We have our surface treatment program. We have tar and chip. We have an asphalt program. Those are kind of the swivels and the tools that Andrew can use to kind of deal with those issues on isolated issues. What we're looking to align with the asset management plan is the timing for the urban larger projects. But Andrew's here to speak to kind of how he prioritizes the isolated road issues.
Through the chair, I think Jacob gave a very good summary. I mean, we have to read and react to some of our rural road segments. As you did mention, Councillor, storms come up and they can cause problems to roads. Luckily for us, as Jacob mentioned, those are the smaller dollar value projects for us. So we are able to read and react and leverage funding from our accounts to complete those. It is the large urban projects that cost significantly more, and we need to put them more in check.
Any other questions from committee? I have one, Jacob, if I may. Do you have any historical value? How much money have we received each year, or say the last 3 years, over both these programs? Any idea what that is?
Through the chair, I do not. I'd say our CCBF funding allocation has remained closer to static. We've had a little bit of an increase for the last little while, nothing close to what we've seen on the OSIF side. On the OSIF side, our funding has increased from pre-COVID, I think it was around 2.5, and then there was some spike ups. And what we think now is, now that they have this new formula, I would like to hope that our funding allocation is going to keep climbing at that pace, because we're currently hitting a maximum ceiling for the year-over-year increase. But also you have many other municipalities across the province that are also seeing decreases down 15% because of the new formulas.
Well, you said the combined was 6.7
Sorry,
million?
the combined today is a little over 10.5. somewhere in that range. So
Sorry, that's for 24?
25 combined
25?
between the two. The allocations based on the 33% for OSIF and 35% for CCBF guess us to be about $3.5 million a year that we'd be reallocating over to water wastewater. The rest would remain within the tax supported services.
Thank you. Okay, I
was just going to move the recommendation.
Okay, moved by Councillor Columbus, seconded by Mayor Martin. All those in favor? That is carried. Moving on. Hang on with me here. Can't get the page open. Property tax policy, and Lisa, you have the floor when you're ready. And that's tax policy CS-25-039.
Thank you. Through the chair, we're just going to take a moment to shift out our staffing.
Okay.
Thank you. Through the chair to council, I am here today to introduce report CS 25-39, which is the 2025 property tax policy. The Municipal Act requires that municipalities approve annual tax policies that set the parameters for tax billing and collection. This report provides an update on Norfolk County's current assessment base for 2025, a discussion on the 2025 tax policy items for council's consideration, as well as an update on the 2025 education tax rates. The tax policies issues included for consideration in this report are the tax ratios, small-scale on-farm business optional subclasses, business vacancy and excess land tax measures, as well as property tax billing and installment due dates. The first item I would like to bring your attention to is Table 1 on page 3 of the report. The column for growth shows how we got from 2024 to 2025 totals. Overall growth was 1,528,693, which equals 1.2% overall. Column 3 in the table shows the interclass shift. The column has no values as there is no change since we are still working with 2016 assessment values, which reached the destination values in 2020. At this time, the province has not set a date for the next assessment cycle. Column 4 of the table shows the impacts of the recent 2025 levy-supported operating budget. The operating budget resulted in a levy increase of $6.3 million. After assessment growth and a final levy amount of $136.4 million, which is a 6.12% increase over the previous year. The next section of the report looks at tax ratios. Table 2 on page 5 of the report summarizes current and proposed tax ratios against established thresholds. The only change from the previous year is the addition of the aggregate extract tax class, which was mandated to start in 2025. The next section in this report references the small-scale on-farm businesses subclass. There have not been any changes to the eligibility criteria that was adopted in prior years for these classes. A change to note for the 2025 taxation year is the change to the commercial, industrial, vacant, and excess land subclass. Historically, Norfolk County placed a 33% reduction on commercial and industrial vacant or excess land. In 2023, staff brought forward a report that council approved to make changes to this program. In 2025, the discount was reduced from 33% to 16.5% and will be further reduced to 0% in 2026 and onward. The final thing we would like to bring to council's attention are the proposed final due dates for 2025, which are August 29th and October 31st. That concludes my comments on this report, and we are available to answer any questions council may have.
Okay, questions for Lisa from council. Councillor Berry.
Thanks, Chair. Excuse me, through you to Lisa. So I'm looking at table 2 and looking at the ratios there on page 5 of 10. And I see that every ratio that we have in Norfolk County is at 100% of its max value except for 3. And 2 of them, sorry, not max value, sorry, the recommended rate of fairness, other than 3. And those 3 are commercial and industrial and farm. And commercial and industrial are 59.29% higher than their rate of fairness. And so really we have one class of property in Norfolk County that we're charging below the rate of fairness. Everyone else is either at its maximum or exceeding its maximum range, not the maximum set by the province. And so I guess what I'm wondering is why are farms at 0.23 and not at 0.25 as they are allowed to be?
Yeah, through the chair, that's a great question. So as you can see, the provincial maximum is 0.25 for the farm tax class. Norfolk County has historically adopted 0.23 for the last few years. It was originally adopted in 2019 through the tax policy report at that time. The intent of it really at that time was to address some of the significant changes that we've seen in the farm tax class with the CVAs associated with those properties with the new assessment cycle that took place during that time. So we have continued with that recommendation going forward at 0.23. And from a background perspective, that's kind of why we've adopted it historically.
So, okay, so since 2019, it's essentially that rate's been, could we call it discounted somewhat? Okay. So I guess my next question is, so when a rate goes down like that, what happens to that reduction? So that money has to be made up somewhere else, I'm assuming, because the budget is set and these numbers are all assessed a value essentially to get us to that budget. So when one goes down, where does that money go?
Through the chair, that's another great question. So in terms of the levy, it's the same levy distribution. We don't generate more taxes by changing ratios associated with different tax classes. By reducing the farm historically, it has increased the tax burden experienced by other classes. Conversely, if it was to increase to 0.25, you would see the opposite happening with the other tax classes. Predominantly the residential, as that is a large portion of our overall tax base.
Okay, so what I'm hearing then is that when one goes down, the rest of the property owners in Norfolk County make up a portion of that difference in the reduction.
That's correct.
Okay, thanks. So would it be fair to say then that the larger the farm, the greater the discount? Is that correct?
Through the chair, that would be correct. Obviously, the larger the farm, the larger the assessed value, and therefore the larger the discount associated with it, from the 0.25 to 0.23.
Okay, so then the largest farms are essentially receiving the most, let's say, money to make up for the discount from other property owners.
Through the chair, that would be accurate to say that.
And that would include homeowners, multi-residential, commercial, industrial, and so on. So can you tell me, so again, why was the reduction graded in 2019? Is because the values of the farmland went up through the MPAC reassessing their values, right? Is that correct?
That's through the chair. That's correct. OFA did some presentations around that timeline and petitioned numerous councils to reduce the farm tax ratio from 0.25. The main driver of that was during that period there was significant increases associated with farm assessments, which obviously is tied to the increased sales value associated with farms as well. So with those increased assessments, they were outpacing the assessment increases in other tax classes, meaning at that time we were experiencing a shift from other tax classes to the farm tax, and thus increasing the burden. So the reduction of 0.25, council's intent with that was to, at the time at least, was to mitigate the impacts associated with that, the variations in the phase and percentages between classes.
Okay, so if I'm understanding this then, the farms are more valuable, or at least assessed to be more valuable based on their sales. So the solution was for other property classes to pick up a portion of their tax bill?
So that is correct in the sense that farm assessed values are based on farm-to-farm transactions, right? So if the farm community is paying more for farmland, then their assessments would go up naturally as part of every assessment cycle. And yeah, at the time, council endorsed a reduction to reduce it to the 0.23 level to offset that.
Okay, so the equity and the wealth in the farm goes up. The taxes go down, and the rest of the property owners in Norfolk County pay the difference.
Through the chair, so as part of the whole levy pie, if it were, in a sense, when reducing it, you do increase the burden associated with other tax classes. So yes.
Okay. Do you know what the total amount of money that was moved from farms to the other classes equals last year?
Through the chair, if you give me 1 second, I can pull that up. I don't have it for last year, but I do have 2025 available, if that's helpful. So on an average basis, so the actual shift between
Actually, sorry, Rob, I have it here. I got it from you before. You told me before it was 678,743, and of that, $578,080 was moved directly to residential property owners. Is that accurate? Sound right?
through the chair, those numbers do sound consistent with what I provided previously.
Okay, that's my questions for now. I want to hear how the rest of this goes.
Councilor Van Passen.
I just can't leave that alone. The way you tell the story is not quite. In 2012, MPAC did a reassessment of all the properties in Norfolk County. The average property across the county increased in value by around 30%. The average value of farmland in Norfolk County was increased by over 65% by MPAC. In 2016, they did a reassessment. Again, the average increase across Norfolk County for all properties was around 25%. The average increase for all agricultural land was another over 65%. When you look at the share of the pie of tax money in 2001, that agricultural paid a certain share of the total dollars in tax money. And mind you, agricultural land gets smaller over time and residential land increases over time, but the share of the pie, because of that difference in the assessment values, the agricultural taxes were in essence subsidizing the residential, not the other way around. If you do the calculation, in order for the agriculturally assessed land to be paying the same share of the pie as they did in 2001, that rate shouldn't be 23%, it should be 16%. So it was reduced in 2019 because I whined quite a bit and quite long on that, and we had different presentations from group, and people understand it. It's not that they're being subsidized by other one, it's just the difference in the way MPAC had not equally. If everybody's assessment went up equally, there'd be no changes in the system. But because of that discrepancy where residential land went up a small amount and agricultural land went a large amount, they were in essence paying more than their fair share if you consider that it was fair the previous year. So, you know, it makes for a good story to tell it one way, but facts sort of don't back up that sort of concept that there's no subsidy. It's a matter of fairness that everybody pays their fair share. And remember, on the houses are assessed, even on a farm, they are assessed as a residential unit separate from the farm. So they're paying the exact same taxes on a farmhouse as you do a house in a subdivision. It's just the land. And, you know, part of that argument on that reduced rate is you don't provide a lot of services to vacant land, you provide services to the people that live in the house. So they pay their same taxes in the houses, the land doesn't get any services, so that's why the government set up the ratios that way. And yes, 25% is the maximum. There are municipalities where farmland pays zero because they recognize that they don't provide any services, and I guess they like to eat food too, so.
We're still in questions, right?
We're on questions.
Okay.
Sorry, are you?
Sorry,
okay,
is that not
do you have your
correct,
hand up?
staff?
Sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead, I don't have a question. I'm sorry, but if you're gonna run the meeting, if someone's not asking questions, then you need to stop.
Well, Councillor Adam Very was asking questions, but he was corrected by Councillor Van Passen, and I think that's appropriate.
No, that's not how it works, Councillor Brunton.
Well, I'm going to add to that, Councillor Huffman. There's another factor that hasn't been included in here, and that's managed forests. They don't include that anymore unless you have 25 acres of forest. And that's taxed as farmland. Anyways, are you done, Councillor Van Passen? Okay, go ahead. Can you answer that?
Sorry, would you be able to repeat the question, Councillor?
Okay. All right. Van Passen, Councillor Van Passen, you've asked a question? No.
I would like to move the staff recommendation on this report, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Columbus. Any?
Yeah, I got debate now, because now we're not at questions.
All
I'm
right,
allowed to have debate.
We'll debate the
Okay,
motion.
so,
All right.
so we're talking about everyone paying their fair share. So I asked staff about this. The farm assessed value in Norfolk County has 2.5, almost $2.6 billion in assessed value. That's the wealth in the farmland, okay? $2.6 billion almost. That's the assessed value. For that, the taxes paid are $7,928,000 on $2.5 billion in assessment. Contrary to that, commercial assessment is at $500 million, just over $500 million, and commercial pays 11.7. So where's the fairness there? They have about 20% of the value and pay $4 million more in taxes total. The value of the residential assessment in Norfolk County is $7.6 billion, which is about 3 times the assessed value of the farm. The taxes paid by homeowners is $102 million compared to the 7.9. So what I'm getting at here is that putting it back to 0.25 would reduce the taxes paid by every other class of property owner on the $2.5 billion in wealth in farmland. So that's what I was hoping to do here. So I guess we're going to vote on this motion first, but keep in mind here that every other property owner in Norfolk is paying a portion of that discounted rate on farms. Want to eat argument doesn't matter because a lot of it is tobacco and ginseng and non-food product.
We're not here to argue. Are you done with your questions to staff?
We're in debate, Doug. We're not in questions.
Okay, but you're making a lot of points there. Do you have any further questions for staff? Because if I want to,
I do not.
I'm going to call the motion here. By Councillor Van Passen and Councillor Columbus have made a motion to adopt the report. Are there no further debate? All those in favor of the report? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's carried. Yes.
If I could, Mr. Chair, Councillor Berry raises an interesting point, but there's a lot of history behind how we got here. And I'm wondering if there could be some direction provided to staff after the next MPAC assessment to revisit this with council. We're waiting for that assessment to occur, but I think that there is a bigger conversation that could be had and maybe document the process to make sure we're bringing council members and the public along with us in the future. And furthermore, you know, agriculture is an industry for us. So there's a lot of effort that should be made to protect it. However, we're waiting for MPAC to come back. So all of that to say, staff, is this something that when MPAC comes back around, does another reassessment, you're able to just bring some type of reporting forward and we can take another look? It's going to be what it'll be. It's not going to change, you know, but we can, at that point in time, discuss again.
Yeah, through the chair, I think that's something that we would plan to bring back anyways when the new assessment cycle is introduced. That is kind of a good time to review just the health of the tax base and your prior decisions overall at that time.
Question? Go ahead, Councillor Berry.
No, it's not a question. I'd like to have another motion as well myself on this issue.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, my motion would be, I would like, just in response to what Councillor Van Andriesche said, do you want to eat? Fair enough. I'd like staff to come back with a report that actually shows the breakdown in what is food production in farms in Norfolk and what is non-food production. Because if the do you want to eat argument is why the taxes should be lower, let's see, what is the food and what is non-food?
You want to report on that? That's you moving that motion? Yes, sir. Okay, did anybody want to second that? Councillor Michelli. Okay, any further questions? All those in favor? I guess that's carried. Okay, we're done with that. And just a comment, the farm rate used to be 0.21. I can remember that. Anyways, we're going to eat. Taking a break. 5:23. What do you want? Half hour? 6 o'clock. Yeah, start at 6. Half hour? Let's go. Half hour.
That we explained earlier. Whereas a subdivision application is required when a landowner has a piece of land large enough to divide into more than 3 or 4 individual lots to build new houses or other kind of developments. The subdivision process generally requires a more in-depth review with a longer processing time to ensure that the development meets county's development standards. What is a condominium? A condominium, often known as a condo, is an ownership model where the building or group of buildings is divided into multiple units that are surrounded by common areas for circulation, servicing, or amenities such as parks and open spaces. The common areas are jointly owned and managed by the owners of the units. Residential condominiums are frequently constructed as apartment buildings and townhouses with private roads. Many shopping malls are also commercial condominiums in which the individual retail and office spaces are owned by businesses that occupy them, while the common areas of the mall are collectively owned by these business entities. A condominium corporation is often made up of condo unit owners who manage and operate the condominium complex. What is the difference between a subdivision and a condominium? One of the main differences between a subdivision and a condominium development is who is responsible for providing services such as water, wastewater, and road maintenance after the construction and occupancy of the dwellings or units. In a subdivision, the county takes responsibility for providing these services to individual lots. On the other hand, in a condominium, the county is only responsible to providing services up to the entry point of the development. The condominium is responsible for distributing services and the maintenance to the individual units. How are subdivisions and condominiums approved? To get approval for a subdivision or condominium, the landowner must apply for approval of a draft of the plan that shows how many lots are proposed, the lot size, how the lots will be accessed, including any new roads, and how the lots will be serviced for water and wastewater or other utilities. The planning team will provide guidelines to the landowner on the standards they need to comply with. Examples include road design, tree plantation, fencing requirements, and maintaining a buffer from any existing industrial or commercial sites, etc. Generally, the subdivision applications go to council for a decision, whereas most of the condominium applications are currently approved by the county staff under delegated authority. How are residents informed about a new subdivision? When a draft plan of a subdivision is approved, the neighbors receive an approval notice of the application. The neighbors have 20 days to appeal against the approval or refusal of the draft plan. Once the appeal period has expired, there is still a lot of work that needs to be done by the developer before beginning the construction. An approved draft plan of subdivision does not constitute a legal lot. It is merely a draft plan. Norfolk County must ensure that all lots are appropriately designed and serviceable through a subdivision agreement, and only then can the lots be registered and the owner can apply for a building permit. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is site plan control? Site plan control is a tool that planners use to evaluate a proposed development to ensure the site features and elements such as walkways, parking areas, and landscapings, and many other technical features meet specific standards. For example, standards may include engineering design, sustainability, and universal accessibility for barrier-free access to the building or within the property. What do I do if I have submitted a permit and I have learned my property is under site plan control? If a property is under a site plan control, the first step is to speak with a planner. A planner will need to learn about what is changing about the lands, which may or may not require a site plan application. What is a site plan waiver? Sometimes the nature of a development is so minor that a site plan application is determined to be unnecessary. In this instance, a site plan control will be waived. If you have learned from a planner that it is appropriate to waive a site plan control, you can submit an application form with any required documents to the planning department to receive a site plan waiver. Do all lands require site plan control? Not all lands require site plan control. For example, single detached dwellings, semi-detached dwellings, and townhouses that are serviced and accessed from a public road. Agricultural activities or farm buildings also do not require a site plan control. Most new commercial, institutional, and industrial developments require a site plan control. A site plan agreement with the landowner may be required to ensure that appropriate standards are maintained during the construction period. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hey Norfolk County! Whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk from 8:30 to 4:30 Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Deputations are a way for you and all residents of Norfolk County to speak before council about relevant matters in our community. To begin, search www.norfolkcounty.ca. Then select the Government tab. Under the Government tab, select Provide Deputation/Speak at a Council or Committee Meeting. This page provides general information regarding deputations. Under the subheading Register to Speak, click the Public Hearing/Deputation Form link to pre-register your deputation. Notice of Collection. By checking the Notice of Collection box, you are agreeing to the above statement. Selecting the type of meeting you want. There are several types of meetings that allow deputations. Please listen closely as we explain each option. Council meeting. Council deputations must pertain to a matter listed on the upcoming meeting agenda. For the remaining meeting choices, you may present a deputation if the topic pertains to the committee you are presenting to. Once you select the type of meeting you want to deliver your deputation, you can complete the rest of the document. Now choose whether you will attend the meeting in person or virtually. Finally, select if you will be providing materials during your deputation. If you have materials for distribution during the council meeting, please bring 15 hard copies for council and staff. Now click Next to move to Step 2. In step 2, please fill out your personal information. Once your personal information is completed, click Next. Lastly, review your information and select Next to submit your form. You have now completed the deputation request form. You will receive a confirmation email from the Clerk's Department that they've received your request. Next, we will talk about what to do on the day of your deputation.
So, you've received your approval and the day of your deputation is upon you. For starters, council is located here, at 50 Colburn Street. Now there's 2 entrances you can use when you arrive. One is here, located off Colburn, and one located off Talbot Street. When you arrive, you'll have 3 main options to park. The first is to park at the Simcoe Town Center Mall, which is where Food Basics is located. Your second option is 2-hour street parking on Court Street. And your third option is 2-hour street parking on Lott Street. If you can't find any parking at any of those 3 options, don't worry. Downtown Simcoe has plenty of street parking in all of the surrounding areas. If you enter through the Colburn Street doors, you'll have to make your way through the building to get to council chambers. But don't worry, if you require any assistance, you can feel free to ask Service Norfolk at the front desk. Make your way along this path and you'll end up in the main lobby. To your left, there'll be an elevator. You can either ring the bell or go ask the people at the front desk for assistance. If you don't need to use the elevator, you can head on up the green staircase and go up to council chambers. If you enter through the Talbot Street doors, the elevator will be immediately in front of you, or the green staircase will be ready for you to go up and deliver your presentation. Once you reach the top of the stairs, you'll have made it to council chambers. Feel free to take a seat here or here and wait for council to call your name when it's time to present. When council calls your name, make your way to the podium and ensure that you don't walk between the railing and the chairs on your way there. When you arrive at the podium, adjust it to your desired height using the arrow buttons and turn the microphone on using the button on the right. If you're giving your deputation in front of council, begin by saying, "Through the mayor." If you're giving it in front of a committee, begin by saying, "Through the chair." Then, clearly state your name and address, and you'll have 5 minutes to give your presentation. Upon having 1 minute remaining, the chair will give you notice. When you're finished your presentation, council may have questions for you. Ensure that you always begin your answer by saying "through the mayor" or "through the chair" to councillor and their last name. If you can't answer the question, that's okay. Inform council that you'll gather more information and get back to them. After that, council will have heard out what you've had to say, and they'll take appropriate action as they deem necessary. And now, you've finished your deputation. You can either have a seat and watch the rest of the meeting, or you can leave through the door that you came in and ensure that you leave as quietly as possible.
Hey Norfolk County, did you know that Ride Norfolk is now on demand? This means you can schedule Norfolk's public transit service to pick you up for appointments, shopping, school, or work. Ride Norfolk has partnered with Blaze Transit to offer on-demand pickups at all 95 stops across Norfolk, including this one. I booked my trip earlier today and my bus is here right on time. Since there are no fixed local schedules, you can easily book Ride Norfolk over the phone, online, or on the Blaze Transit app from your smartphone. Thanks, Charlie.
You're welcome.
Ride Norfolk's customer service team can help answer any questions you may have, get you started with the app, or book your next ride. By moving to on-demand, Ride Norfolk is helping more residents get where they need to go. To learn more, visit norfolkcounty.ca/transit.
Hi, I'm Dave. I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's water treatment facility. Here in Port Rowan, the water treatment process starts by pumping water from Lake Erie up into the water treatment facility. Back in the treatment facility, I inspect large clarification tanks where the lake water enters the plant. Here we add coagulant, a chemical that attracts dirt particles together. These form into larger particles called flock, which eventually sinks and is sent to waste. Next, the water enters the filtration system where any remaining dirt particles are trapped by the filters. The water is then chlorinated and sent into a 113 cubic meter underground storage chamber. The water is then taken to the granular activated carbon filters that work like supersized 10,000 pound Brita filters to remove taste and odor. The final step is disinfection, which includes UV, and a final dose of chlorine, ensuring safe, potable drinking water. Water testing is an important part of the job. Throughout the day, we take water samples at different stages of the process, up to 9 tests depending on the treatment facility. As a Norfolk resident myself, I am proud to serve the community I live in. Thanks for joining me in this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hi, I'm Marissa, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's waste and recycling operations. Here at the transfer station in Simcoe, residents can bring a variety of waste materials for disposal. Norfolk operates 2 transfer stations, welcoming about 27,000 customers every year, and accepts material ranging from bulky items, wood, metal, and yard waste. Norfolk also provides curbside waste programs. Recycling from your home arrives at this facility where it is manually sorted by the type of material. You can see why it's important to separate materials into the correct bin, rinse recyclables, and remove items from bags. This facility processes 4,600 metric tons per year. That's equal to about 20 tons per day. Once items are sorted by material type, they are baled and ready to be shipped across North America to be made into new material. About 8 to 10% of the material that arrives here shouldn't have been put in the recycling bin. Residents can use our Recycle Coach app to confirm if an item can be recycled. After seeing how waste is handled, I hope this video helps show why rinsing and sorting your recyclables are important steps in the recycling process. As a Norfolk County employee, I am proud to serve the community I was raised in. Thanks for joining me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hey Norfolk County, whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226-NORFOLK from 8:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Norfolk County, my name is Anna and I'm here to share some water safety tips to keep you and your family safe around the water. Knowing how to swim is a life skill and an essential part of staying safe and having fun. Swimming lessons are the best way to learn essential swim survival skills to recover from a fall into deep water. Think you're too old for lessons? There are programs designed for teens and adults as well. With so many lakes and rivers, Canadians of all ages are avid boaters. Always wear a life jacket, it could save your life. Never swim alone, regardless of age and skill level. Always swim with a buddy. A buddy can throw you a buoyant aid if you get into trouble. When possible, wade into unknown waters to prevent injury. Backyard pools are a great place to make family memories. But remember, if you are not within arm's reach of your child in and around the water, then you've gone too far. Drowning can occur in as little as 10 seconds and it is silent. Every drowning death is preventable. Take time to educate yourself and those around you to ensure you're staying safe and having fun around the water. For more information, visit norfolkcounty.ca/watersafety.
Soon after, members of council and I took our seats right here in council chambers last November, we began to plan the direction we'd like to see Norfolk County take over the next 4 years and beyond. A direction that builds on our strengths and sets a strong foundation in place for future generations. We looked outward to the people of Norfolk for input. We listened to you, the valued members of our community, from our sandy lake shores, our vibrant downtowns, our picturesque countryside, and our bountiful farmland. We engaged leaders from local businesses and community agencies. We gathered ideas from our team across the county. Based on what we've heard, we created Our Future Norfolk, a set of priorities that focuses on 5 key areas: empowering Norfolk, building Norfolk, connecting Norfolk, serving Norfolk, and sustaining Norfolk. These priorities, along with the initiatives and activities that drive them, will guide council and staff as we work together to serve you and all of the members of our community over the next 4 years. On behalf of Norfolk County Council and staff, we invite you to check out our website at norfolkcounty.ca/Our Future Norfolk and return frequently to learn more about our path to a vibrant and strong future for all of us, now and in the years to come.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. The first big question is, what is the official plan? Norfolk County's official plan describes Council's policy on how lands in our community should be used, managed, and developed. It is prepared with community input and helps to ensure the future planning and development will meet the specific needs of our community. An official plan includes issues such as where new housing, industry, offices, and shops will be located, and what services like roads, water mains, sewers, parks, and schools will be needed. It also defines when and in what order our community will grow and outlines community improvement initiatives. The official plan is approved by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing in Ontario. The current official plan was adopted in 2016 with a goal to manage the growth of this county for the next 20 years. Residents can see Norfolk County official plan on our website at norfolkcounty.ca/official plan. What is a secondary plan? A secondary plan is a more detailed policy document embedded within the official plan to address the growth and development issues unique to a specific area of the county. For example, the lakeshore area in Norfolk County or a particular urban area with defined characteristics can be a secondary plan. As I mentioned, it is a more detailed policy document. It provides directions on where future development will occur with a guideline on density, road access, infrastructure services, different building types, building heights, or even design guidelines that are compatible to that specific area. In Norfolk County, there is only one secondary plan at this moment, which is the Lakeshore Special Policy Area Secondary Plan. The Port Dover Secondary Plan would be the second plan the county is working on at this moment. What does the land use designation of a property mean? Norfolk County's official plan also identifies how individual land or a group of lands will be used, and this is done by the land use designation. In Norfolk County, a lot of lands have been designated as agricultural. Some areas have been designated as hazard lands because of their specific natural features. An example would be the natural creeks, streams, rivers, or shoreline areas. Some lands have been designated as residential, commercial, or industrial to efficiently manage the growth of specific land use. Each land designation has rules about the kind of development allowed. The official plan uses growth management data to identify where and how much growth will occur in the next 20 years. In accordance with the provincial requirement, Norfolk County reviews and updates these growth areas every 5 years. What is the process of changing an official plan designation? A landowner can request to change the designation of the land through an official plan amendment application. This change requires a public hearing meeting and council's decision. A landowner needs to consult with a planner to get more information about this process and to identify the required documents they must submit. Any official plan amendment needs to conform to the provincial policy statement, which is a planning policy document that affects all municipalities across Ontario. This provincial policy statement is currently under review and may change in the future. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I'm Jacob, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes on a capital project in Norfolk County. We begin planning capital projects by analyzing our infrastructure needs related to roads, water mains, storm and sanitary sewers, as well as bridges. We assess their overall condition, age, and servicing requirements. This provides a solid foundation to ensure Norfolk has the hard infrastructure for current and future needs. Once a project is determined and approved by Council, we retain an engineer to complete the design. During this stage, we engage the public through public information centers or postings on the county website to inform them of the upcoming project and provide an opportunity to share feedback. After the design is completed and all approvals are in place, we hire a contractor through a public bidding process. During the construction phase, we track progress, budget, and continue to engage with the public. We also work with other departments to ensure the overall success of the project. Once complete, we report and track any warranty issues for 2 years. We measure a project's success by its ability to enhance infrastructure and positively impact residents. As a Norfolk County employee, I enjoy building the community that has given me so much. Thank you for taking the time to join me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
We all have the right to feel safe at work, when spending time with friends and family, when participating in activities or attending a public meeting or event. Norfolk County is committed to ensuring our spaces and workplaces are safe. Our Respect and Responsibility policy outlines the code of conduct for employees, patrons, contractors, volunteers, coaches, and spectators. This code of conduct also applies to phone calls, emails, and virtual and social media platforms. We all play a part in fostering a respectful and safe environment. Inappropriate behaviors such as swearing, name-calling, verbal and physical threats, physical violence, harassment, and vandalism will not be tolerated. Staff have the right to take action when incidents occur. This may include denying service, asking individuals to leave, contacting the police, or, if necessary, suspending them from county programs and facilities. Those responsible for damaging county property will be required to cover the cost of repairs, fees, and lost revenues. We are committed to providing high-quality customer service and a safe and respectful environment for all. For more information about our Respect and Responsibility policy, visit norfolkcounty.ca/R&R.
Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those, like, what types of planning applications are there? There are 4 main types of planning applications for different needs. First, there are minor variances and different types of severances. These are reviewed by Norfolk County's Committee of Adjustment. An example of a minor variance is when a garage is being built closer to a property line or is taller than what is permitted in the zoning bylaw. An example of a consent to sever is creating a new lot to allow for a new house. Second, are zoning bylaw and official plan amendments that are considered at council. An example is changing the permission in an urban area to allow for a triplex where a single detached dwelling is permitted. Third, are applications that Ontario's Planning Act gives Norfolk County's Planning Department authority to approve. For example, a draft plan of condominium or subdivision, which are types of applications which enable the division of land for future housing. And fourth, are applications which rely on approval from another regulator, such as telecommunications towers and hazard land boundary line adjustments. As a resident, when do I need to submit a planning application? For the average homeowner, a planning application may be required if your project does not meet the requirements of the zoning bylaw or official plan, or your property falls under site plan control. The building department will let you know that a planning application is required. If you want to change the boundaries of your lot, create an easement, or create a new lot from your property, you will need to apply for a consent to sever with the planning department. What is a pre-consultation meeting? A pre-consultation meeting is the first step of a planning application and allows staff to clarify the application process and provide a checklist of documents required. A complete application can reduce the time required for review and decision-making. Applications that must undergo a pre-consultation meeting before the application can be submitted include official plan amendments, zoning bylaw amendments, draft plans of subdivision, draft plans of condominium, and site plan applications. A meeting may also be required for certain Committee of Adjustment applications. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842. You can also email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. A common question is, what is zoning? Zoning is a way of categorizing how land can be used. Norfolk County has identified through its zoning bylaw different land use zones, for example, commercial, agricultural, or residential, what they can be used for, and any required standards, for example, building size and location. Zoning must be maintained by any development or activity that has started from the date the zoning bylaw has been passed by the county. What is the process of changing a zoning bylaw? A common reason that residents are referred to the planning department is because their proposal does not meet the current zoning bylaw provisions. If a landowner wants to change the land use from what is permitted in the existing zoning, a change in the zoning bylaw would be required. For example, changing the permission from only a single detached dwelling to expand the permission to build a triplex. This is called a zoning bylaw amendment and it requires council's approval. A planning application known as a minor variance can be submitted for a minor change in the zoning bylaw, such as the height or size of a structure. Minor variances are reviewed by the Committee of Adjustment that is made up of citizen members who are appointed by council. The committee is governed by the Planning Act and holds public meetings to approve applications for minor variances and consents. A minor variance must meet the 4 tests to be approved. 1, the change is minor. 2, the development is desirable for the appropriate use of the land, building, or structure. 3, the change maintains the general intent and purpose of the official plan. And 4, the change maintains the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. What happens after a decision is made by the Committee of Adjustment? If the committee approves an application, the applicant and anyone else involved is notified. Certain parties can appeal a decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal within a 20-day appeal period. If no appeals are filed, the county issues notice that the decision is final. For minor variances, an applicant can now proceed with the building permit process. For severances, specific conditions must be met within 2 years, or the application will expire and the process will need to restart from the beginning. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact.
Waiting for the on-air. Okay, we're ready to roll here. We're on 8.5, Health and Social Services, Homeless Prevention Program. Louise, and I guess she is online. Louise Lovell, there she is. Okay. You have the floor.
Yes, I am. Thank you very much. Through the chair to council and committee, thank you for receiving this report today. I'm here to introduce HSS-25-005, the Homeless Prevention Program Review. Just to provide a little context before I hand over the floor, the current review was recommended in June of 2023 when the Provincial Homelessness Prevention Program budget was increased significantly by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. The last review done before that was in 2016, and extensive recommendations were made at that time to modernize and implement best practices in our sector. Most significantly were recommendations for the service manager to undertake the operations of several programs. The Homeless Prevention Services team has been working to implement those recommendations since 2016 and suggested the review in 2023 to ensure there was confidence in the progress they've made and alignment with ministry guidelines and standards. Help Seeker was the successful bidder for the RFP, and they have completed the review and will present their findings for you. They recently brought you the review of the housing services portfolio in the fall of 2024. So with that, I will hand the floor over to Jillian Ma and Jesse Donaldson, who are here today from Help Seeker, to let you know what they found in their review.
Awesome. Thanks, Louise. Good afternoon. Sorry, my throat is a little bit tickly. Am I able to share my screen from my side? Okay. Here we go. Can you see my screen okay?
Yes.
Okay. And you can still see the slides properly, correct? Awesome. Everything's well connected. Thank you. So I was going to say good afternoon. Good evening. My name's Jesse Donaldson, and thanks for having us join you today. I know you've had a long session, so I'll try to be appropriately brief, but also giving this the space it deserves. And I think the topic we're touching on today has huge impacts for some of the stuff we've heard over the last few hours from you. We'd like to share the findings of the review that we did, but first I want to introduce you to some of the greater context of homelessness in Ontario, which this review takes place in. So here we did, okay, so, hey Jill, can you take this slide? My computer's freezing.
Oh, yes, I can open that up.
There we go. It's just loading here. Apologies for this. Do you have it? Hello?
Is this the one you're looking for, Jesse?
I can't see it, unfortunately, Jill. Do you want to keep going and I'll be able to catch up here? I'm just trying to load it in presenter view.
Sure.
Here, as long as you can change the screen. So if I say next slide, are you able to do that?
I can, yes.
Awesome. Apologies for this. So we know that homelessness is becoming more complex and expensive to address across Ontario. Specifically, we've seen a 48% increase in your point-in-time count since 2018. So your most recent enumeration found 117 people experiencing homelessness, which again is a 48% increase, but we're also seeing that across Ontario. So you're following a similar trajectory in that homelessness is becoming more complex. This increase partly reflects better outreach methods, but it also represents a real increase in the number of people experiencing homelessness. We're also seeing the complexity of needs increase. So more individuals with mental health concerns, more individuals with substance use concerns, and we're also seeing that people are experiencing homelessness for longer. So not only is that a provincial-wide trend, we're also seeing that reflected in some of the data we've reviewed for you. On the right-hand side, we recently completed a report, of course, that Norfolk participated in, and what we anticipate over the coming years is a best-case scenario. 170,000 people will be experiencing homelessness by 2030. That's across the province. But really, the more likely scenario with economic downturn, some of the recession conversations we're having moving forward, is that nearly 300,000 people will be experiencing homelessness by 2030. Again, we're talking about provincial numbers, but it is reflected in some of the increases we're seeing in your local data. Next slide, please. We also can see that rural communities are no exception. So we've long known that rural homelessness is an issue. We saw it within your review and also your data. But actually, when we look at, again, the provincial trends of which Norfolk contributed data to, we're seeing homelessness increase by 154% in the last several years. So we're seeing a huge trajectory increase, which indicates there's additional pressures that are happening rurally that might impact what you might see over the coming years. Also tells us homelessness is not a big city problem. And of course, the conversations you've had over the last few hours really indicate that you and your community are feeling the pressures of that, including people who are unhoused. And then I bring this to you today to contextualize some of the success. So what I want to communicate is there's pressures to come. There's increasing headwinds, and small sort of changes to your system aren't going to majorly impact those headwinds. But what we are seeing within your prevention program, of course, that we looked at, is huge successes within a really challenging environment. And my kind of not suggestion, but context for you is how can you maintain those successes in an increasingly pressure cooker situation? Next slide, please. As we said at this conversation, though, I want to be clear that the question is, how do you build a muscle to repeatedly respond to homelessness and housing issues in an increasingly challenging situation with huge infrastructure costs, huge deficits in affordable housing? And so building that muscle, or the strength of that muscle, doesn't mean that you can control for all of these external factors that are beyond your mandate, or really that you don't have the municipal levers for. So we have rising rates, stagnant wages, an erosion of affordable housing policy. We have increased economic pressures, increased costs of living. You can't control those as a municipality. There's also a huge growing mismatch between, say, social assistance rates and what's happening for real-time rent. So again, even affordable housing stock that you have is going to face increasing pressure. Increasing infrastructures also make new housing development really difficult. So these are macroeconomic forces beyond your control, but these are the environments that your decisions live in, that your HPP programs, for example, live in. Next slide, please. We also heard within the review about local pressures that are going to amplify these crises. So again, limited affordable housing stock, huge cost of living, increases in poverty, child poverty, intergenerational poverty. We heard about transportation and infrastructure costs that will impact your overall, not success, but pressure in how you respond to housing and homelessness. We also heard about or saw evidence of mental health and addictions, substance use crisis, which has huge impacts across your community. So it's not even a homelessness issue that we're looking at some of this program review in. It's really a whole community safety well-being issue. And you can expect to spend an increasing amount of time and resources in this room, the room you're in, speaking about security, speaking about reactive responses, if not at the hockey rink, if not at the administration building, elsewhere in the community. But I bring this to you is not that it's intractable. There's lots you can do, and homelessness prevention and optimizing the funding that you're administering is one of the best ways for you to control that. Next slide, please. This is a chart we like to use for any kind of business people in a former life, inflow, outflow. So looking at homelessness, we talk about inflow, outflow. Inflow is the number of people, how many people are becoming homelessness each year. Outflow is the number of people you successfully move out of homelessness. You don't have a great deal of control over the number of people who are experiencing homelessness, except for what will show you the success of your prevention programs. Outflow, that really depends on you having housing, having appropriate spaces, having enough spaces for people to be. The thing that you can really control and have the most impact in the focus of this conversation, is the homelessness serving system. So what programs are funded? How is performance monitored? What mix of supports are we offering? Who are we prioritizing with limited resources? How much are we spending? How quickly are we able to react to new emerging signals, such as new substances or new relationships between certain people experiencing homelessness that may be causing social disorder? So that's the bucket as the service manager that you have a great deal of control over. You have less control over the economic winds that create things like poverty and housing instability. Next slide, please. All of that to say in the lead up, your role as a service manager, your staff done an amazing job with limited resources relative to kind of the scope and scale of the issue. And we're seeing prevention results that we don't necessarily see for some of your programs in comparable communities across Ontario. So starting with the good news story, I think staff throughout the review demonstrated remarkable creativity and commitment despite resource constraints. But we also found within the review that the way your system is set up and the current infrastructure you have to measure the success of your programs to do the administration required to collect the data to prove that every dollar is where it needs to be, that is under-resourced, which is having impacts on the ability of your system to be nimble overall. Next slide, please. Okay, I'm going to start with the Housing Stability Bank. So that's essential for providing people with rent arrears, utility bills, first and last month's rent, and that's preventing homelessness before it occurs. That is your most cost-effective way and a lever you have to reduce the number of people who are coming into your system. That has positive impacts on your community, people experiencing housing stability. It's essential. When we looked at the review, I think it was 91% of households that were assisted by the HSB remained housed 1 year later. Mind you, 78% were presumed housed and 11% were confirmed, but nonetheless, that's highly effective in regards to housing stability. It means fewer people going into the system. It's also much cheaper to support people to stay in their own home. It's better for individuals and families as well than it is to have people move to a crisis response. So that's a huge win within your system with relatively few resources. Next slide, please. Then when we go into the emergency housing program, so if we're unable to prevent someone from experiencing homelessness, which will always be the case, how quickly are we able to stabilize people, keep them in the community appropriately, and then move them on, that outflow, move them on to where they need to be? So previously operating out of the Star Motel, the EHP offers temporary accommodation for people who have nowhere else to go. Serves as a critical safety net for those experiencing sudden housing loss, and it's an essential sort of emergency component. 33% of those who accessed EHP successfully moved into stable housing afterwards. When we do modeling for communities, we look at a 1 to 2%. That's how we expect the emergency response, 1 to 2% of people moving them into stable housing. So it's really not the role of the emergency crisis response to outflow people into stable housing, yet your system is doing an incredible job acting as that stabilizing force. Next slide, please. And then supportive and transitional housing. And the supportive and transitional housing will become permanently and increasingly important within your system. So that's supporting people with maybe higher needs, more complex needs, substance use, perhaps mental health, or just additional support needs. So in your programs, we saw in the Indwell supportive and transitional, we saw 100% of residents in supportive housing remaining housed 1 year after they move in, which is great. That's the goal. Once people are in supportive housing often, you can expect they may stay there for a couple of years, sometimes permanently, and you need that type of support within your system. 87.5% of transitional housing clients successfully move from homelessness to housing. So then you're also seeing your supportive and transitional housing act as that outflow mechanism to move people to where they need to be, sometimes housing independence or sometimes to places with additional support. Next slide, please. So in these three examples, HSB, Emergency Housing Program, and Supportive Housing, they're each demonstrating success in your continuum. They're doing reducing the inflow, reducing the community impacts of people who, when they're experiencing that crisis, and then outflow, moving people onto stable housing. I do have to stress that relative to some of the needs you're facing, how that's funded and structured, you're doing a lot with a little. We do know, though, there's still increasing need and there's unmet need. So you have people on your by name list who are not yet receiving supports or don't yet want supports. And there's also indication that that inflow, as needs increase in the community, is going to continue to go in. And so it's about success with what you have, but a continuous kind of focus on where do we need to go to ensure that we don't lose those gains as we face more and more pressure as our communities grow. Next slide, please. So definitely signals of success, and I hope that's what the report underlines. There's also aspects of the system that indicates that as far as administratively, data collection, performance management, there's not enough resources to do so at a level that might be required for complexity of the issue. And while it may be okay today, as this continues to grow in your community, you will want that business focus, that ability to really act nimbly to say, is what we're doing right? Are we getting the most out of every dollar that goes into this system? So a few examples. Programs are collecting data, but they often don't have the capacity to analyze it, and it's not sustainable to have consultants do that. At one site, I think one comment was staff are often pulled away from actual housing work, these positive outcomes, to handle administration. And administration can be a dirty word, but it's so essential to ensure that your system's operating effectively. In some programs in the review we went through, we were missing basic information. So housing status or intake, and that impacts your ability to track client outcomes, and also how different programs are impacting people differently. And within the complexity of homelessness, you need to try stuff, see if it works, and then try again. And having some of that evidence we spoke of today. Other programs are operating with less usable data. So there's a whole systems change element that needs to happen there. And then the final thing is really capturing client experience. So where outcomes aren't working, why? Because that's going to unlock maybe that there's different approaches. And it's not a criticism, truly, in some sense. There are far bigger systems operating with far more money that have many of the same issues, but worse. But bringing this to you today is sort of the next frontier, if you will, on where you might need to go to prepare for what's to come. Next slide, please. So some of the kind of operational pieces we see based on this review, resources. So the HPP, the Homelessness Prevention Program, stretched 1.889 million across 10 programs. That's significant. That's to see the outcomes plus the breadth of what you're covering is impressive. But demand is also increasing. So Housing Stability Bank, there was a 133% increase, which makes sense. We see, as we saw, homelessness in rural areas is growing 54% in the last few years. So as you're having this success, it's a constant escalation of pressure and also adverse kind of outcomes for people in the community. You do have a lower administrative capacity than other communities of your size or relative issue. So that's relative to other service managers. This really limits your ability to coordinate services, analyze data, and most importantly, manage performance. And performance management is a daily task, not just a kind of a reporting task. And then data and performance tracking. So there's some limitations to the data, and that limits your ability to be nimble in an issue that's constantly changing. I would just say that these aren't administrative gaps. They're system level pressure points, and you're doing a lot with limited resources, including stretching funding across all of those programs. But as economic and social pressures increase, prevention alone can't carry the whole load. So you need to be able to have a system that acts with precision, which means next level of data, matching people to the right supports, monitoring performance. And that precision requires infrastructure and growth management and asset management in the same way that we look at water and wastewater. And so you can control what's inside that circle I showed you. And to most effectively control what's inside that circle, scale, performance, matching people to the right support, getting the right outcomes, you need the administrative weight and backbone and the data in order to do that most effectively. And that's sort of the business of the system. And it's like any business, those are what's required to make smart decisions. Next slide, please. I think that is one of the reasons we've seen this is provincial level data, of course, that Norfolk responded to as well. We've seen huge increases in municipal investments in housing and homelessness. There's only really 3 things you can do in the current climate to address some of the homelessness and housing issues. You can optimize the system you already have, and it's our view that based on what we can see, there's been a lot of optimization to date to kind of get every value out of that dollar. You can advocate to other levels of government. So provincial, federal, advocacy, of course, is a critical tool. Appreciate that the mandate for homelessness and housing largely lives with the province. But what we're also seeing other communities do is increasing municipal contributions. Regardless, if there's new dollars ever on the table, they deserve maximum impact. And so my point today isn't to recommend any of those 3 strategies, but it is to say that what you can control in that circle to really effectively optimize it, it needs to be backed with the resources, both to continue to enhance data quality, but also decision-making based on that data. Yeah, you've shown what's possible with limited tools, but as the system scales, so too will be the importance of managing it through prevention. Next slide, please. Okay. With 618, so I won't keep you much longer, but even with a modest kind of increase in investment, we do think there's huge gains that could be seen in your administration capacity that might make a big difference. Data analyst, program evaluator, system coordinator, that's really for you to decide, but moving that business level decision-making forward. We do recommend increase in use of HIFIS or CRM to make sure collecting the right data and you're able to action it. And then also a focus on outcomes. So we were able to derive some outcomes from the review, which you'll see in the report, but moving a little bit beyond the outputs. And we talked about this today, or we witnessed what your conversations today, focusing more on is what we're doing really making an impact at a system level. And regardless of whether your focus is on advocacy to other levels of government, in future, if you decide to levy your own tax base to pay for some of these services, you need data. And there's lots of service managers investing quite a lot in data and moving this business acumen forward in regards to the system's response. And you need to be able to compete at that level to effectively advocate for the dollars you need, particularly in a system that all signals point is operating quite well with the limited resources available. Next slide, please. Strong foundation you've built already, great success, and really that's the limits of this review. But like any essential service, you will want to think about, you may want to think about, homelessness and certainly housing, but homelessness response is an essential part of your growth management because the effectiveness of your system today will slip from you as this continues to escalate at a provincial and a community scale. And so truly congratulations to you and your staff. And it's sort of how to continue to build on that success quickly as the escalating pressures increase. Thank you, Jill. Pardon me. Okay.
Questions from committee? Councillor Columbus.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I take it that there are homeless persons who are actually employed. Is that the case? And what is the definition, your definition of homelessness?
Yeah, through the chair, absolutely. Given the level of minimum wage and precarious work opportunities, you'll certainly find people who are experiencing homelessness or sleeping rough, bouncing couch to couch, that are employed. So the definition we use, or I've used for the last kind of 15 years, is unsheltered homelessness, people sleeping outside. Sheltered homelessness means someone may be using a service, they're sleeping in an emergency shelter, or hidden homelessness, which is pertinent to your community in that they may not be visible, but again, they're staying short-term with family, friends, acquaintances on a couch with no promise of where they're going to sleep tomorrow, if you will. So that would be the definition I would use personally.
Thank you.
Mayor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Jesse. You've got a couple of categories in those slides that you've broken down the services and how we provide them. And I collected a couple statistics off of you. I wanted to make sure I didn't miss any. Emergency shelter, we are, through that work, moving 33% of individuals into some form of housing after the fact, and the expectation is usually around 1 to 2%. Supportive housing, 100% are staying housed. The housing assistance programs, I think I missed that one. 90 some odd %. Can you give me that statistic, please?
Sure can. The first two are correct, your emergency housing program, and the other one, and your HSB, your housing stability, is 91% of households, based on the data we can see, assisted by HSB remain housed 1 year later.
And while we're on that topic, do you have the number of how many folks we're helping through that program?
Jillian, may I ask you to pull that from the report?
Yes, I can get that from the report. I just may need a moment to grab it.
Okay.
No problem.
And then are there any metrics to report on our community outreach programming?
There are in the report. As per the presentation, we didn't include any additional data.
Okay, that's fine. Wanted to make sure I didn't miss it. And so I just heard you say for the last 15 years or so, you've been using that definition. So can I maybe ask you a bit of a personal question? Like, what is your background working
Please.
With, homelessness prevention and specifically, can you comment on if you have any experience in rural communities?
Yeah, sure. So I am the lead author on the AMO project, which was done in combination with NOSDA, where we looked at the total number of people experiencing homelessness, as well as investments and program outcomes. And so through that, we worked with all 47 service managers, me personally, and thank you, Louise, for letting me bug you. And so a great deal of really intimate familiarity with the data and the differences between rural and urban communities within the last year, largely my portfolio. I worked at the Canadian Observatory. I was the creator of the first point-in-time count methodology adopted by the federal government, worked closely with Homelessness Partnering Strategy and as well as Reaching Home for several years, authored the first State of Homelessness report in 2013. I've worked with about 80 communities across the country doing their point-in-time count methodology, of which rural is a huge conversation of how we most effectively think about homelessness in a rural context. That would be the Coles notes, if that's helpful.
Yeah, very, very helpful, very impressive. Thanks for that. So if I've got this right, previously we've had around 1.8 million in funding to run our programming. We saw a significant increase under municipal affairs through Minister Calandra, and we received about 3.6 million last year, and we were able to run the same programs. And I guess I'll give a little shout out to Louise here. She's been saying for a while that we need more admin support. She didn't need a consultant's report to figure out where the gaps were, but I'm hoping I can get a comment from you on the use of those dollars and how far they've gone, because I would fully agree with some of the things you've said, and I know that our team has been working really hard, but recently they've been criticized for not having the dollars go very far. And all we have is the context of what we provide here in our community. So while $3.6 million came home to the Haldeman Norfolk area, every dollar has been deployed for this very reason, impacting hundreds of folks. So I would love to hear your comments. I know what my opinion is on that, but how have we done on spending these dollars, and compared to others? Are we doing it the right way? Are we spending it in the right programs? Are we hitting the nail on the head with what limited resources we have?
Thank you, and I will. I'll speak with my opinion hat on. So through the course of this project, it was point in time. So we were limited. We finished our review nearly 6 months ago, and so any sort of new investment or things outside of our scope, I want to be careful to comment on. As an inside observer, what I can see is your focus on prevention, so keeping people in their housing instead of overbuilding a crisis response, which can be tempting when you're dealing with things like people showing up at the hockey rink or people sleeping outside. The focus on preventing people from experiencing homelessness is notable, and so if that is extended through to the additional increase in spending you've had, that's great. I would also say that 3.2 million, when we're talking about the level of kind of complexity of homelessness and housing issues and deficits of housing infrastructure, is not very much. And so I will leave it at that. But all evidence I saw through the review is a system that's doing, again, a lot with a little. And I have, I'll leave it there. Yeah.
Is that it? Okay, I have Councillor Vanden Riche.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. I recognize we are doing a lot with a little, and that leads to the question of how many people do you think in Norfolk, Haldeman Norfolk, that we leave behind, in the sense of we don't address everyone. right? We just don't have the money for everything. How many do you document the numbers you have to turn down, or there's nothing you can do for those people, or anything like that?
Jillian or Louise?
I can tell you anecdotally, at minimum, the minute we have one person on that by name list, we've left somebody behind. And by leaving behind, I'm not suggesting that they're not receiving service, but the suite of services throughout our entire community and beyond homelessness services. So health services, mental health services, all kinds of different supports that are needed to wrap around people. Those are failing people. And that's the 110 people that we currently have on the by name list. So to me, the short answer would be, as long as we have anybody on that by name list, we've got work to do still in our systems.
And can I ask, if I may, have one further question? When we have someone that's homeless and that's local, and they're looking for housing, is there a preference given to, say, for instance, refugees that come in, or different groups that can supersede our own local people?
Superseding isn't a word I would use. We prioritize everybody for service in our system. So there's various points in the system that you interact with us. There's various assessments that are done, and you are prioritized for different services differently based on your need.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Berry.
Thank you. Jesse, I have, through the chair there too, so we're talking about rural communities, and I'm wondering, have you ever seen any other systems of dealing with these things beyond just a straight municipal response? And I guess what I'm thinking is, we've talked before on other issues about having municipal development corporation to do some of our tourism and management and different things like this, and with marinas and what have you. And I'm not saying the development corporation should look after homelessness, but I'm wondering, is there another way to this? Because if we're talking about administration gaps and these other things, I wonder if part of that is because our health and social services are pulled in so many directions, and if there was just one separate thing from the county that their job was homelessness, is that an option, or is that something we can look at? I guess I'm just looking for other options that may be more efficient or more affordable than having to constantly rely on our staff to juggle things. So what's your thoughts on something like that?
Yeah, through the chair. In New Brunswick recently moved, again, but legislated from the province, recently moved in that direction. So it's actually the counties that have legislative responsibility for waste management. And so the idea is that there's these regional committees, infrastructure pieces that would be best placed to absorb some of that administration and performance management, et cetera. That has its pros and cons. That has worked well in some aspects and has worked poorly, frankly, in other aspects. It's a little bit more difficult in Ontario with you having the legislative responsibility as the service manager. And so definitely it's could you look at kind of the administration capacity, et cetera? I think that's certainly an option. And everyone in this room would be better placed to know what some of those levers are. And me, as this issue grows and as more money needs to be invested, forget where it's from for a minute, I would want to have utmost certainty and control over how those dollars are being spent and what outcomes and impact are having, if this is going to is a sort of a main driver of what's happening in your community and some of the issues that you're facing. So that I hope that's not a non-answer answer.
No, it's an answer. I guess what I'm trying to look at is just other options that are supportive, but also get the job done, and not to reinvent things, but wondering if you, like I said, if you're aware of other things where maybe the administration stays here, but some of the service is offloaded to a third-party corporation of some kind, not-for-profit or whatever. And I'm wondering does that create more, if you know whether it creates more or less opportunities for funding, or I guess what I'm saying is if you've made a lot of recommendations, and are there any recommendations of other systems that we just don't know about because we didn't ask you to report on those? I'm asking you now, is there any other things that we can look at that might help?
Through the chair, I do think partnership and service delivery is essential, and integrating all of the different kind of social infrastructure streams best as possible. I'm very for that. Everyone in the community doing the thing that they're best at and have proven track record. And not to be a Debbie Downer, the extension of that for me is you can only do so with a really robust performance management system, because when you add in additional partners, however well-intentioned, however successful, you need to ensure that it's laddering up to the outcomes and the vision you have for the community. So I would say absolutely, but still requires that strong backbone.
Okay, thanks very much.
Okay, no further questions from committee. Thank you, Jesse and Louise. Can I have a motion to accept the report as information? Moved by Mayor Martin, seconded by Councilor Shelley. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Moving on. Community Development Division, 2025 Community Grant Program, CD 25-42. Marie, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm here to present staff report CD 25-042. The purpose of this report is to approve the recommendation made by the Community Grant Selection Committee for 2025. The available funds allocated for this program annually is $26,500. 23 applications were submitted, and all applications received were deemed eligible for review by the committee. The committee recommends the following 7 applications warrant funding for 2025. Haldeman Norfolk Reach Child Nutrition Network, $7,200. Child and Family Services of Grand Erie Foundation, $4,000. Strong Start Charitable Organization, $5,000. South Coast Community for Caring, $3,200. Young Caregivers Association, $2,000. Front Door Ministry, $3,100. CCSYR, which is Catholic Community Services of York Region, Simcoe location, $2,000. A summary of all of the applications is attached to this report, as well as staff report CD 23-071, which speaks to the program and its overhaul in 2023 and its budget approval in 2024. Staff are also recommending discontinuation of the community grant program, given the extensive resources, the time required to administer the program from start to finish, and the financial impact overall. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Marie. Questions from committee? Councilor Berry.
Sorry, Doug. Or Councilor Brown, I keep jumping in here, but I have a question for Marie. When I looked at the descriptions or the abstracts or whatever of everything, I found a lot of them didn't really tell us what the group was going to do with the funds. Like it said what they do, but I'm wondering, is that information that was collected? Like, do we ask applicants, like, what are these funds going to be used for? And if so, are we allowed to know that? I guess that's just one of the things I was curious about, because it just sort of like this, I can't remember which ones, but this organization does this, this, and this, and here's our reason that we exist, but not what we're going to do with this $1,000.
Through you to the chair, Councilor Berry. We do have a very extensive application package that they do fill out. So what is in that attachment is usually cut and paste from what they put in there, and some are more extensive than others. So we take what we get from when we're reviewing the applications, what they put in there, but we also note that this funding is not supposed to be, it's supposed to be an extra. It's not supposed to be part of their core services. So we just kind of take what we get, and the selection committee reviews all of that and then decides from there.
Okay, thanks. The reason I ask is just that if anybody asks, you know, what did you do with the money, or what did they do with the money, I would like to be able to tell them. Just, you know, and I can't based on what we've seen here. So is there somewhere that if we need to or wanted to, can we
yes,
get the information of what that money was supposed to be used for? And
yep. So through you to the chair, we do have a 60-day reporting deadline that they have to report back to us on what they use that money for. So I can provide that.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions from committee? I have one, Marie. I've heard you mention that this is the end of it here this year. Am I reading that correct? That's not in the recommendations. I just wondered, do we need that in there?
There is actually, through the chair, there is actually a recommendation. It didn't make it on the agenda, but there is a recommendation that council directs staff to discontinue the community grant program considering the substantial resources and time required to administer the program.
Okay, I don't have that on my,
It is in the report. I can get it to you.
no, that's fine. I just don't have it in my recommendation here that I have before council. Do you all have that recommendation included in your recommendation? That's what I'm referring to.
So if the council wants, we could deal with this first recommendation, and if you want to deal with the second one, whether we continue with the program, that could be a
All
separate
right.
resolution.
Okay. All right, I've been advised here that we will deal with this as a recommendation for the report, which lists all the ones on the screen where the money went, and we can do a separate motion after that. It's in
Mr.
the-
Chair, I'm sorry, but it is on our agenda motion on eScribe.
It's in the it's in the council report. It's just not, however, in the
No, it's
agenda
not.
cover in eScribe.
It's not on
Right.
yeah, not on the appropriate motion.
Now, I see the clerk has corrected. It's on.
Did you put it on there? No. Oh.
It's up there now.
Okay. Are we satisfied with that?
Yeah, it's right there.
Okay. I need a mover and a seconder. I didn't get that. I'm sorry. Moved by Councillor Michele, second by Councillor Huffman. Any questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? That is carried. Moving on, tourism-oriented directional signage, CD 25050. John, you got the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are you going to join? Just give us one moment. We're just going to share our screen. Sure he is. There we go. Got it. Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. We're going to start with just a little bit of background today on the Todd signs as we come to know them today. Today, travelers don't want to just see the world. They want to experience it. Agritourism delivers exactly that. I'll let you do that part. As we look at the research and trends we're seeing emerging in tourism markets, it's hard to ignore how perfectly positioned we here in Norfolk County are to deliver what modern travelers are actively seeking. Today's visitors are increasingly rejecting passive sightseeing in favor of authentic engagement. They want to participate, picking fruit, visiting a farm gate market, or learning traditional farm skills, exactly what our farms can offer. People are rediscovering their own regions, looking for meaningful experiences closer to home. Our agriculture landscape provides a perfect backdrop for this local exploration. Families particularly value destinations that accomplish multiple goals simultaneously: quality time together, education opportunities for their children, and general relaxation for adults. Our farm experiences naturally combine all these elements. Modern travelers consistently report seeking experiences enrich their lives, particularly those involving culture, nature, and learning. A day at one of our farms delivers this powerful combination authentically and honestly. This experiential aspect cannot be overstated. Visitors want to participate, taste, and purchase. They seek to be active contributors, not passive observers. Our U-Picks, farm-to-table meals, and farm shops directly address this. Finally, there's a growing hunger, there's no pun intended there, for connection to tradition and authentic hospitality. Our agricultural community, with its generational knowledge and natural warmth, provides exactly the genuine welcome that today visitors crave. In essence, agritourism isn't just a market segment, it's a direct response to the evolution of travel preferences. Norfolk is uniquely positioned to deliver exactly what today's visitors are seeking. We know that Ontario's Garden brand delivers on today travel trends because it delivers authentic hands-on experiences in traditional farm settings, provides accessible regional exploration opportunities, combines family bonding, education, and relaxation in one destination, offers life-enriching encounters with local culture and nature, and creates memorable experiences through participation, not just observations. Connects visitors with real transitions and genuine hospitality. And now I'm going to just turn it over to Sue Gardner to finish up.
Thank you, John. So all of that is by way of background for talking about the TOD signs that we're going to be looking at today, just to kind of give you an idea of what the thinking is behind the designs, behind the choices that we've made for those, and what we've consulted on and what we've learned. So the TOD signs, of course, tourism-oriented directional signage, TOD signs in short. And I do want to acknowledge our colleagues too in economic development and communications for all the work that went into the report and doing the consulting on the draft signs. So Catherine McCurdy for her communication support, Blair Sylvester for ongoing communications with Ministry of Transportation and TODS Canada. And Lindsay Kaliakowski, of course, for her assistance with the research. As you have in your report, we currently have 4 gateway signs that are placed at the entrances into Norfolk on the roadside. The current signs, which featured toes in the sand, alongside the Ontario's Garden logo, have been in place for almost a decade now, and they have certainly been controversial. From our perspective, we've had a lot of feedback from people just in the short time that I've been here, commenting on the disconnect between the beach and the Ontario's Garden, and a feeling that it didn't perhaps reflect the diverse range of Norfolk's treasures. What we've learned through this process is that it's impossible with 4 signs to adequately capture the diverse range of tourism treasures that Norfolk has. So we've had to kind of do a little bit of consulting and try and make some choices. We know that the designs we're going to show you, they've been vetted by both staff and stakeholders. We know that they certainly don't reflect all the possibilities. And again, we're limited to a maximum of 4 of these TOD signs through the provincial program. But we are proud that we've been approved for 4 different images on these signs this time around. This is a first, something that's not always possible, but something we felt was important in order to showcase more than just one aspect of what Norfolk has to offer. So as per the report, staff are going to be arranging for the placement of these at the roadsides, and note that all of the images show scenes from Norfolk County, and all images have full model releases as well. So again, by background, all of the sign content and imagery is subject to the approval of the Ministry of Transportation. The process can take anywhere from a few weeks to 3 months. Installation is by Canadian TODS Limited. That's anticipated to occur within 1 to 3 months following MTO approval and invoice payment. And staff will certainly provide council with an update once a specific installation date is secured. So we had extensive discussions with our committees, including EDAC and the Agricultural Committee, as we talked about at the last council meeting, and also inviting in feedback from other departments, and with assistance from communications, we circulated a survey internally asking staff to rank the image choices. So from these 8 image choices, we've narrowed them down to the top 4 popular images, which John is kind of showing, going through on the screen there. So we did receive endorsement and tremendous support from our local chambers and BIAs. We vetted these final choices through them the past few weeks, and I'd like to just share a few of the quotes, some of their quotes with you. After 10 years, it's time for a refresh. In the last 10 years, our community and priorities have changed, and I think it's nice that we can now celebrate other aspects of tourism. It's nice to explore other areas of tourism than the iconic beaches. Who wouldn't want to come to Norfolk when you see these nice pictures? I actually feel like I could walk right into these pictures. Ontario's garden is a great slogan, but it doesn't match with the toes in the sand, something we heard many times. These new photos are emblematic of Norfolk County. These images are Norfolk. The photo before was just the beach. These catch your eye and invoke a feeling and an emotion that you remember. So that's just a sampling of the comments that we received. The updated designs include the Norfolk County logo, and where applicable, also the Ontario's Garden logo, which, as we shared in the introduction, we took this as a time of opportunity with the tariffs and everything to really celebrate our agricultural heritage, the growing trends of agritourism, and the hunger people have at this time for finding experiences close to home, experiencing real things, connecting with nature, connecting with farmers, their food, where they get their food. And I think it's hard to argue that Norfolk isn't perfectly positioned for all of that. So today we're asking for your final approval on these images so that we're able to proceed with the process and get the new signs up. And hopefully Norfolk will look its best for the season ahead. Thank you.
Okay, questions from committee? Councilor Van Passen.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and I concede I'm not a tourism expert, I'm not a signage expert, I'm none of those things, but when they picked the locations for these signs, the one on 403 and Rest Acres Road, I understand that one. That's out in a different area to get people to come to Norfolk. But the other 3 signs are in Norfolk. You're already here. That's not really my idea of drawing people in. So, we're going to put up new signs in Norfolk to come to Norfolk. That doesn't really make that much sense to me. So, could we put some more thought on the location of these signs at some point down the road?
Thank you for the question. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. So, of course, we've inherited this, as you know, and so we're not sure of the complete history as to why those particular locations were chosen. And they were chosen, so it's approval through the MTO and through Todd's Canada signage program. It is something that we can address. We actually wanted to see if we could get more signs, and we're in the process of seeing if we can. But at the moment, relocating those signs, I think, would be very onerous and likely wouldn't see for several years.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm conceding, that, I think we pushed you to get these up now. I think that was last month's meeting cycle, and you're doing that. But, when I read the locations, maybe we could think about that in the future for the next time we need to replace them, so.
Councillor Bannon Rishi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. Thanks, it was a great job, and I know I emailed you, and I do still. I don't know if and I'm not criticizing by any means, but I'm not sure I like them all, and I know you're just picking the 4. But if we're looking at, like I said to you, are we looking specifically at a particular business, which is the apple industry or this industry or that industry, or are we looking at the area, the places? And I know we're talking about agritourism, and I thought myself, just personally, I don't like selecting just one agricultural thing. I would have loved a huge basket with everything that we have here, and that would have been a nice sign just to say what's here. You know what I mean? So the one where it's passive, where we're on the bikes, I think that's a big thing because we do have a lot of bike trails here, and that emphasizes Norfolk. So, but a couple of them I liked, a couple of them I didn't. So just wanted to like it to be fair.
Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. Thanks to staff for your work on this. I appreciate that you had to work on it rather quickly. So thank you. Perhaps I missed it. Maybe you said it. My apologies. I realize agritourism is sort of the direction that we're taking here, but does it need to be on all four?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Duffy. So it's not on all four. Really and truly, the trail one veers a little bit from it, but it is out in nature. And we, just through the feedback that we had through our consultations, it was hard to exclude the water from the equation, hard to extract that, leave it out. So recognizing what an important part it is, you'll notice that that particular one doesn't have Ontario's Garden on it. It just has the corporate logo. So that one is kind of the exception.
Yeah, so I really like the paddleboarding one. I actually quite like the bike trail one, but I feel like there's some things perhaps missing. You know, if agritourism is part of the direction, we have a number of festivals and events, and namely here in Simcoe, obviously the Norfolk County Fair and Horse Show, which is the 4th largest fair in the province of Ontario. That is a pretty big deal. We should have images from it, to be fair, because I know when we did the gateway signage to Simcoe, we contracted a photographer to take images there. So was that a consideration?
Through the chair, so I'm going to take this and then see if Ms. Gardner wants to fill in. So we know that, and as out and stated in the report and then the preamble to this, we know we can't hit it all. You know, we would have loved to got the basket. We would have loved to get fishing involved and boating involved. We would have loved to do that, but we have 4 signs, and we were asked to do this pretty quickly. So we turned this around in 2 weeks. We think that the images are strong and solid and portray what the message is that we want to get out now. We also think there's an opportunity, and we did briefly, not in great detail, speak with Mr. Crinland about possible other signs that maybe the county could put up on its own, and we are investigating that so that we can even be more diverse. But these particular 4 signs, they're at the locations in which they are. We're very fortunate, I think, to allow 4 different images. So if you recall, the toes and sand was on all 4, and we are one of the first to be able allowed to do that, to have 4 separate images. So I think it's a baby step. I think we're on the right path, but we certainly hear council loud and clear that we're not capturing everything. But also keep in mind, we didn't capture everything with toes in the sand for a decade.
Yeah, I think the toes in the sand need to go, and I sort of agree with some of the comments that were shared earlier. And honestly, some of these, I'm looking at the paddleboarding one right now, I really like it, and I'm really proud of it, and I think that is a reason that you would come to Norfolk. I think the cycling path one there is another reason that people would come to Norfolk. But there's not many places you can go and pick apples yourself. I think just maybe 1 or 2. So, yeah, I think we're missing the mark a little bit on some of these.
Yeah, through the chair, if I may, just respond to that. So, yes, we do recognize again that we haven't captured it all, but keep in mind that these are signs on a highway. They're not a brochure that, you can kind of, really pay. The hope is that it catches the attention and that it captures an emotion for an experience that I would love to have that. I would love, and this is not so much about picking apples as it is that there's a place that grows apples and other things. You can go to roadside farms, farm gate markets, and talk with the farmer and, get your, and this is the thing that we know people want to do. They want to have that closeness with their food, know where their food came from, talk to the people, have those on-farm experiences. So those are things that you can do. It's not necessarily you pick, but you can go to, you can go to any number of these farms and, be in the field or close to the field, get your apples, off the tree that day. You can go to, truth be told, it'd be lovely if we could have some of our wineries and breweries featured as well, because we know people are hungry for those experiences. That pastoral field with the 2 chairs, somebody, when we were consulting with our chambers and BIAs and Board of Trade said, I feel like I could just walk out there right now with a glass of wine and, enjoy the sunset. And this is the kind of relaxation, rejuvenation that people are looking for when they come to a rural community to have those experiences.
Councillor Columbus.
Just 2 questions. What are the deadline dates for the Todd submission? And secondly, are we certain that all these photos were taken in Norfolk County? I came across that problem once.
If I may address that through the chair to you, Councillor Columbus. Yes, 100%. We can verify that those photos were all taken in Norfolk County, and we do have model sign-offs for the folks that have appeared in the ones that have faces in them. So we do have that. So these are all Norfolk farms and settings. As for the Todd's deadline, there's no deadline other than time will be ticking and running out for this coming season. So the longer we wait, the longer we're going to have to wait to, they don't give us firm deadlines, firm timelines for coming through the Ministry of Transportation process or the Todd's installation process. So those are kind of the constraints in terms of time.
Thank you, Sue.
Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Brunton. Through you to staff, I just want to say that thank you very much for turning it around in a very quick time. I know that I vocalized my need to get it done quickly. I just feel that it needs to be capitalized on. I think all 4 are very good. I can definitely see myself sitting in one of the Adirondack chairs with a glass of wine. I think that the apples, very much just a sense of Norfolk in terms of we are Ontario's garden. We simply are. And that's a great thing. And the trails, I mean, living in Waterford, we've got the trails that come through and people go to Wishbone and to the antique stores and things. So the trails are a really big thing. And they're a very active way of tourism. And the other one in terms of the paddleboarding, I mean, again, I feel like I'm in Waterford because, well, our Shadow Lake isn't that big, but, and I think that's an awesome one as well because you want to incorporate the water. So I'm a fan of all 4 of them. I don't think that we need to try and think that we're missing something. There's too many things that you could end up doing, but I think this kind of captures it in a snapshot of time. And I appreciate the work. Thank you very much.
Councillor Berry.
Thanks, Chair. Through you to, I don't know, John or Sue, whoever. So this, I'm interested in this, excuse me, in this strategy here because I have worked in tourism in Norfolk for 20 years. And I'm wondering, like, how does what you've got here drive people into the towns where the businesses who absolutely depend on tourism are mostly located? So I'm talking about the restaurants and the accommodations, the retails and all these types of things. And that we have 4 theaters in Norfolk County that need people in them. We have 20 festivals and events in Norfolk County that need people at them. So the strategy here, how are we going to use these signs to drive people into those things as well?
Thanks for the question. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Berry, thanks for the question. And I think you'll realize with your 20 years experience in tourism as well that it's not just one thing. It's just not just the sign that's going to drive people in. We all know that people will drive past these signs many, many times and not even recognize them, not even know what they are. We have people that don't even know what we were talking about when we said toes in the sand sign. Someone said, what? Where are those? But we also have those who reflect very dearly and carefully on those signs. So the marketing for it is one piece, and I think it's important that we and that's why our consultation with Catherine here, who may want to pipe in as well, but it's about marketing as well. And so the signs are one prong, one facet of the marketing to get people into Norfolk County. People may not take that exit, they may not drive in, but it's going to have them think about it. That combined with our print, recent radio and print that Catherine's working on, ongoing marketing tourism, marketing collateral that Sue and Lindsay are working on, it all comes together. So it's not just one thing, Councillor Berry, as you know.
Sure, and granted, I guess my question though is this part of the strategy? I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, I'm asking a question here. Is this part of the strategy then really not aimed at those small communities? I'm just trying to understand what we're doing here strategically.
Through the chair to you, Councillor Berry. So yeah, it is part of, as John said, a larger plan. This is, and the fact is when people come for experiences, the hope is that they're going to come and stay. And when you come, and you're going to encounter, things that encourage you to download the Visit Norfolk app that has 250 Norfolk businesses. You're going to pick up the Experience Norfolk guide, which is going to tell some stories about, Ontario's garden and the different things that you can do in the different downtowns. It's also going to highlight some of these great agritourism opportunities that we know people are hungry for. So different things are going to attract different audiences, and we're just so fortunate in Norfolk, I think, that we have more than one thing. We have more than just shopping. And make no mistake, there's also, there's a growing number of farmers are also relying on these roadside sales and direct-to-consumer sales as part of their livelihood. So I don't think it's an either or. I think it's like there's a lot of opportunities here for different visitors and for local people to see something new that maybe they haven't seen or haven't appreciated about their community. And we hear from people all the time, who download the Visit Norfolk app. They had no idea that some of these places existed. And so it's just highlighting the different things, encouraging people to come to Norfolk, to stay in Norfolk, showcasing things. I mean, truth be told, it's part of a much larger vision to encourage people to, young people even, to want to come and live and work in Norfolk, because we know there's an issue with recruitment as well. So all these things are kind of working in tandem, is the hope, to create a little bit of a different image for the county and attract people that maybe haven't thought about coming to Norfolk in the past.
Okay, thanks. So then I guess my final question is, so when people ask me in my community or along the waterfront, because we have all these tourism communities along the waterfront, the kilometers of waterfront we have, when they say, like, how does this help me? My answer then is, these signs will bring people to your downtowns and your festivals and your theaters because we're bringing in a new group of people to Norfolk. Is that what the message you want me to carry forward is?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Bear. I'm not sure that's exactly the message. I mean, I think, yes, it is working in tandem with a larger campaign. It's part of a larger campaign. So, there's other pieces, as John said, in play, and the collaboration that we're doing with our chambers to create the Experience Norfolk guide and all of those things to tell the different stories of Norfolk, so that, we capture these things that appeal to different people. So.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Just so we don't get off track, 2 weeks ago we talked about strategy, and we directed staff to hurry up and get these signs up now, not a year from now. They've come back with the report, so I'd like to move to staff recommendation and get this one done.
Okay, moved by Councillor Van Passen, seconded by Councillor Huffman. And just so I'm clear, it says that the Todd image signs 4, 1, 2, and 5. Is that what you have on your motion? And that's what we want? Okay. No further questions? Sorry, Councillor. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say I think all 4 of these images are great. I know we can't do them all. You did a great job getting it so fast, so really good. Want to support this. Excellent job.
Okay, I'm just going to quickly go over the motion. The staff report CD 25050 be received as information, and that council approve the proposed Todd sign images 4, 1, 2, and 5 as presented therein. And we have a motion on that. Sorry, who moved that again? Huffman and Van Passen? Huffman. All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you. Moving on. Chief Administrative Officer, request to waive fees. Al, you have the floor on this one, I guess.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and to you committee members. I'm going to try to do this as quickly as possible, reflecting how long this meeting has been to date. In front of you is a report asking for council to provide direction on a request or several requests that continue to bubble up. Currently, there are not-for-profit groups and charitable organizations that are seeking relief from various county fees. The obstacle we have is 2. Number 1, staff don't have the opportunity to waive any fees, and so our response to all these groups is that we cannot waiver from the fees that have been approved by council. And the second obstacle is because what invariably happens is the group asks, well, how can we get in front of council and ask for those fees to be waived? And our procedural bylaw, as it currently stands, doesn't allow for that. And so we are left with some frustrated community groups and charitable organizations that, number 1, cannot ask council for relief of those fees, and number 2, staff don't have the delegated authority to waive any of those fees. And so the report in front of you is quite easy from my perspective, and 2 options are being asked or being offered to council to consider. The first one is no changes in the current procedures. The fees are the fees, and we leave it at that. And the second option that council has is to perhaps create an opportunity where we're not suggesting that fees be waived, but rather that if council wants to provide some relief, staff can look to revamp the process and perhaps set up a fund reserve that a grant could be offered to those groups to help offset the cost of those fees. It allows us to be compliant with legislation because we've got to make our building department whole and we've got to charge for those fees. And it allows us the ability to be somewhat responsive to some of those community groups. And so really 2 options in front of council. One is a do nothing, stay the course, and the second option is consider something different to provide some relief to those community groups. And with that, Mr. Chair, we're happy to answer any questions.
Okay, let me start with Mayor Martin, Councillor Huffman, Councillor, I got everybody here. Okay, go ahead, Mayor Martin.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Through you to Al, are you able to give me some, or give council some examples on what type of relief and who's asking for it and what are we looking at?
Sure. I can give you 2. One was the Port Rowan group that asked for the relief on the fees for the glass enclosure that council approved, and council had to provide specific direction to staff. They had the opportunity because it was a community-led initiative. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had the opportunity to ask for relief. And then some of the others have been groups like the Legion, who recently in Port Dover had an issue with regards to a zoning bylaw requirement, and there was discussions that they were looking for some relief. And so those are the 2 most recent examples.
And maybe I'm wrong, but was there contact made by a particular community cemetery group?
Thank you for that reminder. That's correct. There is a community organization that's managing a cemetery, and they are looking to do some changes to a building that's decrepit, and they were asking for relief as well from building permit fees.
My second question would be if council decided to go ahead with option B, I mean, how do you envision doling funding out? First come, first serve? Is there a selection committee? Is it coming back to council anyways? I don't.
Through you, Mr. Chair, what we were envisioning is that if there is a community group that's coming forward and they are either a registered charitable organizations or a not-for-profit as well, we would grant them the exemption. We would dip into the reserve and give them a grant to pay for those fees. We would then report back to council on an annual basis to provide transparency to the ratepayers or the levy payers to allow full transparency in terms of how much the waiving of those fees were costing taxpayers on an annual basis.
Okay, and then my last question, you've stated that there's no opportunity for these folks to come forward and ask because we make them come forward at budget so that we're making financial decisions in the full scope of our priorities, and they can't ask for it from staff because you don't have the authority to do so. What's stopping them from going to their counselor and having a counselor put a notice of motion on the floor and say, I want to use this off the levy, or I want to take this from council initiative? I don't know that I fully agree with your statement.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I guess there's nothing stopping someone from going to their local counselor and asking for the counselor to put a notice of motion on the floor and ask for council to reconsider the current procedures.
And then it's a decision of council each and every time. Okay, Mr. Chair, those are all my questions, but I am prepared to move a motion here to get this dealt with.
Okay, I have Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Brenton. Another good example, something that's pretty concrete, would be, I know that in my first term I ran across it, why do we charge the Lions Club in Waterford to rent ice for the big skate-a-thon that they do, and they put all the money back into the community? Or pay X number of dollars for the little office off the lobby there on that same day? So those were just some of the really concrete things that came across, and this has been an issue for a long time. I don't know if you want to go back to Mayor Martin. I'm prepared to move the recommendation B and put that on the floor.
Okay, I do have some other speakers here first. Councillor Van den Riesche.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a little bit of difficulty with it because every non-for-profit or organization serves the community are equal in my mind. And so my problem is, where do you stop? And that would be a concern for me. So I don't think I could support option B. I think they should come individually if they have something, but where do you stop? And how do you determine which organization is more worthy than another?
Thank you. I have Councillor Columbus.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I support option B. And the only question I have is, why are we backdating this to January 1st?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the thought was if we were going to be fair to everyone in 2025, anyone who's already paid some fees that would qualify under this program, we would backdate it, but that's a council decision.
Okay, thank you.
Next, I have, sorry? Sorry, the only motion I got was from Councillor Huffman.
Yeah, we don't have one.
Do you want a motion on right now? Well, I have some other, okay, I have other questions, people that want a question. Okay, so next I have Councillor Van Passen.
A very serious question, because we've got two motions on the floor, which always are legal to be put on as long as they get a seconder. That's it. That's the rules. But since we're not playing by those, I see a difference, and I want to ask staff, is there a difference, like a one-off thing to get, you mentioned the Legion. That's a $14,000 fee to apply for a zoning application, which should take not very much staff time, and don't know how it costs $14,000. But that's a one-off. That, to me, is different than every year we rent the arena and we want to waive that fee every year and every year and every year. A building permit for a building that's going to last 40 years, that's a one-off. Those ones I could see having a policy to waive those fees because, you know, it's a once in a generation sort of fee that probably shouldn't be there in the first place. But I think that's different than having every group come in and say, I want a free arena, I want the free use of the gazebo, and the free use of the thing. I think there's a difference. And if there is, then maybe we got to do a little bit more homework on what it is we want, what direction we want you to sort of review to come back with something. But do you recognize a difference that way as well?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, that is correct. We didn't envision it being room rentals or anything like that. We envisioned it being a demolition permit, a building permit, a rezoning application, things of that sort.
Okay. Before we go any further, the only motion, you said you had a motion, but you did not make it. But I was waiting for questions to be over. Okay, well, we're not done with questions yet. Okay. Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the CAO. My question. Will you create this draft and then bring it back to us for approval?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is the hope that we will get from council, is to get some direction, get a feel for the type of things we're talking about, and if it's council's direction that's more of the one-off, once-in-a-generation type of things, then we can certainly bring that back with the draft policy and how we would address it, and it would come back to council for your review and approval.
Are you concerned that this is a slippery slope?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes. It's something that we don't necessarily have an approved funding source for. We do not know what that might cost in any given year, so it could be a lot of money, could be a little bit of money in any given year, and it's something that the taxpayers would be subsidizing. What we've been told during the discussions with some of the groups is that forcing them to pay a fee of $10,000, $14,000, whatever it is, it sort of reduces the good that they're doing for the community, and instead of raising those funds for a fundraiser, it's coming to the county, whereas they would have otherwise given that $14,000 back to the community in various forms and different things, and so that's part of the argument that we're hearing.
I could foresee that there are different ways that this could be handled, one extra time per year through your counselor, whatever. Would it perhaps be more advisable that there was a staff report instead that listed options, and then we could provide direction to staff to create a process that had ironclad language that everyone could get behind, rather than you going to do all the work only for us to say, yeah, we don't like that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if there's anything that's coming to mind right now, we would be open to hear every option that councillors are thinking, and we can certainly incorporate those options with some others that staff will think about and bring it back in a report for council's consideration.
Thank you.
Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to our CIO, I just want to make absolutely certain now that I know that one of the obstacles that was identified is that there is frustration by many of these community groups that they're not able, due to our procedural bylaw, to make deputations to council to ask about this. So within this option B discussion, we are not going to have them now make deputations to council about their topic. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the hope is that through this process or revised process, there will be delegated authority given to staff to make the determination and waive the fees through a grant process.
Okay, very good. I just want to make clear that we weren't trying to satisfy one of those frustrations by allowing them to make a public proposal and then staff would use their delegated authority. Okay, very good. Thank you.
Councillor Berry.
Thanks, Chair. to Al, do you have I know you don't know, but do you have a sense of what this might cost every year? Broad strokes, like are we talking about 50,000 or can it be 100? Like, do you have a sense of it?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I do not.
Okay, there's no further questions. I have two councillors and a mayor that wanted to make a motion. Who's me? Okay, Mayor Martin, you have go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and Councillor Huffman. I am prepared to move option A, that no changes be made at this point in time, and I'm happy to speak to that after you get a seconder and open it up for debate.
That's with option A, or number one. Okay, seconder for that motion. Councillor Van Enrichie. Okay, go ahead.
If I can, thanks. So for me, this is a lot of the things that we've heard about are similar to those, like I always call them in-kind services, when we've had countless discussions about our grants. And so if it is the will of council to go in this direction, I'd much rather see money be put to the grant system under a building or economic development or something category, and it be dealt with at a certain time of year. There's a capped dollar value. It can go through a committee if necessary. But to be entirely frank with you, I actually don't agree with this at all. It sounds like, and I could be wrong, that it's going to provide a benefit to a very select group. If I use the reason why I wanted to confirm, I want to use the cemetery example. They're coming, they're looking for fees to be waived. It benefits a very, very small select group, but we are using county-wide tax dollars for that purpose. And earlier today, we heard that for cemeteries, we're already running at plus 800,000 net levy contribution just to manage what we have, and it's going to increase. I believe that a councillor could come forward with a notice of motion if they fundamentally believed in that project and ask for support from council off the levy or off a council initiative reserve. And I won't support a decision being made outside of the budget cycle. It happens with a lot of frequency, and it adds up for people. If I look at the example group of the Legion, and I'm not sure, Councillor Berry can correct me, he knows more about this issue than I do, but it sounds like they're now fundraising and not asking for the money. And I recognize if they weren't spending $14,000 with the county, they might be giving it back to other groups. But in us covering it for them, community members are out of pocket. We're robbing Peter to pay Paul on an initiative that a group actually was able to then fundraise for and solve the problem. So I'm not going to send staff down a rabbit hole when I don't really support the final destination on it. I think it's a slippery slope, and community members can go to their councillors. They can bring it forward if they believe in it or add it at budget.
Speaking to the motion, Councillor Berry.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chair. I wonder if the mayor might accept an amendment that says that perhaps staff could look at making this part of our community improvement program. We offer incentives to businesses to improve their properties. I don't know why we can't at least look at offering, like all the requests that we've talked about are all planning related, right? More or less, demolition or permits or development, whatever else. So if this is a plan, if these are planning things that we're talking about, maybe that's part of it. Because I looked through the community improvement plan when I was talking with the Legion, and with their development, the rezoning application, they are eligible for $1,000 off of their application, which is not nothing. But I'm wondering if we can look at maybe adding another line to that community improvement that says, look, if you're a not-for-profit group or a charitable group, you are eligible for this towards your whatever you're doing. Because I look at the thing, sorry, I just want to say one thing. With the cemetery, I don't want to go down too deep on that, but the issue with the cemetery, for example, is, hypothetically, is it better that we give them the break on fees, or that they can't operate and we have to take over the whole cemetery one day? So I'd like to see this improvement plan maybe address these things altogether.
Mr. Chair, I would be happy to go forward with that amendment if there was a dollar value cap that I was comfortable with. Like Councillor Berry raised earlier, if it's $100,000, the answer is no. I don't even know if it's yes, if it's $50,000, but if there was a dollar value associated with the cap, I can't remember the total dollar value on our community improvement plan.
Sorry,
What is the total dollar value on our community improvement plan?
thank you. Through the chair to the mayor, $138,500 is the entire CIP. That includes 8 from a menu, if you will, 8 CIP programs within that. Last year, we used up all of the money. And this year, we're out to another healthy start to see that money go.
I'm not opposed to it. I don't like the idea of arbitrarily picking a number, but for me, like, it's very nominal. We did cut the grant funding last year in half, right? What are we at, 30 some odd thousand?
Through the chair, I think that was a couple of years ago, yeah, 34,000.
So, I mean, compared to almost 70,000, I think there's maybe some wiggle room. We could add something there, but it's.
Okay, can we
Right.
stick to the motion here so we can?
I'm just trying to figure out a dollar value. I don't know if you want to.
So, okay, if you don't mind, I'm gonna hem and haw a little bit here. So what if we took that money that staff has said, okay, this is really labor intensive, whatever. We just took that 37, put it in the community improvement program, that way it's already being administered, and that's our number. Done.
Through the chair, yes, we do actually. We have a very good process for our CIPs now. We're approving them usually within 2 weeks or less, so it's pretty streamlined as you've seen the new CIP come forward to you.
So we're still supporting the community through our grant program dollars, the 37,000, just in a different way, which is going to address some of these bigger issues potentially through a program that's already effective, essentially is what I'm asking.
Okay, can we come back to the motion here then?
Yeah.
I am. I'm going to ask, do we want to amend your motion, Mayor Martin?
I'm just thinking on the fly if I'll accept it as a friendly amendment and make it as part
Mr.
of the
Chairman,
motion.
if a motion to amend is made and he gets a seconder, then we deal with that. It gets added too. It's not up to the mover of the original motion to decide if they want to amend it.
I apologize for that, Councillor Van Passen, but we're going around in circles here. And okay, do we have a seconder for Councillor Veres? All right. All right, if you have that written.
No, so for clarity, could we just repeat the amendment?
Give us the motion.
Because you're right, we did go around a little bit, and I didn't get it.
Sorry, if I could make this a lot easier. The amendment is in contradiction to my motion, which is that we have no current changes. So I will withdraw my motion if the seconder supports that, Councillor Van Andrieschie, I believe, and then turn it over to Councillor Berry. Oh, she does not. Okay, so.
Well, we can't make an amendment, Mr. Chair, that's contrary to the main motion, so.
Okay, let's.
Okay,
hold.
that's fine. The motion can stay.
Okay, we have a
Why is
motion.
it contrary? And at the same time, there's no changes to the current system. Councillor Berry is asking that we look into changing the community improvement program to allow for some there. So they're two
Councillor Van
separate
Passen,
things.
just hang on. You seconded Councillor Very's motion. Okay, do you want me to call that motion and see if you get support for it then? All right, all those in favor?
No. So I want to provide clarification. So the mayor indicated it's not my decision to make whether the amendment is contrary to the main motion. I was pointing out that an amendment can't be made if it's contrary. Sorry, Mr. Chair, it's up to you to determine if the amendment is contrary to the main motion. So it falls on your shoulders.
Well, yeah, I say it's a contravent. I don't agree with that. I'm going to stick with the mayor's motion. And that was seconded by Councillor Van Andrieschie, correct? So I'm going to call that motion. Okay? All those in favor?
To be clear, what we're voting on right now is Mayor Martin's motion that was seconded by Councillor Van Andrieschie, which was no changes.
That's
Option A.
correct. That's
Thank you.
Option A or whatever, yeah. Okay. Clarification. Mayor Martin's motion, seconded by Councillor Vanden Riche. All those in favor, let's see your hands. Okay. And that is carried. Okay.
I'd like to make a motion that staff come back with some kind of report or some kind of recommendation that we look at up to the amount that was removed today. 37? Was it 37-ish?
Through the chair, 34.
34? Up to 34, doesn't have to be the whole amount, be added to the community improvement program in a new, whatever you call it, to support what we're talking about today. These community groups and their applications, because we already give incentives to other businesses and organizations to improve their property. I don't see why we can't do that with not-for-profits that are improving their property or going through some kind of planning. So can we come back with that and say, look, maybe it's not 34, maybe it's 24, who cares? But the idea is that up to 34 can be in the community improvement plan to solve this problem. That's my motion.
Okay, are you making that a motion?
Yes, sir, better than
Do I
that,
have a
but-
seconder on that motion? Councillor Huffman? Okay. No further discussion on that? Councillor Rary? Sorry? Duthie, sorry. Got me.
That's okay. It's been a long day. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, just a question of clarification, perhaps to the clerk, or maybe also Councillor Van Passen, since he knows this stuff intimately. Did we run the risk of any reconsideration? Because was there previous discussion about discontinuing before today? Because I realize today is not final yet, because obviously we haven't passed the minutes yet. But I seem to recall there was a motion previously that discontinued it. Yeah. And I'm concerned.
That's
I just want to confirm that we're not doing something.
So to be clear, I don't want the grant program reinstituted. What I'm saying is expand the community improvement program.
Hey, hang on, I want to.
If I may, through the chair, what I'm hearing is that there's a motion to direct staff to go back and look at the community improvement program as it's currently constituted and perhaps add an additional bucket for consideration for one-time items related to planning applications and those fees on a one-time basis, and that we look at reallocating up to $34,000 from the now, assuming council approves it in 2 weeks, discontinued grant program, and reallocate those funds into a revamped community improvement plan.
Okay, just a comment. We really don't know how much would be needed in a given year, right? So, really, okay. Sorry, Councillor Vandenpuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry.
Just want to ask the clerk, what he's drafted up there, it says support waiving the fees. I think we're using the terminology of reimbursement of fees. We don't waive them, right? So just change that one word in there.
Yeah, it's a reimbursement, okay.
You want to read that motion?
I can't see the screen, but, so Crystal's trying to help me here, or Tracy is. And Tracy's online, trying to keep us on up to date.
Do you want me to read it for you?
This is,
yeah.
Okay. So I put on here that staff reallocate up to $34,000 to be added to the community improvement plan for reimbursement of fees for community groups.
Through the community improvement plan. Oh, no, there it is there already. Okay.
Okay, I have Councillor Berry and Councillor Huffman moving this motion. It's in front of you there. Does that suffice?
John has a question.
John, go ahead.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the Community Improvement Plan has the guidelines of the Planning Act. So what we would be very comfortable with is the motion, but we really want to bring a report back to you as to how we can in fact distribute those funds. So we already have a CIP in place, and in fact it's coming to council maybe the end of the month. But give us some time just to dot our I's and cross our T's on the best way to deliver that.
Yeah, that's a good call, John, because I did ask for a report at the beginning of my ramble, for sure. Report, Bill.
Okay, all right, the report in front of you is moved by Councillor Berry and seconded by Councillor Huffman. Are there any further questions, concerns? Mayor Martin.
Just a comment for clarity before the staff report's drafted. I've heard Councillor Berry talk about not-for-profit groups and community benefits, so that's the intent, right? It's not Joe Smith looking to build a deck and comes in. Understood.
Okay, you've heard the motion. All those in favor?
We've already spent the money from this year.
All those in favor? That is carried. Thank you, finally. Jesus. All right. All right. Alternative, next on the agenda, we have the alternative voting method, CA report 25017. The clerk will present this report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to start with a couple of observations and then a couple facts and looks for some direction from council. So the observation, a number of councils asked me if I was paid by the word when they saw this report. I'd like to guarantee you that's not the case. I'm paid by the hour, but I guess that mostly makes out to the same thing at the end of the day. The other observation, it is very late. The fact is this is a long and detailed report. It's important, at least it is to me as the clerk. I may be biased, and I don't want to rush council's deliberation because of our long meeting today. So I would be quite happy if council deferred this to the CIC meeting in May, or hopefully they'll have more time to ask questions, consider the options, and make an ultimate decision.
Councillor Duthie.
Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion to defer this item to a subsequent meeting that makes sense based on some proper agenda management. I'll leave it open for inflection there.
Seconder on that. Do we need a seconder? Mayor Martin, all those in favor? That is carried. Okay, so next we have no motions. That's on my agenda, correct?
No motions, but we have notices.
Yeah. And we have 4 notices of motion. Councillor Berry's gone, so I guess we won't deal with that one. Okay, I'm going to let the clerk read it. It's a long one. For Councillor Berry. Are we going to do all 4 of them?
Mr. Chair, Councillor Berry had asked me to read that prior to his departure. I'm happy to do so if so wished, or the clerk can do so as well.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Duthie.
So this is a notice of motion from Councillor Berry related to the minimum engagement standard. Truthfully, it is all there. Perhaps just in the interest of time, I'll just read the therefores. Be it resolved that staff be directed to prepare a report that outlines recommendations for improving community engagement, including setting minimum engagement standards. These standards will ensure the public engagement efforts meet a statistically significant sample size appropriate to the group being engaged in order to ensure relevant and actionable results. And further, be it resolved that this report be presented to council for review and consideration as part of its ongoing commitment to meaningful public engagement. So I believe that will come forward to the next meeting later this month.
Okay. There's no debate on these things, so next we have Councillor Michele.
Actually, I think there's a second motion from Councillor Berry.
Okay.
Yeah, there's another motion by Councillor Berry.
I only have one here, I think. Just a minute. We have to find it because I don't have it. Councillor Huffman, Councillor Michele. I don't have it.
Excuse me if I could, Deputy Mayor, it's on the screen in front of you for your reference.
So, Mr. Chair, if I'm happy to do
Go
the
ahead.
same thing again. This, again, another notice of motion that will come forward to our council meeting at the end of the month from Councillor Very. It is related to ice rental fees and user group representation. It's related to the changes within OMHA for open borders. And there's some discussion, I think, within his motion regarding a two-tiered system of fees where players are coming from out of area. The resolution within it would say, now therefore be it resolved that staff be directed to investigate and report on the possibility of implementing two-tiered or multi-tiered fee structures for ice rental based on the residency of the user group. Again, that would come forward at the end of the month.
Okay, thank you. Now, Councillor Michelli.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have this notice of motion that refers to the issue of Council's decision to raise fees at both the Port Rowan Harbour Marina and the Port Dover Marina. And the decision by Council at that time was that the fees at both locations be increased by 25%. Which was approved by Council. But it turns out that in actual practice, the actual fees that are now proposed to be charged in Port Rowan at the harbour is $30, which is actually a 50% increase. And that will then have the impact of causing the Port Rowan Harbour Marina to not be competitive with local marinas who, at this current time, and I know I'm told that some of them are considering some changes, but the majority of marinas in and around Port Rowan charge $15 as a ramp fee. If the Port Rowan Harbour charges $30, no one will go there, and so we'll defeat the purpose of trying to aim at some sustainability. So that's the reason for this notice of motion, if the fee goes down there to $25 and other marinas are $15 to $20, because we don't want to compete with private marinas, but we also do need to establish some kind of a revenue stream for Port Rowan. So that's the reason for my notice. Thank you.
Okay, next I have Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Brunton. Mine is a little bit of a two-part, so I'll kind of maybe go into a little bit of detail here. So essentially what it is it's a notice of motion regarding the Waterford Community Park that was before us a couple weeks ago. It's the park that's being built by the developer of the Villages of Waterford, and I would like to recommend that as a community group, we name the park the Nelson Emerson Community Park. Nelson Emerson grew up in Waterford, played his minor hockey in Waterford with the Waterford Wildcats, and made our town proud by getting to the NHL, and he currently is still employed by the NHL. Reached out to Nelson through mutual friends, and he is honored and thrilled that this could possibly happen in his honor. Now, the part that's a little bit gray is that Norfolk County has a naming policy from 2014. It needs to be updated a little bit. So they're going to, sorry, I'm reading here and then I'm trying to improvise, which provides provisions for the naming of the county assets after outstanding individuals who have contributed to the quality of life in the municipality through various avenues, including sports and rec. So therefore it be resolved that Norfolk County Council proposes to name the new community park in the Villages of Waterford as a Nelson Emerson Community Park, and be it further resolved that Council directs staff to bring back a report along with the current naming policy to confirm that the request adheres fully to the current policy and the procedural requirements under that policy, and that staff prepare for Council's review an updated naming policy for implementation by Q3 of 2025. So that is my notice of motion. So basically, it would be that we would have a great park in our community of Waterford, and it would be called the Nelson Emerson Community Park.
Thank Mr. Chairman. Under other business, I would like to make a request to staff to bring in a report for some updates to our procedural bylaw. We had a new one a few years ago, and we've been tweaking it and tweaking it, and I think it's time that we put some of those tweaks in writing so that we're actually following our procedural bylaw. So if staff could follow up with a report at some point.
Through you, Mr. Chair, certainly if that's council's direction, we can undertake a review of our procedural bylaw and see what tweaks make sense.
Yes, that would be my request to direct staff to bring us an update.
Okay, and do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Van and Rishi? All those in, any discussion? No discussion? All those in favor? That's carried. Tom, you had a question?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. We're still on other business, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, I just want to confirm that the item that we just recently deferred regarding the internet voting will be on our May Council in Committee agenda.
I believe that's what...
If I can check that with the clerk?
That's what I said, yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk, because I believe that the mover of that deferral said sometime in the future, so I want that clarified. Thank you.
Yeah, I heard at the discretion of the clerk.
You are the future, Mr. Clerk.
I'm more of the past, but thank you.
Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Perhaps I was being a bit facetious and perhaps making a statement earlier. However, I did also conclude that by saying at the direction of the clerk. So, yes. Mr. Chair, I apologize. It's not necessarily other business. It's more of an announcement, but it is rather timely. And I, with your permission, would like to share an event that's coming up this week.
Go ahead.
Very briefly. The Simcoe Chamber of Commerce is hosting a debate night related to the federal election. And it is this Thursday, and I believe it's at the Simcoe Legion. The doors open at 6:30 and the debate begins at 7. As of right now, I believe 3 candidates are present again. I think it is going to be live streamed. Yeah, I think I heard that this morning. Thank you for your permission. I realize it's not.
If there's no other business, we do have announcements. Are there any announcements? No announcements? That should have. Okay. We'll move on. So we have 4 late closed sessions. Okay, we need a motion. The clerk advises me to go past 8 o'clock for the in-camera stuff. So moved by Mayor Martin, seconded by Councillor Ms. Shelley.
We need 2/3.
I'm trying to, I can't see the clock from here because it's got a glare on it, but 7:50, okay, thank you very much. The committee enter into closed session at 7.
We need to have a vote on that.
All right, we need the motion, 2/3 motion on the past 8 o'clock. Moved by Mayor Martin, seconded by Councillor Columbus. All those in favor? That's carried. Okay. Now, to enter into closed session at 7, what'd you say it was? 7:51. The committee entered into closed session at 7:51 to discuss an item pursuant to Section 239(2) C and D of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended as per the subject matter pertains. C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, and D, labor relations or employee negotiations. I have a mover on that. Moved by Mayor Martin, seconded by Councillor Michele. All those in favor? That is carried. Okay, that's carried. Okay.
The planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is a severance? Severance is a planning process to separate a piece of land from an existing lot, generally for the purpose of a new development within a new lot. There are 3 different common types of severances we receive in Norfolk County. The first one is when a piece of land is separated to create a new parcel of vacant land. For example, a landowner may have a large lot and wish to separate a piece of land from the original lot with the intention to sell the lot to a new owner. In that case, both lots need to comply with existing zoning requirements such as setbacks of any existing or new buildings from the property lines. The second one is a surplus farm dwelling severance. It happens when a landowner purchases additional farmlands and a residence on one of the properties is no longer required for their farming operation. In this case, the owner can sever the piece of land that contains the redundant residential dwelling. And the third kind of severance can be a boundary adjustment between two adjacent properties, where one property owner agrees to transfer a piece of their land to the other owner. There are various reasons we received a boundary adjustment severance, such as to allow additional lands, to accommodate a building construction, or to construct an extended septic system, or to resolve the setback deficiency of an existing lot. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is a subdivision? If a landowner would like to divide their property into 3 pieces of land, they can submit a severance application that we explained earlier. Whereas a subdivision application is required when a landowner has a piece of land large enough to divide into more than 3 or 4 individual lots to build new houses or other kind of developments. The subdivision process generally requires a more in-depth review with a longer processing time to ensure that the development meets county's development standards. What is a condominium? A condominium, often known as a condo, is an ownership model where the building or group of buildings is divided into multiple units that are surrounded by common areas for circulation, servicing, or amenities such as parks and open spaces. The common areas are jointly owned and managed by the owners of the units. Residential condominiums are frequently constructed as apartment buildings and townhouses with private roads. Many shopping malls are also commercial condominiums in which the individual retail and office spaces are owned by businesses that occupy them, while the common areas of the mall are collectively owned by these business entities. A condominium corporation is often made up of condo unit owners who manage and operate the condominium complex. What is the difference between a subdivision and a condominium? One of the main differences between a subdivision and a condominium development is who is responsible for providing services such as water, wastewater, and road maintenance after the construction and occupancy of the dwellings or units. In a subdivision, the county takes responsibility for providing these services to individual lots. On the other hand, in a condominium, the county is only responsible to providing services up to the entry point of the development. The condominium is responsible for distributing services and the maintenance to the individual units. How are subdivisions and condominiums approved? To get approval for a subdivision or condominium, the landowner must apply for approval of a draft of the plan that shows how many lots are proposed, the lot size, how the lots will be accessed, including any new roads, and how the lots will be serviced for water and wastewater or other utilities. The planning team will provide guidelines to the landowner on the standards they need to comply with. Examples include road design, tree plantation, fencing requirements, and maintaining a buffer from any existing industrial or commercial sites, etc. Generally, the subdivision applications go to council for a decision, whereas most of the condominium applications are currently approved by the county staff under delegated authority. How are residents informed about a new subdivision? When a draft plan of a subdivision is approved, the neighbors receive an approval notice of the application. The neighbors have 20 days to appeal against the approval or refusal of the draft plan. Once the appeal period has expired, there is still a lot of work that needs to be done by the developer before beginning the construction. An approved draft plan of subdivision does not constitute a legal lot. It is merely a draft plan. Norfolk County must ensure that all lots are appropriately designed and serviceable through a subdivision agreement, and only then can the lots be registered and the owner can apply for a building permit. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is site plan control? Site plan control is a tool that planners use to evaluate a proposed development to ensure the site features and elements such as walkways, parking areas, and landscapings, and many other technical features meet specific standards. For example, standards may include engineering design, sustainability, and universal accessibility for barrier-free access to the building or within the property. What do I do if I have submitted a permit and I have learned my property is under site plan control? If a property is under a site plan control, the first step is to speak with a planner. A planner will need to learn about what is changing about the lands, which may or may not require a site plan application. What is a site plan waiver? Sometimes the nature of a development is so minor that a site plan application is determined to be unnecessary. In this instance, a site plan control will be waived. If you have learned from a planner that it is appropriate to waive a site plan control, you can submit an application form with any required documents to the planning department to receive a site plan waiver. Do all lands require site plan control? Not all lands require site plan control. For example, single detached dwellings, semi-detached dwellings, and townhouses that are serviced and accessed from a public road. Agricultural activities or farm buildings also do not require a site plan control. Most new commercial, institutional, and industrial developments require a site plan control. A site plan agreement with the landowner may be required to ensure that appropriate standards are maintained during the construction period. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hey Norfolk County, whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk from 8:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Deputations are a way for you and all residents of Norfolk County to speak before council about relevant matters in our community. To begin, search www.norfolkcounty.ca. Then select the Government tab. Under the Government tab, select Provide Deputation / Speak at a Council or Committee Meeting. This page provides general information regarding deputations. Under the subheading Register to Speak, click the Public Hearing / Deputation Form link to pre-register your deputation. Notice of Collection. By checking the Notice of Collection box, you are agreeing to the above statement. Selecting the type of meeting you want. There are several types of meetings that allow deputations. Please listen closely as we explain each option. Council meeting. Council deputations must pertain to a matter listed on the upcoming meeting agenda. For the remaining meeting choices, you may present a deputation if the topic pertains to the committee you are presenting to. Once you select the type of meeting you want to deliver your deputation, you can complete the rest of the document. Now choose whether you will attend the meeting in person or virtually. Finally, select if you will be providing materials during your deputation. If you have materials for distribution during the council meeting, please bring 15 hard copies for council and staff. Now click Next to move to Step 2. In Step 2, please fill out your personal information. Once your personal information is completed, click Next. Lastly, review your information and select Next to submit your form. You have now completed the deputation request form. You will receive a confirmation email from the Clerk's Department that they've received your request. Next, we will talk about what to do on the day of your deputation.
So, you've received your approval and the day of your deputation is upon you. For starters, council is located here, at 50 Colburn Street. Now there's two entrances you can use when you arrive. One is here, located off Colburn, and one located off Talbot Street. When you arrive, you'll have three main options to park. The first is to park at the Simcoe Town Center Mall, which is where Food Basics is located. Your second option is 2-hour street parking on Court Street. And your third option is 2-hour street parking on Lodge Street. If you can't find any parking in any of those three options, don't worry. Downtown Simcoe has plenty of street parking in all of the surrounding areas. If you enter through the Colburn Street doors, you'll have to make your way through the building to get to council chambers. But don't worry, if you require any assistance, you can feel free to ask Service Norfolk at the front desk. Make your way along this path and you'll end up in the main lobby. To your left, there'll be an elevator. You can either ring the bell or go ask the people at the front desk for assistance. If you don't need to use the elevator, you can head on up the green staircase and go up to council chambers. If you enter through the Talbot Street doors, the elevator will be immediately in front of you, or the green staircase will be ready for you to go up and deliver your presentation. Once you reach the top of the stairs, you'll have made it to council chambers. Feel free to take a seat here or here and wait for council to call your name when it's time to present. When council calls your name, make your way to the podium and ensure that you don't walk between the railing and the chairs on your way there. When you arrive at the podium, adjust it to your desired height using the arrow buttons and turn the microphone on using the button on the right. If you're giving your deputation in front of council, begin by saying, through the mayor. If you're giving it in front of a committee, begin by saying, through the chair. Then, clearly state your name and address, and you'll have 5 minutes to give your presentation. Upon having 1 minute remaining, the chair will give you notice. When you're finished your presentation, council may have questions for you. Ensure that you always begin your answer by saying, through the mayor, or through the chair to councillor, and their last name. If you can't answer the question, that's okay. Inform council that you'll gather more information and get back to them. After that, council will have heard out what you've had to say, and they'll take appropriate action as they deem necessary. And now, you've finished your deputation. You can either have a seat and watch the rest of the meeting, or you can leave through the door that you came in and ensure that you leave as quietly as possible.
Hey Norfolk County, did you know that Ride Norfolk is now on demand? This means you can schedule Norfolk's public transit service to pick you up for appointments, shopping, school, or work. Ride Norfolk has partnered with Blaze Transit to offer on-demand pickups at all 95 stops across Norfolk, including this one. I booked my trip earlier today and my bus is here right on time. Since there are no fixed local schedules, you can easily book Ride Norfolk over the phone, online, or on the Blaze Transit app from your smartphone. Thanks, Charlie.
You're welcome.
Ride Norfolk's customer service team can help answer any questions you may have, get you started with the app, or book your next ride. By moving to on-demand, Ride Norfolk is helping more residents get where they need to go. To learn more, visit norfolkcounty.ca/transit.
Hi, I'm Dave. I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's water treatment facility. Here in Port Rowan, the water treatment process starts by pumping water from Lake Erie up into the water treatment facility. Back in the treatment facility, I inspect large clarification tanks where the lake water enters the plant. Here we add coagulant, a chemical that attracts dirt particles together. These form into larger particles called flock, which eventually sinks and is sent to waste. Next, the water enters the filtration system, where any remaining dirt particles are trapped by the filters. The water is then chlorinated and sent into a 113 cubic meter underground storage chamber. The water is then taken to the granular activated carbon filters that work like supersized 10,000 pound Brita filters to remove taste and odor. The final step is disinfection, which includes UV and a final dose of chlorine, ensuring safe, potable drinking water. Water testing is an important part of the job. Throughout the day, we take water samples at different stages of the process, up to 9 tests, depending on the treatment facility. As a Norfolk resident myself, I am proud to serve the community I live in. Thanks for joining me in this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hi, I'm Marissa, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's waste and recycling operations. Here at the transfer station in Simcoe, residents can bring a variety of waste materials for disposal. Norfolk operates 2 transfer stations, welcoming about 27,000 customers every year, and accepts material ranging from bulky items, wood, metal, and yard waste. Norfolk also provides curbside waste programs. Recycling from your home arrives at this facility where it is manually sorted by the type of material. You can see why it's important to separate materials into the correct bin, rinse recyclables, and remove items from bags. This facility processes 4,600 metric tons per year. That's equal to about 20 tons per day. Once items are sorted by material type, they are baled and ready to be shipped across North America to be made into new material. About 8 to 10% of the material that arrives here shouldn't have been put in the recycling bin. Residents can use our Recycle Coach app to confirm if an item can be recycled. After seeing how waste is handled, I hope this video helps show why rinsing and sorting your recyclables are important steps in the recycling process. As a Norfolk County employee, I am proud to serve the community I was raised in. Thanks for joining me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hey Norfolk County, whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk from 8:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Hey Norfolk County, my name is Anna and I'm here to share some water safety tips to keep you and your family safe around the water. Knowing how to swim is a life skill and an essential part of staying safe and having fun. Swimming lessons are the best way to learn essential swim survival skills to recover from a fall into deep water. Think you're too old for lessons? There are programs designed for teens and adults as well. With so many lakes and rivers, Canadians of all ages are avid boaters. Always wear a life jacket, it could save your life. Never swim alone, regardless of age and skill level. Always swim with a buddy. A buddy can throw you a buoyant aid if you get into trouble. When possible, wade into unknown waters to prevent injury. Backyard pools are a great place to make family memories. But remember, if you are not within arm's reach of your child in and around the water, then you've gone too far. Drowning can occur in as little as 10 seconds and it is silent. Every drowning death is preventable. Take time to educate yourself and those around you to ensure you're staying safe and having fun around the water. For more information, visit norfolkcounty.ca/watersafety.
Soon after, members of council and I took our seats right here in council chambers last November, we began to plan the direction we'd like to see Norfolk County take over the next 4 years and beyond. A direction that builds on our strengths and sets a strong foundation in place for future generations. We looked outward to the people of Norfolk for input. We listened to you, the valued members of our community, from our sandy lake shores, our vibrant downtowns, our picturesque countryside, and our bountiful farmland. We engaged leaders from local businesses and community agencies. We gathered ideas from our team across the county. Based on what we've heard, we created Our Future Norfolk, a set of priorities that focuses on 5 key areas: empowering Norfolk, building Norfolk, connecting Norfolk, serving Norfolk, and sustaining Norfolk. These priorities, along with the initiatives and activities that drive them, will guide council and staff as we work together to serve you and all of the members of our community over the next 4 years. On behalf of Norfolk County Council and staff, we invite you to check out our website at norfolkcounty.ca/Our Future Norfolk and return frequently to learn more about our path to a vibrant and strong future for all of us, now and in the years to come.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. The first big question is, what is the official plan? Norfolk County's official plan describes Council's policy on how lands in our community should be used, managed, and developed. It is prepared with community input and helps to ensure the future planning and development will meet the specific needs of our community. An official plan includes issues such as where new housing, industry, offices, and shops will be located, and what services like roads, water mains, sewers, parks, and schools will be needed. It also defines when and in what order our community will grow and outlines community improvement initiatives. The official plan is approved by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing in Ontario. The current official plan was adopted in 2016 with a goal to manage the growth of this county for the next 20 years. Residents can see Norfolk County official plan on our website at norfolkcounty.ca/official plan. What is a secondary plan? A secondary plan is a more detailed policy document embedded within the official plan to address the growth and development issues unique to a specific area of the county. For example, the lakeshore area in Norfolk County or a particular urban area with defined characteristics can be a secondary plan. As I mentioned, it is a more detailed policy document. It provides directions on where future development will occur with a guideline on density, road access, infrastructure services, different building types, building heights, or even design guidelines that are compatible to that specific area. In Norfolk County, there is only one secondary plan at this moment, which is the Lakeshore Special Policy Area Secondary Plan. The Port Dover secondary plan would be the second plan the county is working on at this moment. What does the land use designation of a property mean? Norfolk County's official plan also identifies how individual land or a group of lands will be used, and this is done by the land use designation. In Norfolk County, a lot of lands have been designated as agricultural. Some areas have been designated as hazard lands because of their specific natural features. An example would be the natural creeks, streams, rivers, or shoreline areas. Some lands have been designated as residential, commercial, or industrial to efficiently manage the growth of specific land use. Each land designation has rules about the kind of development allowed. The official plan uses growth management data to identify where and how much growth will occur in the next 20 years. In accordance with the provincial requirement, Norfolk County reviews and updates these growth areas every 5 years. What is the process of changing an official plan designation? A landowner can request to change the designation of the land through an official plan amendment application. This change requires a public hearing meeting and council's decision. A landowner needs to consult with a planner to get more information about this process and to identify the required documents they must submit. Any official plan amendment needs to conform to the provincial policy statement, which is a planning policy document that affects all municipalities across Ontario. This provincial policy statement is currently under review and may change in the future. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I'm Jacob, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes on a capital project in Norfolk County. We begin planning capital projects by analyzing our infrastructure needs related to roads, water mains, storm and sanitary sewers, as well as bridges. We assess their overall condition, age, and servicing requirements. This provides a solid foundation to ensure Norfolk has the hard infrastructure for current and future needs. Once a project is determined and approved by Council, we retain an engineer to complete the design. During this stage, we engage the public through public information centers or postings on the county website to inform them of the upcoming project and provide an opportunity to share feedback. After the design is completed and all approvals are in place, we hire a contractor through a public bidding process. During the construction phase, we track progress, budget, and continue to engage with the public. We also work with other departments to ensure the overall success of the project. Once complete, we report and track any warranty issues for 2 years. We measure a project's success by its ability to enhance infrastructure and positively impact residents. As a Norfolk County employee, I enjoy building the community that has given me so much. Thank you for taking the time to join me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
We all have the right to feel safe at work, when spending time with friends and family, when participating in activities or attending a public meeting or event. Norfolk County is committed to ensuring our spaces and workplaces are safe. Our respect and responsibility policy outlines the code of conduct for employees, patrons, contractors, volunteers, coaches, and spectators. This code of conduct also applies to phone calls, emails, and virtual and social media platforms. We all play a part in fostering a respectful and safe environment. Inappropriate behaviors such as swearing, name-calling, verbal and physical threats, physical violence, harassment, and vandalism will not be tolerated. Staff have the right to take action when incidents occur. This may include denying service, asking individuals to leave, contacting the police, or, if necessary, suspending them from county programs and facilities. Those responsible for damaging county property will be required to cover the cost of repairs, fees, and lost revenues. We are committed to providing high-quality customer service and a safe and respectful environment for all. For more information about our respect and responsibility policy, visit norfolkcounty.ca/R&R.
Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those, like, what types of planning applications are there? There are 4 main types of planning applications for different needs. First, there are minor variances and different types of severances. These are reviewed by Norfolk County's Committee of Adjustment. An example of a minor variance is when a garage is being built closer to a property line or is taller than what is permitted in the zoning bylaw. An example of a consent to sever is creating a new lot to allow for a new house. Second, are zoning bylaw and official plan amendments that are considered at council. An example is changing the permission in an urban area to allow for a triplex where a single detached dwelling is permitted. Third, are applications that Ontario's Planning Act gives Norfolk County's Planning Department authority to approve. For example, a draft plan of condominium or subdivision, which are types of applications which enable the division of land for future housing. And fourth, are applications which rely on approval from another regulator, such as telecommunications towers and hazard land boundary line adjustments. As a resident, when do I need to submit a planning application? For the average homeowner, a planning application may be required if your project does not meet the requirements of the zoning bylaw or official plan, or your property falls under site plan control. The building department will let you know that a planning application is required. If you want to change the boundaries of your lot, create an easement, or create a new lot from your property, you will need to apply for a consent to sever with the planning department. What is a pre-consultation meeting? A pre-consultation meeting is the first step of a planning application and allows staff to clarify the application process and provide a checklist of documents required. A complete application can reduce the time required for review and decision-making. Applications that must undergo a pre-consultation meeting before the application can be submitted include official plan amendments, zoning bylaw amendments, draft plans of subdivision, draft plans of condominium, and site plan applications. A meeting may also be required for certain Committee of Adjustment applications. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842. You can also email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. A common question is, what is zoning? Zoning is a way of categorizing how land can be used. Norfolk County has identified through its zoning bylaw different land use zones, for example, commercial, agricultural, or residential, what they can be used for, and any required standards, for example, building size and location. Zoning must be maintained by any development or activity that has started from the date the zoning bylaw has been passed by the county. What is the process of changing a zoning bylaw? A common reason that residents are referred to the Planning Department is because their proposal does not meet the current zoning bylaw provisions. If a landowner wants to change the land use from what is permitted in the existing zoning, a change in the zoning bylaw would be required. For example, changing the permission from only a single detached dwelling to expand the permission to build a triplex. This is called a zoning bylaw amendment and it requires council's approval. A planning application known as a minor variance can be submitted for a minor change in the zoning bylaw, such as the height or size of a structure. Minor variances are reviewed by the Committee of Adjustment that is made up of citizen members who are appointed by council. The committee is governed by the Planning Act and holds public meetings to approve applications for minor variances and consents. A minor variance must meet the 4 tests to be approved. 1, the change is minor. 2, the development is desirable for the appropriate use of the land, building, or structure. 3, the change maintains the general intent and purpose of the official plan. And 4, the change maintains the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. What happens after a decision is made by the Committee of Adjustment?
Okay, we're ready?
We're ready, Mr. Chairman.
Where's everybody?
You got a quorum.
Okay, we have a motion to reconvene in open session at, can tell me what time that is, I can't delay.
8:27.
At 8:27. Okay, can I have a mover? Moved by Councilor Van Passen, seconded by Tom Shelley. All those in favor? That's carried. And now, we'll ask the clerk to read the motion from the closed session.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. We had 4 items that we dealt with in closed session. 2 of them were on pending acquisition or disposal of property. If we could get a motion just to receive staff for provided direction on both matters. So one motion on that, please.
Okay, moved by Councilor Van Enrichi, seconded by Councilor Columbus. All those in favor? That's carried.
The third item that we dealt with was on a labor relations matter, and if we could get a motion that council received that for information and provided direction to staff to prepare the necessary bylaws for the next council meeting.
Moved by Mayor Martin, seconded by Councilor Huffman. All those in favor? That is carried.
And the fourth item was, again, on dealing with pending acquisition or disposal of property, where the committee received an update from staff. If we could get a motion that that was received for information, please.
Moved by Councilor Van Enrichi, seconded by Councilor Van Passen. All those in favor? That is carried. And no other business. Okay, we need a motion to adjourn at
8:28.
8:28. Moved by Councilor Huffman, seconded by Tom Shelley. All those in favor? That's carried. Okay.